We're back. For real. Round 2. Take 2.
Take 2.
Take 2, we're live.
Take 2,
Are
we're
we?
live. We're on the internet.
Okay. Here, I'll say something on Twitch.
So in Chuck, you got to I guess they don't stream until it's live. Is that the
It goes. It'll go live. Well, I have it set up staggered. So yeah,
Got it.
10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. 61 people are on the page right now.
All right.
All waiting.
Uh,
Pretty exciting.
Isn't it 10 a.m. somewhere? Weren't we on time in like Hawaii time or something?
it's always 10 a.m. somewhere.
Hey. And hey,
Let's
it's
see.
live.
Is it live?
It is
Excellent.
live. It's alive.
Lord have mercy.
Where's
morning.
Silver-Eyed?
What
Thank you
a
for
morning.
joining. Good to see
There
you.
we go. All right.
Got our first backer,
Like and
first 2
follow.
backers.
All right. We
Woo!
are live again.
Oh, road.
The Adventurer's Backpack. Reborn. Wait, reforged. I cannot get that word into my head. I don't know why.
It has been a very busy day, Dirty Dwarf. Thanks for sticking it out with us.
That was on Twitch.
We have 3 backers.
It's been another crazy day.
Yeah.
For certain.
It's all right.
For absolute certain.
I think that we should take this
All right.
opportunity to do like a show and tell of the canvas backpack, because I still can't get over how cool it is.
Yes, this thing is amazing.
Any of you that are eyeing that 350 tier that includes a canvas backpack, holy shit, you'll have this thing forever.
So this thing is canvas with leather straps, brass buckles. Let's see if I can open it. It's got a deep pocket. It'll hold about, depending on what books you're carrying, 6, 7, 8 books. Then it's got this zipper pocket in here for your dice or whatever else.
Isn't
you're
that
carrying.
like wax something?
It's wax sealed canvas, so it's waterproof. Now we will upload instructions on how to take care of it. I think it takes some maintenance to do, here and there. And it's made in Duluth, Minnesota.
Duluth.
Yes. Yeah, and just an FYI for those of you who have never owned a waxed canvas before. For those of you who were in the Army in the 1960s and 50s, now I still have, not that I was, but I still have some canvas from the 1940s
Whew.
up here, waxed canvas that is still perfectly useful. Perfectly.
Check signal.
Hey, Jeremy, welcome in.
Jackie.
So I will tell you right now, those waxed canvas backpacks will last your entire lifetime if you maintain them decently well, and they don't take much maintenance, and your children's lifetime, and well into your grandchildren's lifetime.
That's a
Yeah,
legacy
this thing
backpack.
is- This thing is stout, and we will have. I should point out, this is just a sample that they sent me. So that is, it'll say Castles and Crusades. You want Chuck?
Jeff, will you check again for me?
Hey, Brett
Sorry,
Felly,
I'm having
welcome
I'm
in.
having Death Angels check and make sure it should be on now.
Excellent.
Excelente.
It's just like the wool. Same with the wool. If the wool is properly made and then you take care of it decently well, it will last you a freaking lifetime.
Mhm.
Yes, Mox, it is a Red Alien. Yeah, it's USD. Yes.
Dirty Dwarf says, I still use the OGL C&C rulebooks. Will the Reforged Adventures backpack still work with them? Yeah.
Yeah.
There was never any OGL content in the Adventures backpack, is that right?
Well,
I don't
there's explicit references to spells and magic items.
Okay.
Not very many, Jeremy. It's
What I've seen, I've caught a fair bit.
yeah. Where?
Nothing mechanical, but like references in like abilities. It's just changing names is all it is.
Yeah.
I don't think we took anything whole cloth. I mean, I'd have to go check. I don't know. I imagine not.
It is very rare when I write something it's very rare that I relied upon the SRD or the OGL, and I wrote most of the adventures back then because it was just too much trouble to look it up. So what Jeremy's talking about in some of the abilities, like the Ethereal Knight's plane shift ability, it says, it doesn't say it anymore, but it said,
As per the spell plane shift,
Plane
which is
shift.
now planar travel,
Yeah.
stuff like that. So
Which is-
it's just the name's on the tin, you know.
Yeah.
which is next. There's not.
Yeah.
And there were spells in there, but those spells were removed and put into other books. So yeah,
You'll probably
have zero problem.
It'll probably take me like an hour to go through and clean it all up. It's hardly anything. There's a tiny bit.
Yeah, and those will actually start coming your way pretty soon.
Okay.
Because we're ready for the final edit. And the nice thing about the Adventurers Backpack, one of the things we are planning on doing, the drive is to have this thing print ready by July 17th, and we're well ahead of that schedule. The art's all done for it, all the writing is done for it, and it just needs edited and kind of tightened up, and then off to Peter for layout. So this one will not be a crowdfunding campaign where you have to wait 6 months or 8 months or whatever. It's rolling out. The adventure that's on the $99 level is Ahild's Keep. Is that how you say it, Jeremy? Ahild?
Adel's Keep.
That's already written, and the maps they're not done, but the mock-ups are done. So that one's ready to go.
I do want to go in and when we did drums, I put in a little thing to explain this was a tournament scenario. It was run here, give a little history. I want to do that for this as well because this was also a tournament scenario. I think it's cool to have a little bit of record of where it was played and when and who won and all that.
Where this came from.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Very cool. We broke 3,000. We're
Excellent.
cruising.
Wow.
Cruising along.
Heading for the funding goal in 6 minutes. It's pretty good to see if we can fund in 10 minutes. That'd be fantastic. Grace, did you get the newsletter out?
No. Oh my God. Let me do it now. Holy shit.
I guess we need to announce this everywhere. I didn't put it
Ah,
I just
yeah.
did a social media post, so.
Okay, I'll hit my own
Double check.
craziness.
Yeah, I think in the hierarchy of my brain, there's like the 3 core books, right? That are like, this is the game. And then like there's the second level of like, you've done that, now here's the next wave of essentials. This is at the peak of that. Where it's like, you've got everything, now it's time to explore the playground of what else is possible. You know?
And I look at it that way too. That's a great way of putting it too. The playground of what is possible. That's a great
Yes.
slogan.
I'm just full of them.
It's good marketing.
That is a really good. Jeremy. That's a really good.
The
song.
playground of possibilities.
There you go.
We should put that on a T-shirt.
Yeah.
You guys should start making t-shirts. About every week, Davis, you say we should put that on a t-shirt. Just do it. Call Todd. Put an order for t-shirts.
I'll reopen my Redbubble account and I'll do it there.
Now we're
There you
talking. Psychwar asks, for $50, does it include the Adventurers Backpack print? It says companion print under the image.
Under the image.
I would assume so.
$50 you should get. Oh, I see. Well, I think I know what you're talking about.
I have that spreadsheet.
$50 you should get just the Adventurer's Backpack. Which image are you talking about? So we can fix it to wherever it is. I'm looking at the one on the storyboard and it says backpack. What is that?
It's been a big day for you guys, huh?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I see where it is. Okay, yep, I can fix that.
Is that on your side or my side?
Your side, Chuck, under 50, you've got the Adventurers Backpack PDF and the Adventurers Companion print. That just needs to be the Adventurers Backpack print. On the right-hand side, on the pledge levels themselves. You see?
Hey, we're on this thing.
Ooh, that's a nice graphic. Wow. Who did the graphic on
He's
this?
just looking now.
What are you talking about, Dave?
The one you just posted on your site.
Oh, that's on the Kickstarter.
Oh, I like the colors on that. The colors are good on that.
Steve, I'm not seeing it. Which one you talking about? $50? I'm in there looking. You talking about the graphic?
No, not the graphic. On the list of includes 2 items, it says.
Oh, right on. And I can't change that. That's wonderful.
Are you sure you can't change it?
Positive.
I'll get with Martin and see if they can.
I can remake it real fast.
Yeah,
Turn that
they're
one
just
on.
gonna give us 2 pledge levels, right?
Well, it'll just turn the other one off. It won't be there.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and do that.
All right, then.
We've got a
Give me
pertinent
second.
question from Martin from Backer Quote. Question for Steven. How many crowdfunding campaigns has he run, and does he ever make mistakes these days?
Never.
Never,
Never.
never, Martin.
Of course not. Never.
Infallible.
Boo that man. No, I'm just kidding.
Boo.
I will say, I'm going to say this before Kent says anything. Kent's one of the most successful crowdfund runners on Kickstarter.
We've done a lot.
Well, we're not on Kickstarter.
Not like maybe not the most profit or anything like that. Certainly not that. But I mean, having a string of all fulfilled.
Yes.
I think every one of ours were fulfilled.
Yes.
Every one of them had extra.
Yes.
There was only one failed one, and that was the one I forced you to do.
Well, we canceled that one, and I still stand by it. I think that would have been one of the coolest freaking books ever.
What was it?
Basically,
What was it?
it was Brimstone. It was a series of comic books that had come out, whatever. And the guy, his name's Brimstone. He's part of the World Wrestler, WWE, whatever that is. And he had this comic book. And he published 20 issues. I can't remember. Anyways, the whole idea behind Brimstone is you play this individual who hunts demons who have escaped hell. So there's this whole cityscape. There's all this, extra planar stuff that come to Earth, and you got to track them down and kill them. And I think that would be so. I would play that in a heartbeat. Sort of like Hellblazer? Is that
Yeah.
Hellblazer.
It's a really, really freaking cool idea, and it reminds me. I watched Constantine a few months ago,
Yes. Well, yes.
and it would have. I think Constantine. It's something like that in a way.
Yeah.
Different, but
It didn't gain traction. This would have been 15 years ago.
Was this a licensed game?
Yeah, we did a license with Brimstone. Yeah. He's super, super nice guy. He's all over Twitter. You can go type Brimstone into X, whatever it's called, and Brimstone come up.
It's like a DC Comics character that looks like a wrestler on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't play Brimstone. It's the same old Tarzan, Conan, John, that same old conversation. But you would definitely could play bounty hunters, hunting demons who escaped from hell. And I think that where we went wrong on that is we used his art's really badass, but we used his art for an RPG, and it didn't translate. I don't think that no one particularly got excited about it like we did. And I think if the art were correct, people could get fired up about it because it's a cool concept. It's perfect for Amazing Adventures.
actually,
right.
thinking about it, we should. What's his name again?
Brimstone.
Okay. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I got him. We might want to revisit that.
Like we just funded.
We're funded.
Sweet!
We're way
Oh
past
my
funded.
God.
I talked to him not too long ago. I guarantee you he would be game for it.
Let's go.
Chuck, do you have the stretch reward graphic? Is Chuck still with us?
Yeah, I'm here, but I don't know what you mean by that question. Just being honest with you. I'm sorry. I found another problem I'm fixing. So
It's
go ahead.
good. Well, we funded, so we need to update the stretch reward graphics. thing.
Oh, that thing? Yeah, I'll get it in just a minute. Yeah.
No rush. Do what you do.
Sorry, the retailer thing was screwed up. For some reason, it's got 4 and 2. I don't know. I don't have no
So
clue.
Martin, no, we don't ever make mistakes.
Yeah, never.
Come on.
Never.
The problem is that we are actually a business that's thriving and growing. So that's the challenge.
We've got
That's
a
true.
lot going on at the moment.
It's ridiculous. At the
Yeah.
moment, it's been that way for 8 years. My God.
Have
Yeah.
any of you ever played QWOP?
No,
Wait,
I've never
what?
heard of that.
QWOP.
I have never heard of that.
It's the buttons Q, W, O, and P that you press to control a runner.
Oh, I have played
Found
that.
to be extremely difficult.
Yeah, I've done that.
But that's how I would describe this company, where you lean forward just enough and you just start rocketing forward. And any second you're just gonna fall over and
Oh yes.
I feel like we're getting to a point
He's
where
on the job site.
emergencies.
Yeah, he's gonna be there pretty much all day. He said he was gonna be here tonight, but But you think he's still
I
there?
find
Yeah,
that
he's definitely still there.
It's a good thing.
Everyone who's like, who's God, I don't even know words. Everyone who's backed, thank you so much. Holy shit, we funded in what, like, how long have we been live? 15 minutes? Less?
Excellent. Yep,
Less than
well,
15 minutes.
Oh,
Thank you all. That is fantastic.
You guys fucking
That's
rock.
right.
All right, I'll be back in just a second. Gotta answer this.
Steve did this mistake, not me.
Thanks, gang.
What? Sorry.
Many such cases.
As he cackles, running off into the distance. That's great.
Martin says, this is actually great, showing what goes on in the background. The good, the bad, and the Steven.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway. Yeah, the Brimstone would be neat. Anyway. So, yes, the Adventurers Backpack 13, 14 new classes. Is it 14?
It's 14.
That's a lot of classes now.
That is a lot
It
of
is.
classes.
And they all rule. They're so fun.
Yeah. I still think we should try to convince, while he's away, let's try to convince him to run a game over the summer.
Yeah, that'd be really nice.
I think we could do it right here through Zoom. I think it would be
Yeah.
really cool. I think that's the easiest way to do it.
It'd be easy peasy.
I know he's really opposed to it because he doesn't have the time, but I don't really care about his time.
Nor should you.
Yeah, my concern with that. Long one away.
Death Angel says, magic backpacks, here we come. What's the magic backpack?
Oh, so
Oh, that's a stretch reward we've been playing around with.
yeah.
What is it?
Steve and I are going to make magical backpacks to add in there.
Yes. Do
And
they
there's
just
a
have
lot-
like magic supplies or?
We'll keep that secret. we added some funny ideas
shit.
for him. But I also want to throw a shout out to Gnome Depot
Great name.
for supplying me with an idea. That's where it came from.
Every
Uh,
pledge comes with a jade dragon. There you go.
Yes. What is
Or
everyone's
Oh.
jade frog.
What's everyone's favorite class from the Reforged Adventures backpack? Dirty Dwarf wants to know. We talked
Skull.
a little bit.
Yeah, I would say Skull Seeker, and then the Oathsworn or Forsworn.
Which one's like the Elric type?
Elric?
Yeah, it's either the Forsworn or Oathsworn. I keep getting them mixed up. And I
Yeah,
always check.
the one where you have a boss, a cosmic boss that hates your ass. That's the one.
That's
That's
a
too
really
real.
cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
there we go. Here, let's see.
Elric is a fantasy character he's like a weakling. He's sustained by powerful drugs to stay alive, and he has this sword that he uses
Mhm.
that gives him power. But when he kills someone with it, it drinks their soul, and it gives him that strength. And he's like a
Oh.
servant of this Lord of Chaos called Ariok, who's
Oh, for Christ's sake.
he's like the archetype for the warlock class in Dungeons and Dragons.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's kind of in my mind how I picture Coburg, the Undying. It's not him at all. It's not his story, but that's
Mhm.
kind of how I picture him.
Okay, hold on just a second. Okay, so yeah, because it's either the Oathsworn or the Forsworn, and it's actually a really, really great class to play.
Forsworn.
Yeah.
I also like the archer.
Yes, no, it's the Oathsworn, Jeremy. Jeremy, it's
Is it the Oathsworn? The
Yeah,
Oathsworn. Is
yeah.
that has like story
Yes.
coming that's easy baked story. That's coming out of the oven like hot and
Yeah.
and ready to use at the table.
Yeah, no. You come with a story, and that story has to unfold regardless throughout the game. That story
Yeah.
unfolds. It's a really, really, really. You could run a really good long campaign off the Oathsworn alone.
I played a little Oathsworn in like a actual play that's gonna be coming out on our channel hopefully pretty soon.
Oh, okay, cool.
It was a lot of fun. That's a great class.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like it.
Let me pull up the. What all's in there? I don't recall.
In the
Okay,
books
so we
one?
have
In the ABP.
the Arcane Thief, and as I was saying earlier, whenever I think of the Arcane Thief, I think of Jinx from Arcane. Now I don't know why,
Yes.
but the Archer, the Divine Knight, Divine Knight's really cool. Forsworn, Ethereal Knight, Magic User, Oathsworn, Pacer, which is another one of my favorite classes.
I really want to try a Pacer. I'm gonna do Pacer next.
Yeah, it's a really cool class. Primal Druid, Rune Mark, Seeker, Scald, Thief, and Warrior Priest.
I like me a thief.
Thief is cool.
I like things nice and simple.
How's it different from a rogue?
You have to steal stuff.
Yeah,
You're actually geared to be an
you're
active-
more overtly a bastard.
Yeah, you're,
Sweet.
Yeah.
yeah.
Does anyone
So
have
the rogue
$250
is sort of moved towards.
Like a Han Solo type.
Yeah, it's a traditional like.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and then the thief is actually geared towards stealing other people's stuff.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Y'all
Yeah.
talking about the rogue and the thief and how similar they are.
I was
Just-
asking.
No, we're
yeah.
not. Yeah, we just no. It's good.
No, but
One's a bastard, and the other could be a bastard.
Yeah. You know what the driving force behind that was? Matt Golden had played Mac Muddles.
Yeah.
Got the 80s and 90s, and that was his favorite thief character.
Yeah.
He wanted to bring him into Castles and Crusades, but he wouldn't play rogue, so he wrote the thief class.
Yeah.
Matt Golden
Yeah.
wrote the thief class.
Well, that's one of those. I think at the time of third edition, they were like, we need to expand this
Yes.
somehow, because at that time there were skills, and you could make your thief class and take no ranks in any of the stealing skills, and that didn't make any sense. I think they changed the name for that reason,
Mhm.
probably. But it's one of those things that stuck.
yeah, it's so I think that like there's and there was a hullabaloo over it, but the
As
thing
there
about
so often is.
yeah. But the thing is, like the thief, I rarely in my years of playing, when people played a thief or play a rogue now, actually are thieves, right? They're not highwaymen, they're not robbers, don't do any breaking and entering or anything like that. And that was my thing with using the word thief. Is like no one ever actually really plays a thief. What you're playing is a Han Solo, and who's the same guy?
Indiana
favorite,
Jones,
Indiana Jones. You're playing
Yeah.
an Indiana Jones is what you're playing. Who can do a
kinda,
kind of. Well, you
Yeah.
know, sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
with the traps and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that. That's what you're really playing. Not someone who actually breaking and entering.
Maybe a Mission Impossible type character.
Yeah.
You play
I
as
would-
Tom
I-
Cruise.
I would always want to play someone who's an actual thief that does.
I've done
break-
that. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and highwaymen and stealing from nobles or whatever.
Yes.
That can be a lot of fun. There's
So
whole
someone
games
asked
about
in
that
there-
kind of thing.
Someone asked in the chat what a pacer is. A pacer is basically an urban ranger.
Parkour
skills.
rogue.
Yes, their skills are kind of carried over and into the urban environment.
Yeah, what did you say, Grace? Parkour?
Parkour rogue.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's it. The jumping from that's one of the coolest things about them. Running on the rooftops, just like in those wushu films. You know, they're running blah blah blah.
I'm picturing the game Mirror's Edge.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
she's
yeah,
100% a pacer.
Yeah,
Every
So
time I
that's
hear
a-
that word,
that's a really fun class.
every time I hear that word parkour, I just hear that
Parkour,
thing.
parkour.
Yeah.
Parkour.
Michael, whatever, yeah, from Office, yeah.
You know what?
Hey, we just
wait,
hit
is
100
par-
backers.
Oh,
Ding, ding, ding. Thank you all
Excellent.
for your support. Holy shit.
Isn't
We get-
parkour a game?
It can
yeah,
be.
it's the French variation of free running.
No, but I always think of that little game that they play on cruise ships where they're pushing those
A shuffleboard.
shuffleboard. I always think shuffleboard is parkour for some reason. That's the first image.
Are
that
you like
comes-
combining it with Parcheesi in your
It's
head
the
or something?
Diametric opposite of
Probably.
parkour.
Yeah.
Shuffleboard.
I don't know. Yeah, I know it's the exact opposite. Standing still, pushing a board, intentionally trying to make it go slow.
Oh, we're getting a question. Dirty Dwarf wants to know what's the difference between a wizard and a magic user. I have not looked at the magic user class really.
So the magic user basically channels the magic around him and puts it into items, into other people, into things like that. Can affect attribute checks by.
It's more of an enchanter. They use magic rather than casting spells.
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah.
Radical. It's just nice having a bunch of classes that are like unique to CNC.
Yeah, it is, and I think a lot of these classes, they scratch that itch, that people want to develop, have wanted to develop or work with over the years, like the combat cleric, that's everyone wants to play a combat cleric instead of a healing. Not everyone, but a lot of people want to play a combat cleric, and that's what your warrior priest is, rather than the heal bot. So, and that was my thing when I played that cleric. When I refused to heal anyone, I was like, I'm done with this. I'm not going to be walking behind, wiping everyone's butt throughout this entire adventure.
Oh no! If you're a serious cleric and your god is a serious god, every member of your party will be a member of your religion by the end of the game, or they'll all be dead.
They'll all
Yes.
be dead.
Yeah.
Remember when I made them pay? They had to pay me, and then they
Todd
let
would not pay you. Chris would pay you. And Chris was like, I don't care. Give you money.
Yeah,
Todd
and
wouldn't pay
Todd
you.
wouldn't pay me, and then they watched me die. They never
It's like,
lifted
well-
a finger when I was dying. They were
But
like,
it-
"Yeah."
It stands to reason, right? Like, oh,
Yeah.
my God is giving me the miracle to heal you, and you're not reciprocating that at all. My God is just going to stop healing you. It just
Yeah.
doesn't work anymore. Maybe it does, but you're lying to him. But he doesn't know that. He doesn't know how a spell works.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I think it totally makes sense.
that'd be funny.
But the battle priest is a good one.
The rat catcher class, it's a pretty good one. It's not a real
Rat
class.
catcher.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What did Manfred had a question here? Where would that go? Why not call a magic user the enchanter? Again, this was Mac Golden. Mac played a magic user back in the
People have affection for certain names, and they want them to stick around. That's all it is.
and because Mac co-designed Castles and Crusades, he gets a huge.
He gets what he
amount of
wants.
leeway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of leeway.
Yeah. Which confuses things endlessly when we're working on Gary's stuff, and he's talking about magic users and thieves. And it's like, no, not those magic users.
Right. Confusion and delay.
Yeah.
The top of Matt would say.
Grendel, thank you for backing. Oh, Martin had to duck out. He said, thanks for choosing Backer Kit. Can't wait to see you guys at Gen Con.
Excellent.
Who are we going to be seeing at Gen Con that's hanging out in chat? Are you guys going to Gen Con?
Yeah, I think I owe Martin a dinner now at Gen Con for because he's in the United Kingdom. He's in England, so he was already off for the day, relaxing when I texted him.
I'm thinking I might go anyway.
Jeremy's going, we go.
Yeah.
Wow, that is crazy. From July to August,
What do you mean?
Gen Con,
Oh, yeah, then it's like the 29th of July or something like that.
I thought it
31
was
to
the
3.
31st. Yeah.
Yeah,
31st.
31st to 3rd.
21. I guess it wouldn't be the 21st. That'd be a long
Longest convention ever.
The 45th of August.
Yeah.
Now we have a lot of acreage up there in Baby. We could put up a giant tent and have a troll con there for like a 10-day fest.
Let's do it.
Bring your own water, your own seats, your own dice.
You better bring an air conditioner.
We'll do it in August when it's most comfortable
Let's go.
here in Arkansas.
120 degrees underneath the sun.
Bring your own bug nets.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be sort of cool to have an outdoor con, like set up a big canvas tent to run games in, And then I have like fire pits around the tent so you can go warm up and do it in like late January or early second week of February when it's the worst weather ever.
And there'll only be a few thousand mosquitoes out.
You know, it's 81 out here today, and it's probably like a 60% humidity.
Yep.
And I am so miserable.
Oh,
Like, I can't take it.
Oh, Greg asks question: what's all in the Adventures Backpack PDF only?
So the PDF of the Adventures Backpack will be the complete book, and in that complete book, you're going to get the 14 classes, all done up to 24th level. Then you're going to get multi-classing, dual classing, class and a half. You're going to get spells and counter spells, unarmed combat, war dogs, new equipment lists, and there will be 34 individual pre-made backpacks. Things like a fighter backpack, an overland adventures backpack, medical satchel, stuff like that.
And when you say backpack, you mean like pre-assembled equipment loadouts.
Yes.
So you can just grab it and start without picking out all your stuff.
Yeah, I think, did we put one of those? You can see one on the Kickstarter. If you scroll down a little bit to the equipment cards page, you'll see one of the backpacks. There's the deck of cards that comes with $99 level, I think, has a backpack on each of the cards, and you can kind of see, you can get a good idea of what is in what Jeremy's talking about. Each of those backpacks has a cost, encumbrance value, its weight, and then every item and where that item is in and around the backpack.
I really think those backpacks are worth the price of admission on their own, in a way.
Yeah.
Because it circumvents a part of the highest point of friction in the game, I think.
Same.
Which is encumbrance and buying shit.
Yes.
Some people love it. I'm not really one of those people. If I have it, great, you know. But if I don't have it, then I can't use it. And to have that kind of stuff is really, really valuable. Because you might not, like, your kit might have a bag of nails, and you might have never thought to buy a bag of nails. But now you've got a bag of nails, and think of all the stuff you can do with it. You can throw it on the ground. You can beat people with a bag of nails.
Yeah, that's right.
You would have never been able
all
to
of
do
your
that if you
equipment
didn't
is
take
like
that pack.
roleplay prompts.
Yeah, yes, there's levers that you can pull. Yeah.
You beat someone with a bat.
You can dump the nails on the ground, pick someone up, and throw them on them.
What,
you know?
What are you doing up there, Jeremy?
I just got a lot of bags of nails.
It's a temporary sap.
Yeah.
But no, I think you're right, actually. We get caught up in all of the conversations about the classes, which are cool. But for my money, those backpacks are freaking awesome.
Oh, yeah. Like, even, you know, many a conversation has been had about the balance of the classes in that book. I think we've addressed it. But, like, even for people who are like, I don't want those classes at my table, I still recommend the book. Even like the old version, I still recommend it because of the great equipment section. It's bar none.
Where is my adventurer's backpack? Yeah. What the hell?
What the hell?
What the hell?
There is a typo apparently in the backpack image.
Uh-oh.
That tracks.
That tracks.
I didn't look at it, so I'm sure there's quite a few.
There's a what?
There's typos on the page.
In the canvas backpack graphic, it says internal when it should say internal.
On
the
it.
graphic of the canvas backpack.
I will fix that now. Let's see
Thank
what that is.
You know what I'm most excited about is finally getting that adventure out. You're like, which one of these do you want to put out? I'm like, oh, that one.
You've got two coming up because we got something else already in the schedule.
Drums is on the schedule.
Drums is on the schedule.
Yeah, I think that because I just found your file this morning, Jeremy, your adventures file. I found it buried in one of my files, and there were two in there. I think both are being published now.
Yeah, which is great. The third one was altered and put out as a Sonarum adventure. So that'll be all three that are out finally.
That means all of yours will be out before all of mine that have been submitted.
Yeah, well,
Let's go.
which is amazing because mine are these bloated, monstrous things with 15 maps and all these.
Well, you know what saved all of this stuff is we just turned in the maps over to Peter, and he can do
just
it.
bash them out real simple. Yeah.
Well, now here's the funny one. Ken asked me for one this morning, and does whatever adventure need a map? And I said, yes, it has. There's one map in that adventure. One. I did it at your request, totally 100%. I have one linear basic map that you can go with. And he goes, well, do you have it? And I was like, I sent it down with a manila folder 2 years ago when I wrote it.
You mailed it to him?
I'm gonna look for it as soon as I get this out because it may be in this desk drawer.
Because
So I spent 3 hours combing through all my files to see if I had taken a picture of it somewhere or something like that. And I didn't. I don't even think I have a picture of it.
did you write it by hand? What?
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he drew all his maps.
Oh man.
Yeah, I do everything by hand. I even do the outlines of my adventures in notebooks and stuff like that.
That's nice.
I don't start on. I don't really start on the computer. I start on notebooks and stuff.
I think that's better.
Yeah, I don't. It sort of. I don't feel compelled to constrain things. You know?
I don't want to like do stuff in lines. Just give me a page.
Yeah, and I have a blank page notebook that I use too. So, but I can't really read it sometimes afterwards because I scribble really bad and then,
Yeah.
you know. But anyway.
Well,
Does your map happen to be a picture of a boat?
Yes.
Davis, I think we're screwed.
we do have a question here. People are asking about an all digital pledge, and Grievously Gruntled says there is a one PDF pledge level, but there isn't an all the things in PDF pledge level. Any reason for this?
Chuck is doing that. We oversight. Chuck is doing that right now.
Sweet.
It should
We
be
got
on
it.
Stay tuned.
Chuck will never be on stream again. He's just going to be corrected back again.
If we get 10 backers in the next 30 seconds, I will personally take out this tooth in my head that is killing me.
Everyone go.
Yeah, yes, everyone.
More than 10. Wait.
Yeah, just,
I'll back it, Davis Grayson.
No.
I'll back it 10 times.
Might get banned on Twitch if Jeremy removes it.
Only if there's blood. If there's no blood, you
Oh, then we're good.
So
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
So I just
Okay.
have to hold my head upward so it all goes down into my throat.
yeah.
Jeremy.
Ew.
You have a toothache?
I gotta get a root canal, I'm pretty sure.
Ooh.
Okay, so I'm going to
Here
suggest.
comes Davis's solution.
It's
Be
gonna
ready.
be garlic.
Okay, you can use garlic. You
Yeah.
can use essence of garlic, but do this.
Is it ginger, anti-inflammatory?
Now, tea tree oil
Okay.
with propylene,
Okay.
and then some extract of garlic or extract of mint,
Okay.
and put it in a little bitty shot glass,
With an
And
eye of
then-
newt.
and then and then just like shuffle it around on that tooth. Just shuffle it around for like 3 or 4 minutes on that tooth.
Yeah, it's a local anesthetic. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not only that; it's antibacterial,
Okay.
and it's anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, and will
Okay.
take the pain away.
This is so much. First off, nobody take Davis' dental advice. Secondly, this is much better than what it used to do because you used to take that hot pepper, and grind it into your gum or something.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, if
What
you
an
take
animal.
if you take chili peppers, okay.
I'm afraid to like hear the end of this thought.
Okay, so this works for
Some C4.
what is it called when you have all that backup in your head? Not back-
Sinuses.
Pressure.
Sinus
Brain.
pressure.
A sinus infection.
A
A
brain.
sinus
You
infection.
got all that stuff in your head.
Congestion.
What is that called?
Yeah. 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 Okay. Anyway, you can take up ground up pepper, right? You take. It's best to get it fresh. Get a chili pepper. Take the seeds out. Grind it up, and then put it on the tooth. All right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Your tooth will stop. Your
Is that
tooth will
before-
stop hurting.
Is that before or after the ground up rhino horn?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then to
Because that's
clear
getting hard
up.
to get these days. You know.
To clear up a sinus infection, you basically take onion, garlic, and pepper, and you grind it up and add a little bit of some emulsifier or whatever to get it into a paste, and you just stick it up your nose. Believe me, as
Are we
part of
gonna-
your nose.
Are we gonna see all of this in engineering remedies?
That's right.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Although you do have to be careful with that because people would like try it for real.
Yeah, they might do it.
Yeah.
Now I've tried all these things. Apparently, I've been in emergency situations, so I've had to figure stuff out.
From Monkey Butts too, we have a question. Any chance of add-ons for the other expansion books that have been released since Reforged?
We will build the add-on list for sure. This one actually makes sense to have add-ons simply because I don't like to encourage add-ons because it might take you 6 months to get them when you just order them from the site. But this one we hope to have at the printers by July 15th and shipping in August. So this one might.
At least those armory books, I think, certainly, because that's kind of, those dovetail really nicely together.
Yeah.
They're both kind of player facing.
Yeah.
The Adventures Armory is a good one. If y'all haven't played with it yet, you should.
It's a lot, but it's all good.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
It's a good
great
resource.
stuff.
It reminded me of who was it? Oh God, what company put out? It had a book of arms and armor.
Palladium?
Was it Palladium? Yeah, Palladium.
Yeah.
It reminded me a lot of that.
Yeah, at my table in the 80s and 90s, that was the most used book by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, it's cool, right? Because it's like, oh, I'm an elf with a longsword. Well, everybody's played an elf with a longsword. I'm an elf with a. Hey, there it is.
Yeah.
I still have it on my reference list.
It's beautiful.
I use mine now, but you know.
So, well, I'm actually an elf with a 9 rings sword. What do you think of that? It's pretty different.
Yeah.
Like all those little things you can do to make your character
Shake
more
it up.
different.
Welcome back.
Okay, the all digital pledge is up. I'm moving on to add-ons.
Or I'm an elf with an
Just
Arumi.
to let
There you go.
everyone know, we had pushed this back until Wednesday, so Chuck would have time to do all this stuff. And then Grace said, "No, let's do it today." So
We have internet superstar Charles Cumbo in the wings,
that's right.
forging away. You know, you can't get better than that.
You cannot. Get
Oh
back.
yes, you can. Yeah, that's my wife.
I don't think you can.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna work
Oh,
on
my God.
add-ons. I'll be here, but I'm not ignoring anybody on purpose except for Dirty Dwarf. But I will be here.
So this is not this is related to CNC, but I'll keep it brief. I have a friend who's running me through Castles and Crusades on Monday nights. He has never played it before. He's never run it before. He played 3.5 for a million years, and he started playing this. And he's getting to the phase where it's starting to click, and he's starting to like get it because he's like, oh, there's all these like what's all this? But he ran this encounter with the crypt thing from Monsters and Treasure. Right in front of the crypt thing is the Coatl. And there's a list of super powerful spells that the Coatl has. And he saw that and thought that the crypt thing had all these powerful spells. So we're fighting this moldy old skeleton. We're 4th level. And it polymorphs into an adult black dragon.
Sick.
And I'm like, I know how strong a dragon is. No one else at the table is familiar with the game enough to know how fucked we are. And he's like, okay, what's this DB? I'm like, that's your damage bonus. He's like, what does that do? I'm like, you add that to every die roll. And he's like, he assumed that the breath weapon is equal to their age category. So like this adult dragon is doing like 12, like 3d12 fire damage. I'm like, no. Look at the table. He's doing like 8d12. And he's like, oh my God. And then almost everybody died. And then one guy got away. And then he decided, because the crypt thing just wants to be left alone. It talks about how it just wants to be left alone. So it used its teleport ability to just shoot us back all out. And then he could collect us and then we'd limp away. But that was really funny.
That's hilarious. You know, way back in the day, when I was playing AD&D, I played with this group, New DM, and I remember me, and I can't remember who was Charles, Chuck, whoever was with me, and I killed this fire giant. I did like 14 points of damage, and I killed a fire giant. And I thought, well, that's crazy.
That's a bit.
You rolled that bad, and then I killed another fire giant at like 15 or 16 points of damage. I thought, okay, something's wrong. And then when someone else killed a fire giant, I said, dude, how are you doing those hit points? And he said, well, it's got 12 hit dice. It's got 12 hit points. Nope.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, buddy.
I feel like a badass killing a fire giant at 16 hit points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have blown past another our first stretch reward, and I think
Oh Christ! Let me update that real fast. I
Have we?
completely forgot about
You know, speaking of things we would tweak, I would give some of that dragon treatment to like the giants and stuff. So so the giants had a little more hit points.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or like the damage bonus or whatever. Maybe not damage bonus, but give them like a little baseline bump. The hit
That
points.
would be interesting. That damage
Yeah.
bonus on the dragon is ferocious.
It's arguably too much.
Steven, can you drop me that PSD that you were working on earlier? I forgot. I still got the old one here.
Absolutely.
But I love
Thank
that they all get those like they have like a minimum set hit point ranges that are like a lot more than it would be otherwise. It helps with their survivability a whole lot.
If you kill a dragon in Castles and Crusades, you have achieved something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a really cool scene though, because he like the one guy who survived was playing a knight. And he had the lance. He was on horseback, and the thing came down to breathe fire on him, and he got that triple damage from the lance on horseback. He almost killed it, but the dragon's like, no, I'm not coming down again. I'm just gonna stay up here and breathe. I'm not doing that again.
Okay, so let me ask you guys. So, and this is for the chat too. So I have this difficulty with dragons in that whenever I imagine a dragon, okay, I can't imagine them like those St. George and the Dragon things where the dragon's the size of the horse or smaller. Yeah. Okay, I cannot in my head imagine a small dragon. They're always like smog sized. Always. Even baby dragons are smog sized. So I rarely ever use them in the game because I cannot imagine them small. Now I've recreated a scenario where I can create them small. But in my head, I still imagine them as these huge, magnificent creatures, nearly impossible to slay. I just can't.
I've never had that relationship with dragons. I always picture them as like kind of big, like like the like children's fairy tale dragon where it's got this big fat pear-shaped body and this long skinny neck, and it's maybe the size of an elephant, maybe a little bigger. That's the default in my head. I don't even think of them as particularly intelligent, which is a jack to me because they're a lot cooler when they're intelligent. But that's just the default in my head.
Yeah, my default is probably small. I think that would be my default setting for a dragon.
My default for sure are big, and I really have to, when I'm running a dragon encounter, is ratchet it down. Because when it bites it does like 2d10.
It's like 3D. It's like 3d8 damage. Yeah.
Smog's damage would be a lot.
now, are we talking book smog or movie smog? Because those are two wildly different. Those are two wildly different animals.
The cartoon smog, I would say.
Okay, well he's pretty big.
Yeah.
But he's talking to a half person, so he'd really be relatively half the size to an adult male.
I'm trying to think. I guess the one in the movie is big.
It's like Godzilla size. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I really push those movies out.
But that's how I picture a dragon is that size.
That big?
Yeah.
Mine aren't that big for sure. I don't picture them.
Yeah, but I go through like I don't know, just looking at art, and I see these smaller dragons, and I'm like, I wish I could imagine them that small, so that I'd be more willing to put them.
Here's what you do: you just imagine that a wizard just came by and cast Reduce on them, and they failed their save, so they're just naturally little guys.
Yeah, they're little bitty dragons.
You have to imagine dragons, Davis.
I'm waking up.
That's a great song, actually.
I think I played that song until it was so beaten to my head. I was like, I can't listen to that. I played it for like
that's
a
one
week
of those songs that's like always on the radio. Like,
yeah.
So you're like, oh my god.
The weird thing about that song, the first time I heard it, someone had put it to a montage of Walking Dead crap, and I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening.
You're watching Walking Dead AMVs.
Yeah, I was just watching it. This song's kind of cool.
You're like fighting in slow mo. You're like, yeah. That's the kind of shit I would watch when I was like 13 on YouTube. I'd be like, I'm gonna look up this character I like doing cool things. Maybe slow mo.
I can beat that.
Right.
I would watch Sims music videos.
Oh no, that's bad.
People would take like My Chemical Romance songs and then like film their own like music videos in Sims.
Is so fun. Well, funnily enough, I used to do when I was much younger. I would do that with there were RuneScape music videos.
Oh my god! Stop.
But there's like very limited emotes in the game, and what you say appears above your head in this ugly font,
Yeah.
and so it'd just be like models with that text above their head in time with the thing, like doing dances and then wearing cool armor.
That's
And
awesome.
they try to act out scenes from the songs, and it was just pathetic, but I love it.
It's cute. I don't know. It's kids making art. Whatever.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
8-year-olds with the unregistered Hypercam 2 in the corner, like, and then, yeah.
How Unknown Scholar wants to know, how are these classes different than the previous printing/edition? I already backed it. I'm just curious, and I bet others want to know.
So what I've done is I've gone through. Chuck put up a board on Discord for people to kind of make comments about things that they found that needed to address, and I had discovered, like in the Oath Sworn and one of the other classes, some things needed to be addressed. So we did some minor fixes throughout, and then each of the classes is addressed from the 13th to the 24th level with new abilities and the chart, experience points, all that stuff. And it's all going to be laid out exactly like you see the 10th printing of the Player's Handbook, so it'll be in tandem. I think Grace posted. You get a little sample of that. No, we didn't post it. We need to get a sample of because Peter did some of the pages and sent to you, remember?
I didn't get any with characters on them. I only got the one image
You
that
sent
had
me
like the
some
backpack
character
on
art,
it.
which I gotta post.
Yeah,
I'll
hold
post
on.
I have the
He did.
character art.
Well, he laid out the magic user. I'm getting it to you.
Okay, yeah.
So if you have art, there's some that needs to go on Patreon, so don't post it elsewhere.
That's right.
Yeah.
So let me give you something different than the magic user because that's already out there. I'll find you.
Give me something different.
Yes. Have you sent the Patreon
Okay.
out today?
I haven't. I've already posted today, but it was the one that was supposed to go Tuesday
Okay.
or Friday. So I still need to post something else today. I'm gonna do 2 posts today because I owe
Okay.
him one. But give me something else that's not on the page
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
Something
I'll get
nobody's
it to you.
seen.
As soon as we shut this stream down.
Sure,
All right.
sure.
Yes.
Which, by the way, check out our Patreon. Right now, there's a really cool encounter from Free Fire Zone, which is coming out tomorrow, right?
We're hoping
Okay.
the chaos caused by today will no doubt. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this with very guarded voice because I don't want anyone to get too excited. But I have a notification that Beneath the Canopy Green is arriving today.
I'll believe it when I see it.
That's what I'm. That's right.
Yeah,
Hey.
So
Hey,
yes.
you guys, before I forget, you need to hold the horses on that thing. I did not go into that document. You never gave it back to me to change the death percentage chance.
Oh.
Oh yeah, yeah. The excerpt you sent me didn't have my revisions in it either, so I don't know if
Okay. All right.
you're working on a different copy, or it's fine if my stuff got rejected.
No,
But,
it didn't get rejected. I thought that was yours. Clearly, it was not. So, but I was working on a Kickstarter, so I just got that to you as quick.
Yeah, it's fine. I get it.
What happened to this?
A Wolf Alone is distributing the good news. OMG, Steve just said we're all getting it for free and it's being delivered to us today.
Whoa!
Along with a pony.
Open up your mailboxes, ladies and gentlemen.
It's coming your way.
It's already there.
Whether you like it or not.
Check in the top tank of your toilet. It's in a Ziploc baggie. Don't ask us how we got it there.
How do we get there? You don't want to know. We use the Ethereal Knight.
Yeah. Okay, no, like the Ethereal Knight is like a Tooth Fairy type character.
Yeah.
Like a leprechaun or something that like goes around and
That's so fun.
yeah.
I want to play that character.
They just like
That's what we
have their
should
one
do.
village, and they're like, I give money to children who lose their teeth, and they're like, why do you do that? It's like, it's a tough world. The griffins are real. It's a pretty rough life out there, you know. And you just get eaten, so give them something nice.
Yeah,
Right.
they deserve it.
Yeah.
They're gonna die by the time they're 30.
Yeah, we're living in traditionally built medieval villages, and there's flying monsters everywhere.
Yeah,
So you know, any day now we're all gonna get eaten.
they shit in a hole in the
Yeah.
backyard, so let's just give them something.
Yeah, you know.
All right, Grace, I put it in our Signal chat. You should have 2 completely laid out classes: the magic user and something else.
There was an Audiog in the outhouse last week. I've still not recovered from that.
I got bitten by a rat with shingles.
Ooh.
How does
That's
a
not
rat
even
get
magical. That's
shingles?
just like, it's just like real.
Ooh, all right. This is beautiful. I will distribute this at some point.
Yeah, do a graphic like you did for the backpack. Or just take one page of that and then, you got it.
Yeah,
Uncle Billy got turned into a ghoul. You know, it's been a rough season. I gotta say.
What we should do is all pick a different like folk figure. I don't know if folk is, if this is the right use of that word, but like, you know, Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, Bigfoot, like little mythical figures and like modern stuff,
Every
and assign
child's
them.
3 favorite fictional characters: Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, and Bigfoot.
That's the big 3, baby.
Yeah.
The Olympians of childhood. But assign them each an adventures backpack class,
Oh God.
and we all play a one shot as them.
I'm gonna play Frosty the Snowman.
What class is he?
Well,
He's an oath sworn.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Frosty would be a magic user, and he gets his power from his hat.
That's right.
Yeah.
Would that be a divine knight? Gets his power from his hat?
Oh, maybe.
Oh yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Because
He's
they
a
got
servant. Ironically, he's a servant of like the god of fire. So, you know.
It's the irony of irony.
Yeah. He doesn't know. He's like, oh, what's that?
We should play these. We should play these iconic characters in Davis's game.
Oh yeah, let's like
Ninja.
See how long they survive.
all these twee characters he's getting mauled to death by a
The Loch Ness monster. A Wolfalone wants to play the Loch Ness.
Loch Ness monster, I think, would be a thief. Very sneaky, easy to lose.
Yeah, there
you
you
get attacked by a pangolin.
Pangolins are real.
Yeah, I know. And it does 88 D8 points of damage per attack. And you
That's
get
some
infected
pangolin.
and you die. There.
Okay.
That adventure was over really
That was a really
quick.
fun game, guys. I have to
Yeah,
say.
thanks. I was so excited to play it. I had a great time. Thanks, Davis.
Traveler ass shit.
No. Let's see. How could you play that?
Davis generated a traveler character who died during character creation, and he thought, I can make this faster.
We
I
beat
did improve
20K.
Dude,
20K
I
Hey.
loved
stretch
going through the
goal.
traveler.
Ding,
God
ding,
damn
I
it.
loved going through the traveler character creation. I thought it was
It's
awesome.
a great gamble. It's fun.
Yeah.
We just hit 20K.
We just hit 20,000, Grace
We
said.
said
Fix this
20K.
now.
Excellent.
Holy crow.
Woo, woo, woo.
So- That unlocks all 4 classes: the dwarf, elf, the gnome, and halfling. Is that right? No.
No,
We've only
Gnome
locked
and
in the
Halfling
first
are
2.
25K.
When are we going to get a half-orc class, Steven?
I think
They're-
we're gonna hit 30K by the end of the day.
You think?
Yes,
Oh,
That
yeah.
would
Are
be
you kidding?
absolutely-
Yeah.
That would be absolutely fantastic.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen.
And that Rune Lore book, the Rune Lore Reforged. Where did my Rune Lore go? We're going to revisit the original book that the Rune Mark came out in, and resurrect a lot of the content from this that has just kind of fallen away. The spells in it from the Rune Spell book from the 99 Love Pledge Letter. It'll be good. Be very, very good.
Will those runes need to be formatted as the new spells, or do you not want to do that?
I don't think they need it, Jeremy.
But like adding the flavor text and the stats at the bottom.
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to do that.
Yeah. Just to make it match. We don't have to, but
Yeah.
it's just more, it's stuff to do, but you know.
I will get started on that immediately.
Okay, you want to do that?
Yeah, I'll get started on it. In fact, you know what? There's a young intern joining us. Was supposed to join us yesterday, but it sounds like a job for the intern to do.
Now, don't throw them to the wolves. Explain what they're doing and why they're doing it.
We're about to make so many intern jokes now.
I need to shoot him an email. He emailed me yesterday after that interesting confusion of communication that went on. Rune Lore Reforged. Yeah, I don't know. We might make it. That would be fantastic.
I think it's gonna happen today.
Oh, then we have to come up. Do we have other stretch rewards? We have other stretch rewards beyond it.
We've got a few, yes.
Yeah.
I think 3 more that we haven't addressed. There's the dragon riding. That really kind of goes in a different book.
Yeah.
It was originally in the
Mystical Companion.
Mystical Companions, We could put that back in there. I don't see why we couldn't.
We definitely could, but there's floating around the offices is the idea of doing a book dedicated to dragons, where we really expand on dragons. And that might go in there better, maybe.
Well, I'll tell you, Stephen, part of that playable monsters thing that you had me working on, I did dragons.
Oh.
They're busted as hell, but you can play them.
Well, that was the first main project you worked on, and you haven't in 2 years ago.
I'm sure I have to reforge all of it now.
Okay.
But so basically, I get to start from scratch again, and half the monsters that I picked aren't in the book anymore. So that's another interesting wrinkle in that.
That's the troll lord thing the whole time.
But the dragons, you pick your dragon, and then you can choose dragon as your class. And as you gain levels, you get dragon powers, or you can just go with the traditional class, and you have like your dragon is a magic user, and so they have magic user abilities, and they don't have the more traditional dragon powers. But you're playing a dragon, and it comes with this big fat disclaimer that says you're either all doing this or none of you are doing this. Because we're not mixing paints on that.
Yeah.
That makes sense, though. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that would be a cool, fun book to have. I really do. I'm really hoping in the next. We're already really there where we're able to revisit. I've been able to revisit Codex of Plains and Alstrad quite a bit. And really one of the upheavals at the moment is this building that we're working on. Once it gets done, I can free up a little bit more time. Even not done. Once it gets started, then it's,
Well, I don't know, Steve. You're gonna have to pull those. Are you GCing, or are they gonna pull all those permits and stuff for you?
Oh no, there's a general contractor. I'm not.
Okay.
I debated that for a little while, but
honestly, save you some money, but it's a lot of work.
It was the permitting that made me think this isn't worth it.
No, it's not worth. It's not worth the time.
No, I don't have the patience, and I thought Dakota probably could do it, but he's 3 weeks behind in the print shop, so.
That's why you hire people. That's why they're there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we have before.
Do you think Bill Gates pulls permits when he has a?
And he buys half the farmland in the United States? No, I don't think he does.
Hey, did we address Dread Monkey Lord's question? Will all things Rune Lord be included in the one book?
So that's been the hot topic about this whole project, because as it stands with no rune spells whatsoever, the Adventurer's Backpack is going to weigh in roughly at 200 pages, and the rune spells take up roughly 60 pages. So that was going to bump this book up to about 300 pages, which we really weren't inclined to do, and that's why the pledges come with a rune spell book. It's a 20 or 30, whatever, a 50-page book that has all the rune spells in it, separate and apart, so that you can get your spells, you get your Adventurer's Backpack, and here's your spells for your rune mark. Now, in the Adventurer's Backpack will be the class itself and the 2 pages or 3 pages of how to play, how to do the rune mark, and the other 2 pages of creating the relic. So once the rune, if we hit 30,000 and we unlock the Rune Lore Reforged book, we're going to leave the class and the how-to in the Adventurer's Backpack, but we're going to take all of the stuff from Rune Lore that was cut years ago, this book, and we're going to put it back in. We're going to put them with the spells and the class and the how-tos, and it'll be roughly 80 to 90 pages. So you're basically going to walk away with the Adventurer's Backpack, where you have your class and the rules and how to play the runes. You're golden. But your Rune Lore book will have all of the Rune Lore stuff in it, if that all makes sense.
Rune Lore deserves its own thing.
We're getting close to it being a hardcover book, too. We can technically hardcover at 99 pages. I don't really like to. It's kind of thin. Yeah. Or 96 pages, but 128 is a good size.
I mean, I can't. Yeah. Because I'm supportive of moving it all into it, because it's such a. I mean, like you said, anyway. But I'm trying to think of things you could add to it.
There's a whole ton of stuff in the Player's Guide to Erd that is now in the wind. There's all kinds of mess all over the place. Well, the bank asked for a list of our publications. I know you published one thing on Edgar Rice Burroughs, and I'm thinking, oh my God, that's 250, 300 titles. I mean, it's a lot of titles.
Yeah.
Stuff in the wind, lots of it.
Who will think of the banks? Who will protect the banks?
Who indeed?
The poor banks.
Who's gonna protect their investment?
It's all very exhausting. We are exploring. So, for those of you who don't know, Trollard Games is in the process. We've already purchased the land, and we're in the process of building a factory, a facility to continue printing, expand our print operations, warehousing operations, all of that bullshit. But one of the things that I'm thinking of doing is we're going to put, and I've got the troll brain trust has to get together and figure out the best way to do it. But we're going to do bricks where you can purchase a brick, have your name stenciled on the brick, or your store's name, or your convention's name, or your character's name, or whatever. And we're going to build that either into the side of the building itself, or because we're going to have, what's it called, wainscoting. We're going to have brick wainscoting around the building, wainscoting, and or we're going to do a sidewalk walking up to the front door.
Now, are you engraving those bricks?
There's a company here in Arkansas that does it.
Really? Okay. Well,
That's
then sure, go for it. Yeah.
That'd be awesome if I did it.
Now you
Hey,
you
guys,
can
where's
get
your
an
CEO?
engraver that'll engrave it. You can
He's
buy
not
an engraver
engraving
that'll
bricks.
engrave it.
He's in the yard.
If you want to do that, Davis, I'll get you a bunch of bricks and you can engrave everything.
So you're gonna do like a proper brick wainscot. You're
Yeah,
not gonna, because they have like facade ones where it's like all assembled and you just lay it up.
this is brick because they're having to put in extra footing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Now
Yeah,
here's the
not the
question.
facade.
That's premium, but you got discerning taste, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Look,
well, I
look.
don't. This is, and you guys know this about me. I don't want to just build some ugly metal build. That pasture is beautiful.
Yeah.
It is this beautiful 5 acres of, well, it's mostly non-indigenous garbage plants that need to be sprayed and killed.
Bunch of crabgrass, you know.
Yeah, that kind of crap. But it's a beautiful pasture, and I hate to do anything to it. So if we're going to do something to it, I want the building to look nice. I want it to have, obviously we can't afford to do a giant brick factory. That would be awesome, but that's not quite in the cards. The question becomes, so basically there's 2 buildings that we're building. There's the office building, and then there's the warehouse print shop building. I mean, the warehousing building. And currently, and it's going to cost a little bit more, I'm having that wainscoting put on the warehouse as well. It's definitely going on the office. That's not negotiable,
Yeah.
but it would save a penny on the warehouse if we did not do it.
It would look good.
I think it would look great. I really do.
Do you?
I think Steve and I are of the same opinion on this. Is that, and it's borne out. There have been studies been done it. I'm going to call it the gross uglification of this country. I'm not going to hold any bars back on this one. It's the metal shed after metal shed after metal shed. Every building is identical. They're all that same, whatever. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
And now city developers or whatever, what do they call urban developers, have words for them. These areas that develop this core of ugly shit just stretched down the
You know
highway.
what's funny about that stuff? So Cave City got hit pretty good by a tornado a couple months ago. Now I go through Cave City all the time, and there's this little section where you can see where the tornado went through, and it just picked up and disintegrated several of those metal buildings. They're just gone. But there's a brick house and there's a stone house right on either side of that area. They're damaged for sure. There's roof damage and windows blown out and whatnot, but they withstood that F2 or whatever it was that went through there. So all these metal buildings, they can't. I don't know. I got a huge problem with it. I don't care that people have $1 billion. I don't begrudge anybody being a billionaire. That's great, wonderful. I'm glad you made it. But for God's sake, do something cool with it. I mean, build a bridge that looks nice, or leave a mark behind. Do something.
Yeah, I mean, and you can go look at like Carnegie, for example.
Yeah, perfect.
And for as much of a bastard as he was, and a horrible fucking employer, and all the shit that he did, at least with some of the money, he left something enduring. And
opened libraries and
yeah.
What's better than a library? Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then there's also, what is it? The lack of color.
Oh yes.
Yeah, color has disappeared. Now, if you'll take a look, if anyone will go take a look, this is really interesting. The Witcher game, PC game, as doing its release or like previews of its next volume 4, whatever. And if you go look at their release videos, the gameplay, there's color. There's a lot of color. So hopefully we're getting color coming
I
back.
hope so.
You know, because you drive down the road and it's all just like grays and whites and, whatever. It's all
Everyone
the same
wants to
thing.
be neutral. Yay.
Exactly,
Well,
exactly. But if you look at
all
like these,
my brain pan.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a practical reason for that, which is
No,
that it
that's
can
a
get
good point.
filthy and you don't have to clean it because you can't tell.
right? I know.
Yeah.
It's
Hey.
like in college we had what they're called. Because I helped one of the ways I made money in college was to clean apartments,
I know you-
right?
Yeah.
And
Hey,
human
Dave.
beings, huh?
Dave, I'm going to interrupt your diatribe for a minute because I know it won't stop for days on end. Dakota?
Hello.
Everybody, you've met Dakota. Dakota is hard at work. What are you working on now?
The Crusader 28.
Crusader 28.
Send me a copy.
Binding and cutting. We're going to get the backers first, then you get your copy.
Oh, come on.
This is a launch party for the Adventures backpack. It finally went
I
live.
don't remember what was the phrase we decided to go with.
What was it, Grace?
Pack your bags.
Take only one. Pack your bags.
Pack your
Pack your bag.
Pack your bags and get out.
Gear up. We should go gear up.
Gear up. See, I wanted to see, like, say, grab your go bag or something.
That was right. Yours was the go bag.
Mm.
Grab the go bag.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Well, I just thought Dakota could stop in and say hello to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
See, Dakota's out there sweating, and we're all sitting in our air conditioning talking on
Hey, it's hot as shit out there.
Is it really?
I got the AC set on 65.
Disclaimer: I don't have any AC.
Well, there you go. So Chuck feels you.
Me and you,
Oh.
Chuck. Me and you, Chuck. Hey, we're even matching
Yeah.
shirts today, Chuck.
Look at that.
Hey.
Hang there.
Yeah, my HVAC's down for good. So
Oh, man.
yeah, good times.
That's awful.
Don't
So
just
back this backer kit. Steve
So he-
said if we get 150 grand, he's gonna buy me an HVAC kit.
dude. Hey, Chuck. If you want to don't repair it. Okay, honest to
Oh,
God.
there's no repairing it. It's done.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Dakota knows. You get what are those called?
Do
Half
what?
splits. The half splits.
Oh, the mini splits.
Yeah, you're talking about.
Those are good, yeah.
Make sure if you get mini splits, you get like good brands because we got some crappy ones. And they leak down our wall. So
Yeah, no, that's
But
the problem.
they
The
do-
problem with
they
this
do
house
work
is
well.
with it being all brick, and I already have ducts run.
oh,
Doing mini splits would be counterintuitive because I'd have to rip
Chuck,
all that part and run the lines.
Just get a bag. Get a bag, put some ice in it, and hang it in front of your fan.
Well, I got plenty of mice, you know that, so no problem.
I did that one time. Our power went out of our house for like 5 days in the middle of summer, and it was like 110 outside.
You can get
And I
those.
put a fan on the kitchen
If I don't,
with the refrigerator because I had it hooked up to a generator.
You can get
Just-
pretty killer window units at this point, I think.
I was gonna say
If I
window
don't-
units
well,
are probably the best.
yeah,
They've come a long,
I've got some.
long way.
My brother's going to give us some, but if I don't get the mice problem fixed and the HVAC fixed, I will be moving to Arkansas because I will get my ass kicked out of here and I'll have to come down there and live. with
It's just
you
gonna be warmer down there, brother.
It don't matter. It's better than being next to an angry wife. I'll just tell you that right now.
You got 5 acres. You can set up on it.
Being out there, I'll be working at night with Dakota.
You have a generator hooked up to a computer, typing away.
With walls.
You're in a tent.
I needed
Oh god.
price.
You have a gas stipend to fill your generator. Sitting out there typing away.
We did have a question.
Good.
Yes.
Fire away.
Thank
Thank God someone's paying attention.
Oh yeah, I don't even have it open.
From KevCon1. Can we learn more about the Ahild's Keep adventure?
Adel's Keep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's,
Adels. Yeah.
it's a great big not dirty. It's a great big.
Oh,
The adventure was written as a tournament scenario that was played last year at this previous GaryCon. It was sort of like the Wild West meets Moria was the premise.
That's cool.
So you're like in this old abandoned, not abandoned, but this rundown town in the Badlands that was, connected to an old silver mine. and through your various adventures, you discover this this epitaph of this dead dwarf lord, giving directions to his keep, which was out in the rock, out in the way out in the Badlands. That was this huge silver mine with this like bottomless vein that got overrun by an evil dragon and a horde of other monsters. And so you follow its directions, make your way there, and it's I pulled a lot from. Hold on one sec. The camera's on. Tipple. Thank you. Okay. Good. Hello.
Yeah, Jeff. Just check Discord, Jeff.
What was I saying?
Meets more the Wild West meets Moria.
Yay.
We're running it at Gary Con.
Yay.
I was like, what's wrong with what is Steve doing? I thought, why is he wearing a hat? Never mind.
I modeled it really heavily off of
Me
Temple
too.
of Elemental Evil, where it's this huge thing, and if you go in choosing violence, you're probably not going to get very far. There's a lot of different factions in there that do not like each other.
Yeah.
So
Always choose violence.
you might get killed at the front door then.
Not if you have your backpack.
That's right. If you have your adventurer's backpack, you will not.
It's 100% guaranteed to shield you from all the threats. All of them.
Oop, there's an idea.
Actually, yeah, because I'm fucking my knuckle up again.
Did you call those people?
No, I didn't call them. I sent an email because they prefer emails.
Doesn't matter. They're not answering emails.
Well, the binder sucks, by the way. And I'm leaving. You're on your head.
Your binders.
We're
The
at
nipping table is-
25K and 200 backers.
Oh wow, that's
Ding, ding,
fantastic.
ding.
We are closing in on 30,000, aren't we? You might be right, Grace. You might be right.
You thought we were gonna do like 25 total on this, right?
My estimate was top end about 30, top end 40, but I figured about 30 is where we land.
Gang.
We have
We're
a
gonna do
hype
60
train, or a backer train, I should say. I guess a hype train is on Twitch.
Mhm.
Backer train with 200. I guess as long as someone backs in the
200
next
strong.
9 minutes. Yep, that's crazy. Excellent.
Yes.
Yes. I do have the mock-up for the Gary Gygax's Legendary Pantheons. That landed in my inbox. We could post that in the stream. I do want to send that to I want to update the Kickstarter yeah, that is a Kickstarter.
I kind of, my brain like static came in and out. Did you say the cover of the Pantheons book?
The mock-up. So
The
he does the sketches of them first, sends it over for approval. That landed, yes.
Cool. Thanks. Thanks for letting me clarify.
That will be landing in your signal in about 10 seconds, because we do need to do an update to that Kickstarter. Let
Love
them know that we've got this one live and that their latest cover is well on its way to being complete.
Juan Cholo has a question from YouTube. I don't remember if I asked this before, but are there mass combat rules and castle siege rules for CNC?
Yes, those are in a book called Fields of Battle, which I do believe is on the website for sale. I'm going to double check. Sadly, we have not migrated everything over from the old store.
Yeah, I don't think it was on there last time I looked.
That's cool looking.
Yeah.
Yes, it is on there. So Fields of Battle is what you're looking for. It has mass combat rules and siege rules in it. Yes.
Hey, throw that up in the chat.
You got it.
Actually, I'm gonna put that on Twitter too. Yeah. I like Fields of Battle. Do we need to reforge it?
Maybe I don't.
I
don't
guarantee
know.
you there's something in there.
Yeah. Do what?
I guarantee you there's something in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Because it was written back in the day.
It was, but are there spells? I haven't looked at that book in forever in a day.
I mean, on the off chance it references a monster that we changed the name of.
That is true.
Still gotta check it. Still
Yeah,
gotta check it.
That is true. I forgot because there are monster stuff in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it used to be a box set, but now we got it as a book.
The box set was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It had playable pieces and a map and all kinds of crap.
Was it? It was like a war game.
Yeah, more like a war game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It came with
Did you ever play it?
counter sheet maybe twice,
Yeah.
1,000 years.
I did with Casey. Me and Casey played it several times at conventions, and I've
Oh, that's
played
cool.
it. But yeah, I really enjoy it. I enjoy those types of games though too. Always have, always will. Any battle game.
Never been a super big war gamer. It's
Dude.
also intimidating to me.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I love war games.
I'm a
Good
huge. I
question.
love those ones.
Are we gonna be live for like a little bit more?
So, do we do that craziness while we stay live
Until the backer train ends?
Oh God, are you insane?
It did wonders last time.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
And yeah, and
Yeah.
it would have kept going except everyone.
Yeah,
Everyone.
We literally had to
Yeah.
die.
Yeah,
How
the
long
only
did-
two
20
lingering at the end were me and Grace. That was it.
Yeah.
How long did we do that? It
It
was,
was,
It was all day.
14 hours or
Yeah.
something like that. Something insane.
it was wild.
Here's the thing. I'm just
So
gonna
we'll be on for a few. What?
I'm gonna
Yes,
run and just
go.
bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Go do what you gotta do.
I think everyone should get a nap.
Yeah.
Just so folks know,
A knapsack.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay,
Yes.
I went for sure. I don't know. So just so you know, there's only 4 people that backed it earlier. The $200 pledge level was mistakenly priced wrong. They probably didn't care, or they probably just saw the 200. But for those 4 folks, if you happen to check and you did back it for more, we'll get you a refund on the difference later. So there's just 4 of you. So anyway, just throwing that out there.
We will email them directly.
Yeah, we'll take care of them.
That's really the hardest. The hardest thing on setting up these crowdfundings is getting all of the pricing squared, and the more places they have us listed, the more chances there are for error, especially when we go back in and we find the book was $8 off or whatever. And TLG has a particular legacy issue with them because some of our books were published in 2000. Now those were updated at some point, but the prices are outdated. And if we had, so we print thousands, hundreds of covers, and if we had covers, we just use them and not raise the price. So it just becomes this whole thing that there's not a great, there's a decent pricing structure, but a lot of books kind of fall out of that. Probably 20% of the books fall out of that pricing structure. So it just causes chaos when we're doing something like this and trying to merge this, that, and the other. And that's what Chuck and that's one of the reasons it got delayed this morning, as we had to unravel some pricing. Chuck put them in at X. He said, look at these. I didn't look at them. And then when I finally did look at them.
Well, and then you messaged me at like 9 this morning. You're like, hey, look at these percentages. I was like, what?
Yeah, that was also, and that I think you got that set now in Excel, Chuck, don't you? That it automatically does it. Or have
What's
you done
that?
It's easy to do.
Yeah. I put it in our sheet now. I use that for bundles in the store. So yeah, you just calculate real fast.
Yeah.
God help me on that damn Microsoft
And
fucking
you know,
calculator. Anyway, sorry.
honestly, Davis, when you talk about moving away from Microsoft, which I would love to do,
Yeah.
but it's Excel that Excel is a great program, and I can't remember what WordPerfect's or Corel, whatever that company's called. Was it Quattro?
Sounds close.
It's something like that, and I don't think it's going to be as good as Excel is just a good program.
Yeah, it is, and I don't know that. I'm sure there is, but I don't know one off the top of my head.
Except when it reformats all of my equations into dates.
That is irritating.
Yeah, don't you like that? I like that when it does
There
that.
should be a way to like toggle, like this is not a math sheet. This is not a calendar sheet. This is a math sheet or something. I'm sure there is.
It's being
I'm
help.
just
It's
just
being
too stupid
helpful.
to find it. Yeah, it's being helpful. Yeah.
Metal Legionnaire says, any way to get into Castle Zagging if you missed the backer kit? We haven't actually looked at that. I know that backer kit has a way to do that, to set that up. We've been in contact with them. They told us to do X, and we haven't actually carried through. So it's one of those things. it's one of those things that we don't like to do it outside of the campaign, only because it creates that much more logistical for us to do. I think Bayark gets kind of set up. So it's really going to take me and Chuck taking an afternoon and kind of diving into that and figuring out what we got to do. So probably in the near future we'll get that set up, but it's one of those technical things that gets added to the list of technical. Chuck and I were talking about it this morning, when we started this business, and I am not recommending that we go back to this, but it was literally we would create a book, do ad copy, pictures, send it to distributors, and then they would solicit it to retailers, and then you would sell what you would sell, and that was it. And anymore, it's not. It's the Hydra now. I mean, there's so much more to it, but we get to so many more people, which is infinitely better. So
I think we've definitely seen the benefits of that.
oh yeah, by a long stretch.
Yeah.
And it's across the board. One of the things Jeremy's been working on really hard to bring up to speed is the Patreon account. And we've seen it's growing, and its content. We're releasing 2 things a week now.
I'm supposed to, but it's pretty close. Yeah.
You're hitting it mostly.
Mostly. Half the posts are, hey, I'm sorry, I was supposed to post this yesterday, but
It's a troll lord world.
Yeah.
SC Juan.
but you're getting 2 posts today if you're the Goblin tier or higher. So check it out.
There you go. Yes, check our Patreon if you haven't subscribed. Hop on. In your various campaigns, have any of you used money changers to make the players convert their old treasure hoard coins into the coin of the realm? I did back in the day. That was quite a thing. And there would be some shaving and some bribes. And back in the 80s when I was running pretty serious, campaigns that involved dukes and all of that stuff, I did quite a bit of that stuff.
Yeah, I really like to run it that platinum and electrum coins are like ancient mints. So like you take these to a town and they're like, what is this? They don't know it because their circulation is like a gold or a silver standard, and so they're like, okay, it's probably worth this, and then they won't accept it as tender, but they'll trade it out.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Yeah.
If you get into the Codex of Verity, you'll see I can't remember the names of them, but all the coins are named, and that is kind of a relic of those games I ran in the 80s that kind of carried over.
Yeah.
It's
Also
one of those things. Do it.
I also like to give out silver beads because they're like, I guess this is like a coin. I don't know, just weird stuff to get, like lots of weird things.
Yeah, and that's what it would be, right? I mean,
Yeah.
didn't Native Americans on the East Coast trade in shells? I think they did.
Some tribes, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know where.
Yeah, I think it was the East Coast, but I can't remember. Yeah, it's just, it's what's valuable.
It was the mound builders traded because they couldn't get any unless they happened to get lucky with the Mississippi if it suddenly went north.
Didn't somebody have like money sticks of some kind too?
That
They would
sounds-
like they would like decorate.
Yeah.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. What was that? Davis has left us. This is all built.
This would be
Davis.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about that because we were talking about the island of Yap and those giant round stones they would roll. Remember, like
Yeah.
Flintstones? They roll these giant wheels of stone around. This is worth X amount of money.
I used to think that when I was little, I used to think wooden coins would be a cool idea, but that doesn't make any sense. 'Cause they would just degrade like immediately.
What, wooden nickels?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you, Behind the Eddie. Very much appreciated.
Davis, we have a cultural anthropology question for you.
Has he
Okay.
returned?
Yeah.
Who
What?
traded in decorated sticks that they would like tie things to? It was like their currency.
I don't know.
We were talking about currencies that ancient peoples use, and we were talking about the shells that the Mound Native Americans used.
Yeah. There's been shells.
Somebody used sticks, I swear, that had like things
They did.
tied to them.
They
No,
did
that
cat sticks.
sounds very familiar.
Yeah.
There's been sticks, stones, and Jeremy, remember the ones you showed me the other day? The big round. Okay, I'll hit it in just a second. I think it's not the Maori, but one of the Polynesian tribes. There's been conch shells, carved shells, cocoa beans, chocolate, leaves, I don't know the stick ones off the top of my head.
Someone's probably screaming it in the chat. I should check.
Jeremy, I thought it was you who showed me the other day. But so on one of the islands, there's an exchange, right? A medium of exchange that's a rock, and the Romans used rocks for a while. They used stones, bags of stones, but these are huge, like bigger than me, and they would carve them.
Oh yeah, I've seen those at museums. They're like big wheels almost.
Yeah, they're like big wheels, and that was their medium of exchange. So literally anything can be used as a medium of exchange as long as it's understood to have value.
Monkey Butt says, I think the sticks were a Muslim credit card-like system.
I thought it was North or Central American, but maybe.
It's
I just picture in my head this thing where they had like the length of the string. Oh, maybe those were messages.
Those are what you're talking about is the Inca messaging system.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Guapa, Quipos, something? I can't remember.
They would wrap it in lengths of string.
Yes.
And if you coiled it or something, it would.
It had various knots on it and stuff like that.
Thicknesses, yeah.
Yeah. And we do not know what they mean.
Okay. As with most things.
Yeah, but they were still
Dude,
in use.
It was someone like your older brother who was sitting there and he just said, you know what, I'm going to mess with people. And he just made like 1,000 of these things. He just spread them all.
But that's happened recently with the Incan dinosaur carvings. Have you seen those?
No.
It's like 3 dudes in one village who've made thousands of these stones that look like cultural relics that have dinosaurs on them. And they just sell them they hide them in the woods, and these people are losing because they're like, oh my god, this is evidence of pre-extinction human contact, dinosaurs existing past the K2 mass extinction. This is incredible. And then they're like, where did you find this? Oh, near this village. Oh, and they go to this village and there's like these 3 guys and they're like, oh yeah, we paint those for fun.
That's awesome. Human jackasses. Lumi, our Quadrama says Lumi people used a combination of sticks with shells or feathers, I believe.
You know what this is building to, and I even hate to bring it into the world.
Oh yeah.
Is engineering money.
Yes. Dude, that's a great idea. That's it. Engineering money, and we create an economy of scale.
No.
At long last.
Now you've lost your mind.
No, please no.
That's really what people want to role play, an accountant.
Can we have like a new set of adventures backpack? Like the landlord is a new class.
Yeah.
The banker.
The
banker. The
hedge
lawyer.
fund.
So a game that I'm playing in right now is extremely political. And there's this faction of people called they're like money lenders. But at some point we were sitting around the table role playing the negotiation of a loan, and I got so angry I got up and left.
That would probably drive me.
That's when a thief would come in handy.
Yeah.
Greg Rage, I'll play the loan shark. Manfred says engineering money is a graduate class I took for economics. It is an interesting thing, and it's one like you probably should never do it, but
No.
and I know Dave is not talking.
It would be a nightmare to write. It would be like the most soul-sucking thing.
The money just doesn't work, and I'm fine with that. But
because you'd have to have like adjustments for supply and demand and like relative availability of resources. You'd have to have like a scarcity rating. Like, can you imagine doing all that? No.
Just hand wave it.
Yeah, exactly. One guy would love it. One guy.
Right.
You've answered my prayers. For 40 years, I've been complaining about this, and you've solved my problem.
But see, sort of functionally, the way the game is built, though, is that money's meaningless. Okay, and I think that's sort of an issue with the game in a way, because when you get into these treasure troves of tens of thousands of gold pieces, you're like, you can afford everything. There's nothing. You just walk in and say, hey, I want a set of tonlet armor, and I want it filigree and like gold and silver and gems from across the world. Here's my 50,000 gold pieces. I'll go kill another dragon.
All of that is really just for the set dressing, right? Because like Conan kills the demon or whatever, and there's a pile of gold there. He doesn't take every penny. He takes a a jewel or something, and then he leaves. It's
Yeah.
just there to like heighten the
Davis.
story.
What you
Yeah.
could do when the character shows up and he wants to buy a suit of leather armor and he's got 50,000 gold pieces, then the shop owner goes, I do have one. It'll be 25,000 gold pieces.
Well, see, that's how it would happen, and we
That's
know,
exactly how it would happen.
and we know that would happen because we have historical examples of that very specific thing happening.
Except,
Mensa Musa
Except-
destroyed the economy of Egypt
Yeah,
on a weekend.
yeah.
except in that interchange, a banker would show up and say, and I'll take 10%.
Then you'd have your financier who'd come in and he'd be like, well, I need
Right.
6%.
And
I'm
here's
your manager. I need 2%.
and the super reality is, if a lord or a king got wind of some character wandering around town with thousands of gold pieces, it would be gone.
They'd probably just kill his ass. Yeah.
They'd
Yeah.
kill his ass and take it.
Yeah.
Well, you remember the famous ending to the movie Dragon Slayer that came out in 81 or 82? When the wizard kills the dragon and the dragon's laying there dead, the king shows up, he gets out of his wagon, he walks over there and sticks his sword in the dragon and everyone cheers him.
I don't remember. All I remember about that movie is the dragon. So
That dragon was cool. That's a good
it's
movie.
a Vermithrax pejorative. I even remember the name.
Oh, that's very good. I did not remember the name.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here's a good example. I don't know exactly. No one knows, but the Templars.
Oh, yeah.
Acquired
And how
enough
did
wealth.
they end?
Yeah. The king said, "Oh, you got money. I want it."
Yeah. Well,
The
it's
king of
it's
France needed to balance
like-
it.
it's like the Italian merchant class, right? Like eventually they just start minting their own money,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
becomes its own problem.
How to mint money in Castles and Crusades.
How to mint coins and influence kings
There you go.
For dummies.
for dummies.
For dummies.
For dummies. Yeah.
An economy of scale for dummies.
Recently, Nick and I, but mostly Nick, I've been kind of sharing in it with him. I've been just enchanted by the idea of like adventuring as it's your job. You're not out like saving the world. You don't have a reason to be there aside from like, this is your job. It's got pretty good benefits. You make good money. You need it for something. And so it
What?
feels really nice to
It's
just-
a great way to do it. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
No, I'm watching a anime. I'm actually really getting into some of this anime because it so embraces that idea.
The premises of a lot of animes are really, really, really creative. and
Yes,
cool.
they really
Yeah.
are, and I didn't know this. So, and anyone out there who's really into anime or the history of it and everything like that, can correct me where I go wrong because it's sort of new to me.
We need Peter.
I
here.
say it's sort of new to me. Kent, you watched anime when you were a kid. Speed Racer, Battleship Yamamoto,
Star Blazer. Speed Racer.
Star Blazers, and then it just sort of disappeared. I think from both of our slipstreams.
Yeah, what was that movie came out in the 80s? Akira, I think?
Akira,
Yeah,
Akira. I
right.
watched. Yeah,
I never watched that, and so I never really kind of followed the anime slash manga.
well, what we missed out on, Kent, was something really, really cool, which is Lodos Wars.
Okay, I was just thinking that because Mac and Chris bring that up about every 12 minutes.
Yeah, because apparently, so Lodos Wars is a D&D game.
Behind the Eddie, yes, absolutely you can. Thank you.
For sure.
Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks.
Is a D&D game that was translated into comics and stuff like that, right? Or stories and then comics. They just kept the notes and dialogues and made a little comic out of it and then stuff like that and adopted the anime art style. Now, the anime art style, I can't remember the guy's name. This is interesting. I didn't know. So I actually went and read the MIT study on it. So there's the big eyes, small mouth that's associated with it. Like there's a reason for that. Like anime always has big eyes.
Oh,
And then
That's influenced by Walt Disney Animation because that was
Yes.
that
Yeah.
was the first. There was a
Bambi.
huge splash over there. Was
Yeah.
like early Western stuff, and they have big expressive eyes.
It was Bambi that was the breakthrough.
Yeah.
But the big eyes, small mouth, there's actual reasons why.
thank you.
It's a
player.
popular medium or an attractive medium to people. It goes to your motherly instincts or fatherly instincts to protect children. Children have bigger eyes, smaller mouths. Also, eyes were used to express emotion rather than the facial features and stuff like that. And and MIT has done this study where like
David,
you look at the eyes. Anyway, go ahead.
I
I was gonna
How-
say
how to ruin anything. So just this is Davis's entire life. He studies everything he enjoys.
I don't know what it says about me that it's supposed to trigger some sort of parental instinct, but I find that almost all anime has the most repellent art style to me, like ever. I hate it so much.
yeah. No, I'm not saying everyone will like it, but that's the attraction that it has. I mean, that's the idea. That's the attraction that it has.
That was their idea in kicking off that art style.
Yeah, I think what's his name was adopting it from Bambi, and I don't think
Cool.
I don't know if he actually
Kiri-
knew.
or no, Osamu Tezuka.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did Astro Boy and Kimba the Lion and some other really early stuff.
And then so anyway, no, Grace, you're right. So there's this thing. So Lotus War is like a D&D adventure, but all these animes I'm looking at, they totally embrace the idea of adventuring as a profession. That's just your job. I'm an adventurer. I'm a platinum level adventurer,
Yeah.
stuff like that. And I'm like, that totally embraces it. Because remember, Steve, when we used to play as a kid, if you mentioned like your level, I docked you a level.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I'm a 5th level fighter. It was like, no, you're not. You're a 4th level fighter now because you're breaking the 4th wall or whatever it is,
And I don't there was no quests with you.
Thank
There
you.
was no ever an overarching theme with you.
No, it was just you going from point A to point B
It was you know,
and crap happened.
it was survival. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably where my love of Overland began because you ran maybe a few dungeons, but not often. It was mostly Overland stuff that we did. Adventures here and there, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, what was that name of that mountains up in the northwest corner of Greyhawk?
There's the
Northeast. Yeah, Rakers.
Rikers.
Yeah.
Rikers are in the north.
East.
Yeah, east. Yeah.
Yeah, and you had to go over those mountains
Yep.
through that trail. And I killed you with a frost giant. And I killed you with
Now you kill me lots. Lots.
But you know who eventually made it over those?
Kane.
Kane did, and Eomer.
Eomer did too.
Yeah.
Kane is my most memorable. Talk about domains. Someone was talking about earlier. Kane's a character I played with my brother Zane. Davis ran the game. Now Kane is chaotic evil. Zane's character was not, and I remember abandoning Zane's character while he was, nailed to an X board, the cross thing, whatever, and our little duchy's capital was burning to the ground, and I fled. I took what money I had and I hired this mercenary group. And this is one of the funniest encounters. I don't know where I remember this. I couldn't have been more than 10 or 11 or 12. But I was going over that Raker section and I had about 50 mercenaries. We're all evil and we're fixing to raid the whatever land is on the other side. And this paladin comes over the hill. You roll an encounter, I don't know, decked out in knightly gear and all of that shit. And he looked at me and he knew that if he attacked me, he was going to die. So he just, because I was pretty high level, he rode into my group and he killed like 5 of my men. And I remember you describing this. And I just sat there astride my horse and let him kill my men. And then he rode on. And I said, okay, we keep going. It was hilarious. I don't know why, what. It was just hilarious.
Yeah, no, it was funny too. Like when you started playing Kane, and that influenced my style of running games because I never knew what you were going to do.
Yeah.
Now was he?
So I always had to have something in the background for something to happen. That's when, like the NPC book, like one of the reasons I got so into writing it is because I've been making NPCs my whole life, hundreds and hundreds of NPCs to cover any random situation that would come up my way.
Stupid characters were different.
Now is that Kane character? Is that a riff on that Kane?
Yeah, absolutely. It was.
Okay.
It really, and I had not read Carlator Wagner. I spelled the name Kain.
Okay.
But what inspired that character is the Frazetta picture
The red
of the
one,
dude in the winged helmet.
Oh.
You just want to talk about? He's coming out of like this.
Yeah,
Bramble.
he's coming out of a ravine and there's like a snake by his legs. Yeah, he's got a big helmet.
That's what inspired the character of Kane. And that's what. And then later I read but I guarantee you I got the name. Surely I got the name from the
Those
books.
those
Sure.
books are so good. That's a license we gotta fucking get.
It
Yeah.
could have been. Yeah, no kidding. It could have been Solomon Kane. Because Davis read a lot of Howard. I didn't read much Howard in those days. Davis read. He had a ton of Howard books. Heaped in pile. Davis and I shared a room back in those days when we were kids. Zane got his own room. Nikki got her own room. And Davis and I, we shared a room until I was like 15. So.
Oh man, that's
We
pretty
were
good.
we were the unliked kids.
That's right. And what was funny is we had a trundle bed. If you don't know what a trundle bed is,
I had a trundle bread with my
yeah,
little
it's a
brother.
regular bed that has a rolling bed that goes under it, right? So the trundle was mine, but when we wanted to play a war game, we would flip my mattress off and put the war game on the trundle, and I had to sleep on the floor.
on the spring mesh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good times, good times.
Very good
Oh
time.
man.
Yeah,
We're
I
about
remember.
1,400 away from 30K, by the way.
We are doing fantastic.
God.
We're flying.
Great.
Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your dog, tell anybody you
Spread the
can.
word.
Tell your
Are we
boss.
still in a-
I'll tell your
are we-
boss.
Are we still on a streak or no?
On what?
We should. Well, I got to stream in an hour anyway.
Yeah, we're still on a
Nah,
train.
I'm like, whatever. We're just here. You know.
We got 232 people on the train.
Well, just hey, we can just like take over your stream. Just continue this through.
We can do it.
Just change the
Yeah.
title.
Yeah, might as well.
Do you
I am
remember
working
the
in the
last?
background, by the way.
Do you remember the last game we played?
Of Kane?
Peter?
No, war game. I think this was the last war game we played, or tried to, and I set it up. It was Wellington's victory at Granny and Pa's house.
I do
Okay.
remember that.
Yeah, and I set it up on that. I got that big piece of plywood, and then got the wheels for it so we could push it under the bed, like after it was set up. And I spent anyone who's played Wellington's victory. It's a huge game with thousands of pieces, and you have to put those little chets in each little.
The maps are gargantuan.
Yes, no. So I went through all the trouble that day of setting that thing up. Like I spent 6 hours setting that stupid thing up, and we played like one round before dinner or something like that. And
Hey.
someone went in there and freaking knocked it over.
His name. I'm sure it was Zane.
I know it was Zane. He's never admitted to it, but I know it was him.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
We got some time. Apparently, we could play a quick game of the campaign for North Africa, the Desert War, 1940 to 43, which has a on the box. It says playtime up to 1,500 hours.
We got a quick 1,500 hours.
Surely we can do that.
Come on.
I
I think
think
to 10 players.
I think the funniest thing. So Zane's not in the chat. Obviously, he's our older brother. Funniest thing he ever did to me as a kid. I had all of these Native Americans, cowboys, all this stuff, and I had this. Davis had the dresser. I think I had the bureau. I can't remember, but anyways, the dresser was long. I cleared everything off of it, and I set all of these little plastic figures up on it, having this giant battle. And each one of them was probably about an inch, maybe a half an inch apart. They were so close. I was so happy with this ginormous battle that I was doing when I'm like 12. And Zane came walking in. He goes, "What are you doing?" So I got this battle going on. And he goes, "Oh, that's pretty cool. What happens if there's an earthquake?" And he shook the
Oh, man.
and they all just fell over. It was so funny. I just lost it. I'm sure I didn't lose it. I'm sure I yelled at him then, but
We do have a question in chat
what's that?
from Jackalblade. May we have clarification on the fine print? May not include stretch rewards.
So some of the lower pledges are just going to be that. Like I think that's the $20 pledge or $18 pledge, which is just a PDF. Some of the stretch rewards that come later down the line may not go into that. I think everything that has been open so far will definitely go in because they're all going into the Adventurer's backpack. But going down the line, if say one of the things we're looking at is the Player's Guide to the Haunted Highlands release, that will not be included at the $18 pledge level. So some stuff will, some won't. By the time you get to 99, I'm pretty sure everything is included. No matter what the stretch reward is, you'll get it in one way or the other. But in the two lower, you may not get it.
Sweet. $400 away from 30K.
Really?
Wow.
What?
Carolina.
When you said, "Oh yeah, we might do like 30K, 25K for this campaign," I was like, "No, we're not doing that. We're doing more."
I think we all knew it. Except, I mean, come on.
Well,
How we
Maybe.
do on the last one? Yeah, jeez.
yeah, this is doing exceptionally well. Now, this backer kit, man, I really need. I've just kind of
It's
let
funded.
Chuck and Grace do backer kit now. I don't really know what's going on anymore, which is kind of nice. But backer kit, tell us how many people have pledged in any specific level.
Yeah,
Sure.
Where do I find
it
it?
does. Just look actually at the pledge levels. It should show.
Oh, it shows it on the thingamabum.
Should, because it shows. Yeah.
Yes, it does. You're right. 141. I see. So where are we at?
We're like
I gotta track the
40K.
backpacks. Which level is the backpack? Which one is that? 350, right?
My friend was
Okay.
wondering if regular CNC books will be added to the add-ons, like our core books.
Yes.
We're going in now.
Chuck's doing that right now. Yeah.
Thank you, Chuck.
Actually, some of them's already in there. So if you want to start looking, you can. We're into a little bit of a stopping block for a second.
We're $42 away from 30K.
That is absolutely nuts.
Well,
Absolutely.
Thank you all so
Great.
much.
Yes. Thank you, everybody.
You will all be here helping us as we continually update the backer kit live.
Good work.
We thought overtime at the last day was a joke. Now we're in for overtime for the next 4 weeks.
It just
We should
never
just
ends.
run the stream continuously. Seriously, that would be awesome.
Just see what happens. We can roll
We get
shit.
Davis in here at 4 in. I mean, it can be it's doable.
He's awake.
Never Subathon.
Yeah, I'm awake at 4 in. You can...
We could just set it up to be perpetual stream and just hop in and hop out whenever you want. That would be cool, actually. Never done before. I'll throw that out there. That's all I'm gonna say.
If I went and took a nap now, I would be up all freaking night.
No one has ever live streamed a backer kit or a crowdfunding campaign from start to finish and never stopped. That's just
Now,
Oh,
probably
that
a world record.
That's like 30 days.
I mean, there's also something to be said for the fact that no one has ever shoved 15 tacks into their head.
You don't know
There's that too. There is that. Yeah, good point.
You have no idea what goes on behind closed doors. I'll tell you that. Some alleged person might be totally
Alleged
okay
person.
with shoving
Maybe.
a normal
Alleged
amount of
person.
tax into their head. Hypothetically, allegedly.
Uh-oh. Something just happened to the campaign.
Oh no,
Oh,
it's
no.
gone. No, it's good.
30K!
Rudor
Lord
reports.
have mercy.
Let's
Fantastic.
go. Thank you
Yeah.
all
Can you-
so
uh,
much for the
can you
support.
hit-
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, everybody.
Holy sh!
Sorry, Chuck, I cut you off. What'd you say?
I said we're gonna have to come up with some more stretch rewards like really fast,
Yeah.
and
Wow.
we also need to update the campaign news in the
Where are we
banner.
next up? What's our highest reward right now?
30.
What do you guys want to see? If you could have any stretch goals.
Yeah,
Now's
we've
the
got them
time.
all. We just
Pitch 'em.
Wait. Steve, don't we have a few more at like 35 and 40?
yes.
Okay, I don't know what.
That has become my favorite affectation of his. When Davis and I are talking, and he wants me to stop, he won't just say stop. He goes, stop, 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 stop. It's awesome.
I sent that over to you, Steve, that you wanted. I sent it to you in Signal. So, anyway,
Yes, Davis.
So
Man, those are good looking backpacks. Holy cow.
We got 4 more stretch rewards in the hopper.
Hey,
Yeah,
drop them in my chat or whatever.
you got it.
So, earlier today when you guys were on, you were talking about dual classing. I could not find that in the player's handbook. Is that a new thing for AVP?
I believe it's in expanded classes. Let me double check because Mark created a new thing, and I believe
Yeah.
there's class and a half, dual classing, and multi-class.
Yeah, multi-class and class and a half are in the PHP. I couldn't find dual class.
Mark Sandy worked for TLG for the better part of a decade. He's gamed with me since the 80s. And he was a huge fan of multi-classing. I've never liked multi-classing because it's the experience points progression is so slow.
Yeah.
People would be 5th level or 7th level and someone's 3rd, and it starts getting wompy with the hit points and whatnot.
Yeah.
But he absolutely loved multi-classing. So,
Wasn't he the one that was really big into Rollmasters or whatever it was?
oh yes,
Yeah.
yeah. He's a
Which-
rollman.
Which is super like build what you want kind of game. So that tracks.
Mark loved that stuff. He also, his favorite class was the monk.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, Jeremy,
Yeah.
when you did the races as
As,
or racial classes,
yeah. Well, no, I didn't do them as classes. I did them as races.
okay, never mind.
I was supposed to do them as classes, and I thought that's too much work. I'm not doing that.
Player sum, yes, it is.
Okay,
It is the
all
adventure
right.
from Gary Con.
All right, Steve, I'm just going to throw this out there on chat as a potential another thing and just see.
Yeah, let's hear it.
It would be a way up there because it would be a lot of work. And I told you I don't want to write anything ever again.
Okay.
Like class.
I don't know how that's gonna work, but
So
Again,
I'm
do it.
thinking we do racial classes.
okay.
But I get to add in my because I don't like for the elf to be like a human with pointy ears. Like you have to play it in a very particular pattern. So I'm thinking even do some crazy ones like orcs with their classes, right? But orcs only get experience points for destroying and killing stuff. They cannot get experience points from treasure. They cannot get experience points for social interaction. They cannot get any experience for that. It's only killing stuff, burning stuff, and destroying stuff. That's it. That's what they get, right?
That's cool.
I mean, experience is a way to incentivize the type of behavior you want to see at the table.
Right.
Because nothing else. Most players, most war game kind of based players, just want to get more powerful. That's really what they care about.
Yeah.
For a story game, that might not see very much success with that approach, but
I wouldn't care.
okay.
Well, I think if a player goes in, they're making a conscious choice for what kind of class they want to play, and
Yeah.
I feel like you would read that and be like, "Oh, cool. So I'm supposed to have this kind of play style.
Be
I'm
a
supposed
monster, yeah.
to-"
Yeah. You have to be the monster. You have to be the whatever. I don't
So-
know. That would take a lot of work.
Yeah, one of the things that I did when I was writing
Nick's
the
doing
monster book, the monster race player option book, was I didn't want to chicken out and avoid really powerful stuff. Obviously you're not playing a Titan or anything, but
Right.
I have a troll in there. I think I have an ogre magi in there too, which is really that's probably the most powerful thing in there.
Yeah, you do. You've showed me the ogre magic.
Yeah, but the and it's probably too draconian, but I think the ogre magi in particular requires 3 times the normal experience to level up.
Yeah, I remember you showed me the ogre magi, and I really, really liked it. I do not have a copy of it anymore.
I probably don't have it either. I don't know
You're
what I called
shitting
that.
me, really?
I don't remember what I called it. I don't remember what I called that document. Monster. Right?
Yeah,
I've got
'cause
like
he's-
700 million things called monster in my computer now.
I know,
After working
yeah.
on the M&T.
I know.
See
I
here.
know the
Monster race template. Is this it? I found the template. I don't have the PC option. Okay, I found the orc.
I found a folder called From Jeremy, and it was empty, so I didn't get over to putting everything
Okay.
from you into it.
Race. Races. Playing. Okay, I found the orc and the hobgoblin. But they were all in one. They're all in one thing.
Yeah, see, I don't have any of that stuff anymore. I didn't
Let
say-
me check my OneDrive. It's probably in there.
I don't go to OneDrive anymore.
No, I shouldn't either, but this one's up there. Potential monster PCs. That's it. Yeah, here it is. Yep. Dang, I got a lot of work done on this. Wow.
Yeah, I thought you had made some pretty decent progress.
Let's see. Avia, Bugbear, Centaur, Crabman, which is going to get thrown out because it didn't get into the. It's not in the MNT anymore, but I liked a weird thing. Durgar, Drow, Furbolg. I put a Flumph in there. He's not making it anymore.
Flump.
The Gig, the Knoll, Goblin, Half Ogre. I got a Harpy in there. That's probably too evil.
Dude, no, I'd love to play a harpy. That would be awesome.
What did I give it? Dark Vision, Captivating Song, and it gets 2 claw attacks. And a fly of 50 feet. But that fly, the ability to fly,
Is
is
powerful.
enormously powerful.
Yeah.
Because it's basically the equivalent of saying, oh, well, I named my character Tim, so I don't have to worry about gravity anymore.
Yeah.
It's on that level.
Yeah. And if you have any use of weapons and fly, you just fly up 50 feet, 60 feet.
What I would probably do is forbid them the use of armor and most weapons. Because they got weird, like, wing hands,
Yeah.
and they probably couldn't sustain flight in anything more than, like leather, maybe.
Yeah.
Hobgoblin, Kobold. Got a leprechaun in here. He's a little too. That's probably way too powerful. Lizard Man, Minotaur.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Minotaur would be a cool class to play.
Minotaur. Yeah, I played a Minotaur one time. He was a priest of a sea goddess who he offended, and so she turned him into a Minotaur. And in order to pay penance, every single scrap of treasure he ever got, he had to cast into the sea.
Yeah.
Which was a lot of fun because we would be like, we'd complete some adventure and I'd just take the chest and huck it into the water out on the open ocean, and they would get so mad at me. Hold on.
That and playing a creature, everyone's trying to kill you. You'd always be in a fight.
Yeah, that's fun.
You'd have to hide. I don't know. I really like the harpies too. I think that goes back to was it Sinbad that had the harpies?
Oh gosh.
That 1970s movie, 1980s, 1970s, or maybe 1960s, the stop animation or whatever it's called.
Oh,
the
that I haven't
claymation
seen.
movies.
I've seen the not Disney. I don't know if Disney did the animated Sinbad. I've seen, but
Oh, okay. No, there's the claymation. I don't know what it was. They used the little dolls or whatever, little claymation dolls.
that's cool. Wallace and Gromit style.
Oh man, this one would have been cool. I had mongrel men in here, which were in the Monsters and Treasure. They're not anymore. But you rolled on a table to see what weird body parts and powers you had. So you're like this mutant freak. Nymph.
No, it's Jason and the Argonauts.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Harpies, the harpy scene. I loved the harpy scene in Jason and the Argonauts.
Those things are like straight up monsters. They don't even they're really scary.
Yeah, that's how I imagine harpies.
Yeah, it's a good way to imagine them. Let's see, ogre. Yeah, ogre requires double the normal experience. Because he has a trait called slow learner, which is that he's not terribly clever or adaptable. Ogre mage. Man, he gets spells as he levels up. Yeah, he requires triple. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Probably too much. I don't know, maybe. Orc.
That sounds cool.
Satyr.
Yeah, that would be fun to play.
The satyr. The tricky thing with that is that as written, they're all it's a there's a scientific term for it, but they're all the same sex. They're all male. All satyrs are.
Yeah.
And the companion to that is the nymph, which is all female. But the nymph has a thing where it is bound to a tree, which does not make for very good adventuring unless it's like lugging around a thing in a pot. So I would probably have to throw out that little bit of lore there to make that work. Just kind of expand the options on that. Sprite.
Man, oh man.
Troglodyte. I played the
31K.
fuck out of a troglodyte.
Shit's nuts.
That's really good. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it is,
you
the
all.
troll.
Poor Hola says make it so that they have to go back to their home tree every so often.
That would work. That would be good.
Oh yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
that's a
I like
good
the
idea.
narrative
They
to
would
that
have to.
of that.
That's really good actually.
You can't get trapped in a dungeon.
No,
Well,
that-
you'd wither and you'd wither slowly, or
Yeah.
it would have to be pretty slow. It would have to be pretty
Yeah.
forgiving, I think. But yeah,
Yeah,
that would
but
work
that's-
really well.
That's the type of things that I think need to be in that's a really good one because that
Yeah.
puts a time crunch and space crunch
Mhm.
Yeah.
on anyone who plays that.
Yeah, I
Like-
mean, you'd have to be really, really upfront with that. Like in the thing, it's like, hey, you basically have a phylactery, right?
Mhm.
That's a big responsibility to have to, take care of that thing.
But it's fun
Yeah.
It is fun.
when you
It-
like
you
sign
know,
on for that.
yeah. You've got this weakness, but it's also a great story thing, and like
Yeah.
there could be a village around your tree or something, and those are your people, and yeah, it wouldn't work great for like lots of like really far spanning travel, but for something more local, that'd be perfect. Yeah.
It creates a tension, and I think that's what I miss, or what I'm not really sure how one would best incorporate it, or if one should. Is like creating a tension for an elf that's like specific to the elf,
Yeah.
or specific to the halfling or hobbit, and then specific to the gnome.
I got a
Like
doppelganger in here.
Attention to the gnome would be, they're always food for trolls, so trolls hunt gnomes.
Yeah, the troll. Let me look at the troll. I wrote more on this than I thought I did. There's almost 20,000 words here.
Nice.
So they get a claw and bite attack. They get to add their Constitution mod to their AC. The troll does.
Yeah.
They get a +2 on sense. I thought this regeneration was pretty clever. You get like a budget of dice that you can roll
Yeah.
for hit points, and when you're out, you're out. I can't wear. If a smith were hired to create a suit of armor for a troll, one should expect it to cost between 6 and 10 times the normal listed cost in the equipped chapter of the player's handbook. Anyway.
All right, we had a question. Estimated release date? We are looking at an August release date. We hope to have this thing at the printers by July 15th and out in August. That is the plan.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I want to address something, Jeremy, before we have a compressor line broken, so on the bike.
Oh,
So that's a new challenge, as we call it. So in the expanded classes, there are multi-classings. I'm just going to read this directly from Mark's book, and this is all going into the Adventurer's Backpack. Multi-classing is an option which allows the character to begin play with 2 or more classes. Class and a half is an option in which the character begins play with the full abilities of one class and some of the abilities of a supporting class. Dual classing is an option for an existing character to add a class to his original class, advancing in both thereafter. Reclassing allows the character to change classes, foregoing advancement in his original class in favor of the new class.
okay. So reclassing is what most people today would call multi-classing. Yeah, that's a lot of options. That's really great.
And all of that will be in the Adventurer's Backpack.
Check signal, Steve, when you get a second.
You got it.
Varsuk is requesting that we have engineering villages to the backer kit as an add-on.
Tell that punk to go somewhere else.
It's in our store.
Is he going to be?
Yeah, you can go get it
it's
right
in the
now.
store.
Why
Well, that's
would you
my
wanna
issue.
Wait? Why would you want to wait?
I
2 months
said-
to get it?
Well, in Kessel Zagging, I added on several things from people wanting it, and we sold 1 of each.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually.
I mean, the problem is I can't put the whole store on there. I'm still putting up the add-ons from the other stuff. So we might, Dan.
just include a link. Just include a link to the website. Go
Oh,
down.
He knows the web. He knows the website very well.
That's it. That's the add-ons, a link to the website. Go add on whatever you want. You can get it
Yeah,
right.
Oh, I see, Chuck.
Oh shit! I looked away and then looked back, and we're at 32,000.
Holy smokes!
Oof.
Golly.
Man, oh
We could
man.
put you could add engineering towns in there. Nah.
Have you finished it?
No, I'm still on 28,000, 29,000 words.
Is towns different from villages?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
The
So
book,
what he's
the
done-
book, not the content.
No,
I
no,
worded
I
that
know.
strangely, but
no,
I'm
you're
laughing-
fine.
I'm laughing at Davis because I know what he's going to say.
Yeah.
So to Davis's sorrow, when he wrote Engineering Villages, I said, in the Castle Keeper's Guide, there's villages, towns, cities, and megacities. So we could use a book for each one.
Aren't there also hamlets and thorps though? Like
we rolled those into villages.
oh, well, that's very convenient.
Yeah.
The underlying theme here was to drive Davis over the edge. That's what
Yes.
the little brother wants. Drive him over the edge.
Let's roll towns into cities, maybe. How
Can you do
about that?
engineering hovels, maybe?
I think he's going to roll mega cities into cities.
But those are the two that you could talk the most about.
Hey, got to bring it over to him.
Hey, man, you got to pick and choose, man.
That's right.
PlayerSum says downloads on TLG website is not present.
What an odd thing to say. I hope that's
You talking about Adam?
What an odd thing to say.
Send me a message in Discord and I'll look at it. Y'all can worry about it. I'll worry about it. Y'all continue.
I have 2 feet. What an odd
Message
thing.
me over in Discord, Adam. I'll look at it.
There's orders. I also don't see downloads actually.
Going on.
Oh, that's not the download option is not visible on the website for our products.
It says print PDF, and PDF.
You can access your downloads from your orders.
Oh.
There's no just list of your downloads though.
There's a download section, which is not there.
Yeah.
You're
that's what
right.
I'm saying.
Wait. What is a download section?
That's
On
the
the-
section
on our
in your
website.
account where all your downloads are at on the left. But it's not there, and it was there the other day.
We probably
I don't
need
know.
14 new plugins, would be my guess.
It's probably something. I'll let Monica know.
Cool.
Thank you for letting us know. Seriously, that's,
Yeah, really.
Yeah, thank you.
that's big.
That's
yeah.
weird. That's a weird one there, but who knows?
Yeah. Engineering HOAs.
Oh my god, that I've been looking at properties, and everything that's affordable is in an HOA, and I'm like, I would rather be homeless.
Yeah. If I ever move into an area with an HOA, I need one of you to put me down like a dog because I've lost it.
There's nothing like the thought of like paying someone for the privilege of telling me what to do.
Yeah. What?
Like if it's abstracted to
Hello?
government, I can buy it a little bit better. But when it's someone who walks up to my house and knocks on my door and says, "Hey, we are electric only on our lawnmowers, so I'm gonna have to fine you $600, just so you know," like, oh my god.
It's an odd
I
way
can't
for anyone.
even like hear that. It makes me so
Yeah.
mad.
It's like, I get angry when I go to the doctor and they put the blood pressure medicine on you.
You get angry from that, really?
Oh, it infuriates me. I feel like I'm being constrained.
So then it's raising your
Yeah,
blood
something like
pressure as
that.
they're doing it.
Right.
Oh, jeez, what the hell?
I will not be constrained to my freedom.
Get me out of here.
Now the whole HOA. I tell you, the funny thing is, up at the, I think I can say this publicly. Up at the, the
Famous words before disaster.
the place Kat and I have, my wife and I have up in the woods, got flooded. It was wrecked really bad. A lot of other cabins. So all of the cabin owners got together 2 weeks ago to discuss, going forward, whatnot. And two people had joined, and they wanted to create a whole bunch of rules to kind of control things. And I'm sitting there with all these people up there. Not all, but most of them are in their 60s and 70s. They've been living in the Arkansas mountains for decades. And I'm sitting there thinking, you're going to try to tell these people they need more rules to govern their lives? That's not going to happen. And it didn't go over well at all.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I ended up yelling at somebody, which I don't ever do. I got very irritated, but I don't know. It's yeah, the HOAs are weird to me. It's just weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand, like, theoretically what they're trying to do.
They're trying
I
to
get
preserve the value of the property.
Yeah, I get that part.
But it never is just about that.
No, it isn't.
If I want to paint my house polka dot, who are you to say that I can't do it?
My neighbor
usually is
here
just
did some
like-
weird stuff to her yard. I don't like it, but
Yeah.
I don't care. It's her yard. She can
Yeah.
do whatever she wants. Welcome to America.
It's like middle class people just wanting to play like Sim City with their neighborhood.
Oh,
and like
that's
it's just
Too much.
But a lot of the HOAs, I think,
Infantile.
are they're subdivisions that are underwritten by large corporations, and the corporations, as part of incorporating those little areas or building those areas, require
That's probably true.
Yeah.
a return on their investment, so they want to maintain certain
That's
things.
why we need to resurrect President Taft, who broke up more companies in this country's history than any other president.
He also broke up more seats than any president in this country.
Yeah, he was a portly gentleman.
Yeah. I couldn't live in an HOA. I understand. I mean, there's some people who really like them and others who don't, and I get it.
I'm like Grace. I get angry thinking about it.
Have you guys ever seen those yards where like they just let like natural like wild local grasses and flowers
Yes.
grow to like help bees?
Yes.
I think those look really great, and
look
I would want
better.
one. They look better.
Yeah.
They blend in with the ecosystem better. But you could never ever ever do that with someone else managing your shit. Like,
Oh.
never. Yeah.
We like to just have manicured lawns in our HOA,
Ah.
so I'm gonna just have to fine you $1,200
Bro,
just so you know for the future.
Jesus.
Stop it! I can't.
I didn't had the camera up. I didn't know who the hell had joined the call. I was like, what?
Welcome to our political talk show where we just
Yeah,
went into
exactly.
the HOAs.
Look around, sweet cheeks.
Yeah, I mean, I get all angles. I understand. I get it.
Oh, I get it too, because you got to protect your property.
I believe that everyone who disagrees with me should die. No.
I couldn't live under it, but
At the center
And I
of
can't-
most like shitty corrupt institutions is like a
good
good
idea.
intention,
Yeah.
but
Started good, went
What,
sideways.
what was the Empire's good intention? Like in Star Wars.
order.
Alderaan was gross.
It was gross.
Eliminating an eyesore.
Yeah, well, they gotta maintain the property value of those other planets,
Yeah.
other planets in the system.
Can I
No,
go on a
okay.
really quick tangent?
Yes.
This is just the quickest tangent in the world. I don't give a shit about Naboo. I don't know
Okay.
what we did throughout the prequels on the planet Naboo. Everything
Okay.
that happened on Naboo could have happened on Alderaan, and it would have made sense for anyone like me growing
That's
up in a
true.
generation where we're watching the movies sequentially from the
Yeah.
prequels to the end of like the original trilogy. If we're seeing Alderaan throughout the prequels, then it's
That would
going to
help.
hit us really hard when it gets
Yeah.
blown up. No spoilers. Sorry, you had your
Well,
chance.
I mean, listen, there's a lot of problems beyond because then it would be tainting something that you kind of have an association with, and that comes with its own baggage.
But we
like-
don't see Alderaan at all in
No,
the
we
original
don't.
trilogies.
That's true.
We
Isn't
don't
that where
see
Ji-
that shit ever. We don't care about
Isn't that where
Alderaan.
Jimmy Smits lives?
I don't know.
Oh.
Basil Oregano playing the character.
Wait. What? You don't see Alderaan at all?
I
No,
don't think so. You're never
No, you
on
see the-
planet.
you see a planetary shot, and that's it.
Like, why do we care? We care about Princess Leia.
Because we care. That's what. Because it's about the characters, and we care about that character.
And that's like weighted enough when it's like
Yeah.
the trilogy, and the trilogy is all there is. But if you're doing prequels, why are we on Naboo? Who gives a shit about
Because-
Naboo? Why can't we just be
because
on Alderaan? Put all
we
the
have
shit
to-
on Naboo onto Alderaan. They
Because we
look
have
the
to
same.
sell more toys, and there's no.
Of planets.
I don't know.
Now wait a minute. I can't remember my Star Wars. What is Alderaan?
Alderaan in the original Star Wars, it's the planet that got blown up.
Okay, all right.
Wait, Princess Leia?
Some lady.
I like Star Wars, but I was never a huge like.
No, they were huge.
Oh man, I used to read like the books and stuff. It was bad.
Yeah.
And then
That's funny
at
'cause-
some point I was like, this is all kind of terrible.
It's great stuff. I remember going to A New Hope at the movie theater. I remember going to see that back in the 70s, whatever that
Yeah.
was. But I didn't dive into this, so I couldn't remember Alderaan. So it's the planet that gets blown up in episode 6. No,
In
4.
four.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only annoying thing about Star Wars to me is talking to my children about it, because the prequels to them, probably like to you guys, are in order. But to me, they'll go, in the first Star Wars, I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
You
no.
know, that is a weirdly prevalent.
Yeah.
I don't know why the Phantom Menace comes up so much in my life, but it
Even
does.
check a signal when you get a second. Thanks.
All right.
What are they? God, those movies, man. What the Shatnerians?
I don't even know.
No, the Nemoidians.
I thought it was the text. Is it not?
No, it's the actual spelling of it. You hit it.
It's for
I thought,
spell.
I thought the text was spelled incorrectly.
Star Wars famously has a history of making fun of Star Trek.
No, it's
Uh,
Jeff,
and
no.
the
Jeremy,
fish, huh?
it's L after D. That's what I was trying to say earlier to you about it. I thought it was wrong, but I wasn't 100% sure.
how do you spell A Hill's Keep?
Oh, there's
The Maul
think I
fight
have
is the only good part of episode one.
AHI.
Maul should have lived. Maul should have survived being cut in half.
Just switch L and D, Steve.
Come back with robot legs. I think he did in the.
He did, and it's I don't know. That's so schlocky.
He should have
Darth
been the
Maul?
primary, and there was no like single primary antagonist throughout the prequels. There should have been.
Like, excuse me,
Like-
Palpatine, the Phantom Menace himself.
No,
like
no,
there's
it
no one
didn't
that
work.
like we can point to.
Yeah.
No.
It didn't work, Jeremy. It didn't work
No,
as
I know it didn't work. I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
No, but Darth Maul isn't really. He's a costume. He's a visual effect.
He
Like, there's
could
no
have been
character.
so
but he
much better.
could. Yes, I think Darth Maul was the only character, or well, it was one of the many. They so undersold,
Yeah.
oversold, and then underused him.
I
He
think
could have run throughout the entire thing.
I think a big problem with that was the casting because they casted a stunt guy because he had a great look and he had the physique to do that stuff, but he couldn't like something with his voice. He couldn't act very well,
Yeah.
and so he was dubbed very, very, very infrequently by Peter Serafinowicz, which is why he only says like 2 or 3 things in the whole darn movie.
Let him be silent. Let him be like a silent killer who returns from apparent death to haunt Obi-Wan throughout the prequel trilogy. Ugh. If I could change one thing, it wouldn't actually be Alderaan. It would be Darth Maul.
I don't know. I like Christopher
Yeah.
Lee as an actor. That character is really boring, but
Yeah.
I
he
really
could have
like
been
Hammer
so much
horror
more.
films.
Read that
So-
second part I put in there to you.
The scene where like Anakin and Obi-Wan have like beaten Dooku and Palpatine is like
Kill him. Do it.
whatever.
Do it.
It just take out Dooku out of that scene. Make it Maul instead.
But wasn't
It just would have been.
I
so
like
much
your
more
thinking,
rewarding.
Grace.
but
That's awesome.
but he's supposed to be a rival to Ewan McGregor,
Who is?
the devil, Darth Maul.
Yeah, which I think would make it more meaningful that Anakin's the one to like kill him, because I think it would be so cool. Like, you have the guy who killed your master. You and your own now Padawan have bested him. He's there kneeling, and you have your slimy little government guy off to the side being like, "Kill him, do it." And for Obi-Wan in that moment to say no,
I am one with the Force. I will not give in to anger.
he must stand
Sounds like a
trial
Beatle.
or whatever. Yeah.
Sounded more like a Beatle than.
Hey
now,
man,
but
that's not very chill.
I'm casting spells. I'm a space wizard.
That's not the way of a Jedi Master.
Whoa. It doesn't even sound like Ewan McGregor.
You two should do a voiceover for Star Wars. We'll live stream that.
Oh,
You're breaking my heart, Anakin.
I was about to say.
I can't do a James Earl Jones, so I'll just do Peter
This-
Lorre as Darth
We,
Vader.
we should put these two together and just do like
Yes.
a voice thing.
I'm all over it. Herod, yes, I do remember that episode of the X-Files where they tangle with the HOA. Great episode. That's funny.
Oh yeah, but I was gonna say for Obi-Wan to resist the urge to like kill Maul in this like alternative hypothetical scene, but then for Anakin to do it, for him to walk into this like feud that now has gone on for 3 movies, hypothetically, in which he has far less skin in the game
Yeah.
and nothing except his own feelings and his own like urge to prove himself,
Wow.
to take this person's life in cold blood. it would just be so much
There's
better.
more going on there. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot more going on there. I think there's still a lot of like structural problems with the characters themselves that would need to be addressed.
They need to be friends.
Well,
they
they-
need to
yeah, they
actually
need-
like each other at all.
We need to see them having great times together instead of being told that they're the best of friends. That's
Yeah.
a big problem. And we need, like, if I were to write a story about the fall of some great guy,
Mhm.
I would start with him being like super idealized, like the white shining knight, because that makes the fall from grace much more tragic. If he's like a raging asshole the whole time, I don't really care. There's not as much tragedy to it. So he would probably start as age him up to start with.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
But I get what, because he's like, oh, the loss of his mother needs to be really, the separation needs to be really traumatic from him. This
Mhm.
is as old as I can get him, with that still making sense. I get that.
Yeah.
We got to start with him established, maybe. Just go totally different. I don't know.
It would make him stick out more. Like he's not just a normal kid entering into this like training. If he's like
Yeah.
aged up, then like it's putting him in kind of like a weird place where like he's coming from this position where he was a slave on Tatooine, but he was
Yeah.
also like a flying ace and a pilot and racing
Yeah.
against adults and like all this stuff. And he's a mechanical whiz, plunged into a world of space wizardry where he knows nothing, and everyone who knows anything is like way younger than him.
Yeah, you
That's
could
cool.
do something. You could do something.
And I
If
don't
he
know if
wasn't-
he needs to be necessarily like white knighty. I think the really compelling thing about Anakin's character in the prequels is like his innocence, his early
Yeah,
innocence.
his innocence. He just needs to be a good guy. He doesn't
Yeah.
need to be like a raging asshole.
A kid,
Yeah,
just a normal kid.
yeah. I think you could probably put him at like 14, maybe.
Yeah,
Would be a little better, and
that'd
then
be nice. It
like,
would make the Padme thing less weird.
it'd make it less weird. He'd be. I mean, plus hormonal teen. There's a lot
Yeah.
of frustration and confusion there.
Yeah.
The other thing is maybe he, because like you could almost do something really interesting if he wasn't like a slave. You
Mhm.
could do something really interesting where he went from a world with no structure to one that's hyper structured.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
super true.
I don't know. This ship sailed 25 years ago.
Imagine a prequel series that's focused on like character
Character,
narrative
something that
development.
the original was focused on. Yeah, that'd be great.
instead of like selling toys. It'd be crazy.
Yeah. But we gotta get a General Grievous action figure, which I had, and it was awesome. But that's not. It's,
The toys were really fun. I was growing
Were
up
really
right in
fun.
like the boom of like lightsabers and all that stuff.
all the flat whip
like
on each other.
Nerf
Yeah.
guns that look like
Yeah,
stormtrooper
yeah,
blasters.
yeah.
They make the noise.
The helmets that you push the buttons and yeah,
It was super fun. It was a great
It was
time to be a
great.
kid.
it's a great time.
It was all cheap. Like
2005. Are you kidding? Being like a 12-year-old in 2005, you're on top of the world, man.
the world was made for 12-year-olds
Yes,
in
yes.
2005.
It was really good because you have the computer gaming was taken off.
But
yeah,
not
no,
all
if you-
encompassing. It wasn't your whole life. You had like
The-
a couple
Right.
games on the
Do
computer.
you remember when the internet was a place in your home
Oh my
that you
god,
went
yeah.
to, and you're like, now is the time for the internet, and you turned on your computer, and you did the internet for an hour, and then you walked away.
I read
remember that.
somewhere, like, to take a dark turn, but it's relevant, and this is something that I think about a lot. And I actually, I say that, but now I'm unsure of my statistic here. Like, kids have, like, their own devices and their own, like, privacy online, and, like, the parents that aren't really checking the stuff that they're engaging with. The average time that it takes for a child to be groomed online by an adult, I think, is 8 minutes.
You get your kids off Roblox.
That's a bathroom
seriously.
break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Signal
like-
again, Steve. You get a second.
Well, I think there's a reason that a lot of these, like the tech whizzes in the tech community, don't allow their children. I mean, was
Yeah.
it Peter Thiel's famously, or no, the guy who owned X or Twitter? What's his name?
Oh, he's just Blue Sky now.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about. I don't
Yeah,
know
he
the
wouldn't
name.
let his children have. They weren't allowed on the internet. They didn't have a phone until they were like 16 or 17 or something
Yeah.
like that.
Nor should they be. I mean,
No,
it's
before
sad,
him.
but
No, seriously, get your kids off Roblox if they're
Yeah.
on there. That shit is not moderated, and they will tell you.
yeah.
They're very upfront. Like, if you're worried about that, don't let them on our platform. They'll tell you that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Roblox has become one of those places.
get your kids off Discord too. That's not good for them.
Before,
I was gonna say
please.
Discord's
Discord
probably
is
the second.
scary.
Yeah.
That
There was a-
private servers where anything could be happening.
Yeah,
Hey, Steve,
there-
Just
Yes.
just before it, right above it, too, as
The-
well.
Discord puts out a breakdown of their ban of their ban analytics for like who got banned for what,
mm.
and overwhelmingly
I sent
every
you
time
the VSD earlier, Chuck.
it's like over 50%
Uh,
of like weird stuff with kids.
yeah.
It's
Of
insane.
course it is.
Yeah. Not to bring this whole party down.
It's
but
important. I mean,
it's
like,
important.
I don't see it as like a downer conversation, as
It's
much
above
as like
more-
it's just important.
Talk to your
No big
kids.
deal, no big deal.
I think there's a lot of people who underestimate the vulnerability and the willingness of others to exploit that vulnerability.
Yeah. People aren't even asking like what their kids are doing online. They don't talk about it. People don't know
But-
like what their kids are interested in, like what they're spending their time doing. They're just looking at the screen. Like mom and dad aren't. They don't care what they're engaging with. It could be anything.
Yeah.
It could be
Oh, yeah.
anybody. And
It
just
really
to
is.
see like these parents, as very easy for me to talk. Don't have kids. Don't plan to anytime soon. But like to just, it's like watching people like sleepwalking through their like family
yeah.
life.
Yeah, I think family life has fundamentally changed. Now, not all families are like this.
I having raised kids, and my daughter's got kids, and being around a lot of parents with kids
Mhm.
because of both of those things. A lot of people actually do.
Yeah.
They're very careful
Yeah.
what their kids watch and are exposed to.
Yeah.
Just-
That's more
yeah.
important than ever. It's so good to like see families that are like on top of it and talking
Screen,
about it.
screen time is a huge conversation. It is an absolutely monstrous conversation.
Yeah.
But,
but send your kids over to our Backer Kit page because they're gonna love what we have to offer.
Yeah.
But another thing about it, though, too, I think that gets that like here's like the fine line that has to be managed, is that the screen, the computer, and the internet are part of our life. I
Yeah.
mean, a fundamental, essential element in our life.
Yeah.
No!
My brother so wants to be a Luddite.
Hey, they got you know Luddites ain't so bad, you know.
Yeah. Where's the line between like well moderated and technologically illiterate and at a disadvantage?
yes.
Like it's a weird kind of.
You know that Dr. Theodore Kaczynski made some really cogent points.
The real thing you guys are all missing. The one point you're all missing is that these guys are in charge.
Hey, did you
Wait,
watch
wait,
that
wait.
Love?
Wait.
Kid, stop!
What?
No, stop!
Stop!
Stop! I'm
You
talking now.
sent me
Listen to
that
me.
clip. You sent me that clip of the UFOs, right? The other day, like a few
Yes.
days ago.
Yes,
Okay, did you watch it?
I think so. Surely I
No,
did.
no, on Netflix.
No, what did I send you?
Okay, I'll send it to you. I think it's on Love. It's an episode of Love, Death, and Robots.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. No.
Okay, all right. I'll send you the link to it so you can go watch it. It's way more hilarious than what you sent me.
Nice. Wait,
You guys-
I think I know what you're talking about.
You guys want to know a crazy fact?
Yeah.
Wait. Hold your crazy fact. Grace,
Yes.
I need you to check Signal, please. And read that. And we had some questions, I think, that we got missed.
Okay.
But I may be wrong on that.
Oh, we're doing a backer kit. We need to. Yeah, okay. We need to engage with the consumer.
y'all went off on that.
Thanks for letting me go on a crazy Star Wars tangent. I
Hey, listen. I
feel
was gonna
strongly
say
about
earlier,
Alderaan.
The coolest thing about that, Grace, is every time I say to you, "Hey, have you seen this movie?" You're like, "No." Now I know you've seen at least some movies.
I watch the same movies every time.
Now, Jeremy, you had something to say.
On the tangent of depressing facts in the world constantly crumbling around us, did you know that two separate brains donated to science were reduced into a slurry and sifted for materials?
Yes.
One was donated in 2016 and the other was donated in 2024. and they both had microplastics in them. The 2024 brain had a full plastic spoon worth of additional plastic in their brain.
Yep.
Not a spoonful, an entire plastic spoon worth of junk in their head.
That's only getting worse.
So, maybe why I'm significantly dumber than I was
Listen,
8 years ago.
I've been telling people for decades to quit using plastic and just use aluminum.
Okay. All right. So here's another one of those pieces of
Steve, I just
information. So,
messaged you.
all right. So PSA, public service announcement. So the microplastics, it's actually, Jeremy. Yeah, Jeremy, I read that same study or a study that showed that.
Yeah.
I did it in fish as well.
Steve,
It's
check the signal.
huge in some of those bottom feeding fish.
Please.
The
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
so plastic bottles of water, right? They all have an expiration date. And you're like, how can water expire? All those things with expiration dates, part of the expiration has to do with like
The breakdown of plastic, yeah.
the plastic breaking down, okay? And if you take those plastic water bottles, especially the like super cheap ones you get at the dollar store, and you put them in the sun, you leave them out in the sun for a day or two, the plastic starts to break down like really, 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 really quickly.
Yeah, they
And
say not
you-
to drink bottles
Yeah.
of water that you leave out in your car.
Yeah, so interestingly, when I'm in Thailand, this is one of those funny things, is that you can buy like the plastic bottles of water at every store, right? They're really super cheap. You drink water way you need. But almost all the people I know drink out of glass bottles exclusively.
Mm.
They do not drink out of any plastic stuff,
Yeah.
and they even have the glass bottles of water delivered to the house. So
You know what we should get back to is drinking out of gourds.
There you go.
Like drinking gourds.
You almost never see me drinking out of. I won't even drink out of a plastic cup.
yeah, he doesn't. He won't drink Dr. Pepper out of a plastic bottle
No.
or anything. Yeah, no.
How much does a drinking gourd cost? I'm gonna look this up. I can make one, I guess, but
But even those cooler things that you put water in
There you
Don't
go,
have-
Portugalus.
that don't have a glass interior or an aluminum interior or something like that. But Kent, what was the thing growing up for us? There was lead paint because we used to eat lead paint by the gallon.
Yeah. We've been
asbestos.
through this before.
Asbestos. Yes, we've been through this
I'm going to
before.
say this, and this isn't the place for this debate. I'll have to
Mercury.
ask Kathy is in a position, but there's a spoon's worth of plastic in the brain. I find that somewhat questionable. Maybe.
There's some, yeah.
I don't really believe a lot of these studies that come at us because I've listened to for the past 50 years that eggs will kill you. Wait, no, eggs are good for you. Oh, no, we forgot. Eggs are going to kill you. Oh, wait, we forgot. Eggs are good for you. Oh, wait, no, we forgot. Eggs are going to kill you. And it's a cycle forever. And I think what people want to do is they think that if we find the perfect diet and the perfect moment that we will live forever. When in fact, you're probably already hardwired how you're going to die. Your genetics are going to tell you how your cancer is going to go or whatever's going to go. And it doesn't matter. The rest of this stuff is it might.
We could
It
all
might.
be wiped out in a solar flare anyway, so.
Yeah. Well, there's another one. We had a giant solar flare Friday. Huge. It was going to wipe out the northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
It didn't do anything.
Do you remember?
Wait. I do think the solar flare is the reason that we couldn't launch the Backer Kit campaign today at 10.
Yeah.
I'm going to double check this, Kent, because I seem to recall this. Do you remember the milk cancer scare growing up?
Yes, I remember that. And I do remember my niece got in on it, and she sent me this because she knows I'm a big milk drinker. I love milk. I love milk from a frosted mug. And she sent me this whole big thing about milk's bad, milk this, milk that, milk. And at the very end of it, it was paid by the Soybean Society. So I was like, God damn it. You guys aren't giving me fair research. You're trying to sell soybean milk. So
Speaking
just
of selling things, Anvil has a question. Is the collector tier 200 like it shows or 250 like Backer Kit is trying to charge me?
Chuck?
Hold on, I thought I fixed that already. That's fixed.
Yeah, you did too.
Give me just a second. Hold on, let me go.
It should be 200. Is that correct, Chuck?
Yes.
milk drinker is a pretty great insult.
Oh,
I have
yeah.
to say.
Milk drinker.
Fucking milk
Not me trying
drinker.
to charge you $200.
I like milk
Dude,
drinker
there's
and I like
nothing-
shirt tucker.
Take a mug and put it in the freezer for a day. Put some milk in it. It's delicious. It is crazy delicious.
You're
Whole
speaking
milk. I don't drink.
Nick's language right now.
Yeah, milk's good. I drink whole milk. Love it. Love it.
Shit.
What's another good
Look at
one?
Signal really quick.
Shirt Tucker's
I
great.
listen
I have to say,
Isn't it good? It's so
that's
good.
really good. It's
Shirt
got the right
Tucker.
amount of bite to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you like bark it out. It's
Yeah. Shirt Tucker.
Shirt.
Is that what I am? Because I tucked in my shirt.
You're a shirt tucking milk
You are a
drinker
shirt
is what
tucker.
you are.
Oh, ouch!
But where did it go, Grace? What the hell?
You almost got to be
It's
careful
published.
saying that.
Yeah. Right?
Okay. All right. I found it. The milk scare was in the 80s and 90s. It had to do with Monsanto putting a hormone in cows to help increase milk production or something like that. And then that hormone was associated with breast cancer and a few other types of cancer, right? And I don't know how it all turned out. I don't know if it's actually.
Whatever happened to the Tylenol killer? Did they catch that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, they did? I don't recall. I remember.
Tylenol killer.
Oh, you don't.
It's,
Oh,
it's the reason why there's seals on everything.
I remember that.
Yeah.
yes.
It was some guy who presumably had access to the manufacturing plant, but who knows, who was putting rat poison in Tylenol. And you'd because there was no seal, so you just buy it, unscrew it, and eat it.
Yeah, back in the 70s, Grace, you just open the lid and you have time.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the reason why there's safety seals on everything.
Wow.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. No, that's crazy.
Man, you
I'm
could
a-
be a serial like.
So easy. So easy.
I feel like that's kind of a crime for losers. You're clocking in to do crime.
They never caught this guy.
I thought they did. I do remember when that became a big thing and it suddenly
Yeah.
became difficult to get into medicine. You couldn't open
Oh, it is so aggravating. I got so mad the other day. I took a knife
Perpetrator
and
unknown.
hacked the bottle.
That's so funny.
DM Center says the man that was caught was convicted of an extortion letter, not the killings.
Okay.
Ain't that how it goes?
Hey,
Oh, yeah,
Anvil.
there were letters.
Let me interrupt you guys for just a moment. Anvil says it's $200. Why is it trying? I don't understand why. I'm in here trying to back it. There was one earlier that was messed up for $250. I fixed it. I'm in here now trying to back this at $200, and it's letting me do it.
Anvil, refresh everything you're doing and then try it again. I'll bet you got some cookie from the before Chuck fixed it. Would be
Maybe.
You
Yeah,
look
'cause
great
it's
with
in
your
here
glass
trying
of
to-
milk.
that.
great.
That's
But
delicious.
check it and make sure, because I need to make sure it's right. I mean, it looks
Now,
like it's
you know,
right
I
on
don't because I generally argue with anything that Davis says just out of
On
Just
a principle, yeah.
yeah, I just got to do it. And so I
Yeah.
think the plastics in the brain or whatever, I think this is all terrible. And we need to get rid of all this in plastic crap. It's just crap. And it starts with us. You know, if
Yeah.
you stop buying bottles of water in plastic, I guarantee you they will stop making it. I guarantee it.
Now, Steven,
What?
there is a plastic liner inside your aluminum can.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it! I'm out!
No, Kent, no. You can be, because Dr. Pepper still bottles in glass.
I'm back in!
But does the seal on that bottle, that's got to be rubber, right?
I'm back out!
I guess rubber is different from plastic.
Here, the thing to do with all of this stuff is what your grandmother told you. All things in moderation. That's it. You can have a cigarette, just smoke one. Don't smoke 3 packs.
You
You can have a beer, don't have 12 beer.
Here's the
You
thing.
can have some
I think
microplastics in your brain, just not a spoon's worth.
Right. Exactly.
a few crumbs.
Yeah.
Smoking, I'm sorry, it looks cool. It just does. Smoking is so gross, but it looks cool.
It does look.
No, man.
I mean, you could take that on to the next level though, like just one nuke, you know.
What's
Speaking of-
one
A whole
nuke between
handful.
friends?
Right.
If any of you using that plastic cutting board that's got all the grooves in it from where you cut, throw that shit out. Just
Yeah.
friendly
Oh,
reminder.
this is the greatest question asked in chat yet. Manfred says, why are you abbreviating it ABP? What is the P for? Because backpack is a single word.
Quick, wrong answers only. Wrong answers only.
Because Steven is fundamentally allergic to compound words. He always
yeah.
says fireplace, staircase, doorway. Like, no,
And
no,
hyphenated words
get that
piss me
fucking
off.
space out of there. That's one word. You even did it in something I edited today. It said back. I was like, come on, man.
It is offensive to my American freedom. It is offensive to my American freedom.
The P stands for Pomeranian. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's for Pop-Tart.
And Chuck is gone. Chuck fell off the plane. He
He's,
did.
Everyone's
poor
back
Chuck.
to
He's just sitting there like fixing stuff on this thing
This
constantly.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just,
Okay.
We love you,
I'm just-
Charles.
And the reason why that's like that, Manfred, is because over the history of 27 years of the company, we've gotten in the habit of abbreviating all of our books with 3 letters: PHP, CAG,
Elemental
M, and T.
QRS,
We
TUV.
just can't seem to like break that. So it's Adventures Backpack.
But we can't say C and C.
No,
No.
we
No,
Every
cannot.
that
day.
ampersand-
Dude, I
that
see.
ampersand is
Talking about.
protected.
We can't do
I
that.
say amazing and adventures. What do you think about that, Davis?
We can say A and A.
You got me there. It's a good one too. Wait, A and Anna and I don't know.
Jay, thank you for the drink.
We're almost at 35,000, by the way.
Great. All right, let's see here. No, I'm kidding. I'm very happy, but it just means more work. That's fine. I want you to kill me, folks. Let's get it up to 50 grand.
Let's do it. Let's do it
Come on.
today.
The way it's going,
Do
it
it.
might.
I think we'll hit 50 grand today.
We're bullish here on ABPs. Buy now. Was it? Bye.
There we go. All right.
All right.
Oh, hey, listen. I need to. I don't.
I'm looking, Chuck.
No, I don't even know what you're looking for. To be honest with you.
What you put in your chat with me and Davis.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a logic behind that too, by the way.
I posed a question for Chuck, Davis, and Steve in the social media chat, by the way. Just thoughts.
Yeah. Sorry, probably should have said no, but yeah.
You think yes?
I mean, what's the point at this point, right?
Oh.
Oh! I read that completely wrong, Grace. I will back out and let Steve decide. It's a good point you're bringing this up, but I don't know about all that. That's between you. Yeah, it's a good point.
Hey, 35. Ding, ding, ding.
35. That is absolutely amazing.
Mate, that
Thank
is
you all
wild.
so much
yeah.
for the support.
You guys
Incredible.
are awesome.
We did not anticipate this level of support today. This rocks.
I did. I expected it. This shit's standard.
Death Angel Shadow, we have those lined up. What they're going to be, we haven't chosen the order. Like Grace said, we didn't think we would hit this today.
Ooh.
Davis, if you need to do that, you can do it at any point, as long as there's one of us on. And so we're going to
I'll back
run.
in just a couple minutes. No, I just need to go over there.
Yeah, we're going to run my normal stream at 4:30. So if anyone wants to bow out while I'm doing it, that's fine. I don't know.
I don't know.
I got to be up at 6 a.m. in the morning.
You'll be glad.
Speaking of butterflies, if you have any milkweed growing in your yard, let the milkweed grow.
There you go.
Thank God. I was wondering about that.
Steven, you'll be happy to know I'm halfway through these Haunted Highland spells.
Excellent.
Yes.
I just had to throw out some, and suddenly I was there. I was like, hey, great.
Makes it a little easier.
Makes it a little bit easier.
I gotta ponder this. I have to ponder this. There's
Oh.
2 things I have to take care of, so I'll have to step out for about 15 minutes, maybe 20.
At some point today, I got to talk art with you.
Okay.
Or it can. I guess it could be tomorrow if that's how it shakes up. But
We're doing very good on Exalta.
Man, Jonathan has been. He's a
Yeah.
machine. He
And
was not this fast with M&T, but now he's like,
Augustinus is going to knock out all of those angels, every one of them.
that's awesome.
He dropped 4 on me Monday, and he's got 5 left to do. So he'll
Holy
be done.
smokes!
Yeah, it's
Wow.
good. And I cannot pronounce the young lady's name, Benedate. I think she's Italian. She's doing about 1 every 3 days. So it is
Benedite.
Benedite, maybe. Yeah, she's just doing a great job. And there's so much color in her images. It is amazing. Yes, Imp, we have broken 35, and we're squaring up the next round of stretch rewards. Trying to decide whether we're going to keep this backer train, keep this stream live. Originally, we were going to do a live launch for about 1 hour at 10 a.m. That was derailed. And so we launched at 1, and now we're mulling over how long we want to keep this launch party going. You guys have kept us floating. This is fantastic.
Awesome.
Cats screaming, weird ass conversations from Alderaan to HOAs to plastics and grades. What did you say? Serial killers were lazy or something? Greatest chat ever.
I hate to heap more work onto the pile, but there's a typo on the rune spelled and Adel's Keep slides.
On the slide? Okay.
On the slide, it says the word estimated is missing a whole letter in both of them.
Got it. On which ones?
Rune spells and Adel's Keep, the bottom right most word. In parentheses, it says estimated for both of them.
All right. Apparently, I didn't say.
But the first time it's because the word appears twice in both slides. First time it's spelled right. Second time it's not.
All right.
Estimated.
Own it.
Is that on your side, Steve?
Yeah.
Holy smokes, we're just like crushing this thing.
Yeah.
And this is just like a little one that we were like, hey, let's do this. It's seems like the right time. It's roaring with success. I love these creatures that Jason put on the cover of the ABP. I have no idea what they are.
I know. I don't give Jason a lot of instruction, and he just kind of does stuff.
It looks like they're basically dragonborns, which is interesting.
Yeah,
But
we don't
they're
have anything like that, do we?
we don't. We don't.
There is a dragon human type creature in Aird.
It's in the Monsters and Treasures of Aird, but it's like super powerful.
Yeah, because they're like these sorcerer type creatures.
Yeah, they're like half dragon, supreme
Yeah.
beings of some kind.
Rune spells, you said.
Rune spells and Adel's Keep. Oh god, wait, I lost my spot.
Tragedy has struck.
Adventurer's Companion has the typo as well. Rune spells and Adel's Keep. So all three of those slides.
Okay.
Estimated.
Okay, what is going on?
My gosh, almost 300 people in the backer train.
Woo! We're 6 away.
They're either kobolds or gnolls. They could be gnolls. That could be a really radical interpretation of what a gnoll is.
Yeah, that's true.
Or big ass fucking kobolds.
Ah, damn it.
Swobolds. That's good. I like that. That's cute.
Swobolds.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Da, 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 da.
Someone had asked about the Troll World of Warcraft guild.
Oh.
I still have not done that.
Didn't they just do an update too?
I think so.
Yeah. Have you seen The Witcher?
Great TV show.
I haven't seen the
I'm not
show.
talking about that now. Let's talk about The Witcher.
Oh no. Let me look at it. Witcher 4.
I haven't seen the show, but I've seen the gameplay trailer for the second game.
The fourth game.
The
actually.
fourth game. Oh my god,
Yeah.
the second game.
Yes. Yes.
It
No,
came
that's
into
what
my
I was talking
awareness
about.
with the last one.
Witcher 3
Yeah,
was
no,
huge.
I've never
Yeah,
played the
yeah.
game, and I never watched the whole series, but I just saw some gameplay from the fourth Witcher, and I was like, holy...
Carol.
Did you ever read the books?
No, I never read the book.
If you like Slavic stuff, it's a great. It's like Slavic flavored sword and sorcery fantasy. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's an unfair accusation leveled against the writer that he lifts pretty heavily from Elric for the character, because they're both called the White Wolf, but they're like completely different characters. Sure, they're albino, but that's like it.
If he does, whatever. Great
But they're
writer
so
steal.
different. They're so different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it were a straight up Elric ripoff, then sure.
Well,
you
there's
could-
plenty of those out there.
Yeah, there's plenty of that
yeah.
crap. And you notice that none of them are very popular.
No.
Yeah. But people love to hold like popular media to the standard, or like
Weird standards,
just
yeah.
the stuff that like people are really egregiously doing, like maliciously and on purpose, and like ripping off content and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Instead, they go for the people that are actually trying to make something in good faith.
Well,
Tale as old as
sad,
time.
Yeah, well, the sad thing is that it really kind of only associates the character with the controversy, because Elric is not nearly as well known as The Witcher at this point.
No.
And people are like, "Oh, that's that thing that The Witcher is ripped off." It's like, no. It's completely the same thing happened with The Lion King and some Japanese cartoon where they're like,
Oh, yeah.
which the cartoon is fine, but it's only discussed in relation to The Lion King, which I think really robs it of its inherent value. That it's, even though they're totally different, but yeah.
Well,
Kimbo,
that's like-
yeah.
What is Quentin Tarantino's first film?
Well, Tarantino owes his whole career to the Dollars trilogy. I don't think anybody would disagree on that.
No. What was his first? Can't we watched it? What was his first film?
The Men in Suits. It's not
Yeah.
what it's called, but Reservoir Dogs.
Reservoir Dogs.
That was his first film.
Well, he wrote
Well-
the screenplay for True Romance, but Reservoir Dogs is the first one where, I don't know if it was his first, but where he blew out, and he kind of redid Seven Samurai, right, or something.
No, Reservoir Dogs is, I mean, almost a straight one for one from some Korean film, I think, as I recall.
It's about taking your inspirations and then spinning them into something that has your own stamp on it. That feels like yours and is authentic to what you want.
I'm checking now. I think that was, but see, that's
I always compared The Lion King to Bambi.
The creators compared it to Bambi. They said it was Bambi mixed with Hamlet was the premise for Lion King.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you
cool.
go.
That's cool.
it was a
Yes,
Hong Kong.
behind the Eddie, we have decided to linger for a little longer, at least. We will be here till 5:30 Central Standard Time, at least. Chuck and I suspect the rest of the trolls. But beyond that, we have not determined what we are going to
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
do.
Bamlet. That's because you can't sell a movie called Bamlet. That's why.
I would have watched a movie called Bamlet for sure.
Yeah, really.
It sounds like an innuendo for something, and I'm not sure what, but it's something sickening.
Would you guys want to play a game? If I can drum up a response on social media?
What
kind
kind
of
of game?
Let me pitch this.
Okay.
You guys are the Shark Tank. You know the TV show Shark Tank?
Yeah.
You guys are the sharks.
Okay.
We have chat and our audience pitching adventures.
Okay.
You go out or in.
We're not playing the adventures. We're just saying whether or not we would be interested in
Yeah.
experiencing them.
You get
That
pitched an
sounds like
adventure.
fun.
You go out or in.
Now, are we producing this?
Well, no, it's just a
No,
game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a post about it anyway, but it'll be fun to play.
Now, if people see that we're taking pitches, they might interpret that as literal.
I'll be very obvious about
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay, no, yeah, except that, okay, let's reframe it a little bit. Let's say you pitch your idea, and we take what we like out of it.
No. She's not
No.
saying you're
Yeah, yeah.
publishing anything. Or
No. But we say, like, someone pitches an idea and say,
What if it was? What if it was?
that's
sell
a
me,
good idea.
What if it was sell me on your setting? Because that's a little broader.
The sharks negotiate.
Okay.
I gotta.
Just,
I'll be right
just
back.
as long as nobody gets confused and thinks that either A, we're poaching ideas, or B, we're looking to produce anything.
Confusion is a part of life. Disappointment too.
Well, I rather look at people's ideas, and rather than saying no or like, that's not interesting to me, I rather would say, like, look through their idea, or like mull over the idea and pull out what I think is like, okay, that's a really good idea. That portion at least, work with that, run with that. I typically have a very, very difficult time, unless it's in very specific settings, saying no. No.
I love saying no. It's my favorite thing.
I'll say it to my brother and a few other people, but other than that, I don't. Generally, I try to avoid.
Yes, Davis is who I go to first if I want definitive answers.
Yes, because I will give my brother a definitive yes, no, that sucks, that's good.
You won't even explain it. If I just need
I'll-
something I can't decide, and I need it decided, I'll go to you because you'll go yes, and then you go on doing whatever you're doing, or you'll go no, and you don't bring it up again.
That's the way
Yeah,
it be.
and it doesn't need any further explanation.
Frequently, I don't want any expository text. I can't make it.
But
up.
it's easy with him because he doesn't really get offended.
No, not very often. It's rare that I get offended.
I think at a certain point you're over it. You're like, okay. And then on top of that, if he doesn't like my answer, he doesn't care. He's like, yeah, he said no, who cares? I'm doing it anyway. Hence, my one-page set of rules for Castles and Crusades has turned into a book.
Excellent. So, for those folks just joining us, here's another quick preview of the backpack. You get this in at 350. I think is the big level. It is canvas, waterproof. Will hold 5 to 8 depending on the size of the book. Books inside it. It's got a nice pocket here, zipper pocket for your dice. I don't know if you can see all of that.
300 backers.
Good stuff. I am super. Made in
301 backers.
Minnesota. Do what?
301 backers.
That is awesome.
Ooh.
Chuck and I are going to have to take a break and fix the stretch rewards.
We'll hold down the fort.
Yeah.
Uploaded.
See, I'm gonna go take a painkiller. God damn.
Tooth still getting you.
Yeah.
Whatever gets Chuck into a hot tub. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not sure what that means, monkey, but the backpack should be on as an add-on already, in theory. I need to keep track because we may have to up the order of backpacks. We're doing okay for now. Excellent.
Excellent.
Yes, the backpack is up. There we go. All right, Davis.
Hey.
No, we can't do that. Go ahead.
What?
I was going to say let's pick up our AI argument for let's not going to do that.
I'm all about arguing about AI in a public forum.
Look,
It is my absolute favorite conversation right now.
It's an iffy topic. I mean,
But did you? I don't think you got the level of sarcasm that I was laying down last night.
yeah, Steve was going on about the internet's dead. He can't use the internet anymore. He couldn't log in.
They kept saying that social media is going to change. I read that last Sunday night, and I happened to be on TikTok. Some TikToker goes, "Social media is going to change forever. You won't use social media anymore." And I turned to Kathy. I go, "Is AI going to scroll through TikTok for me? I can't scroll TikTok anymore. That's just rude.
That's just rude.
Why can't I do it?
Taking our jobs.
Oh my God, there's going to be so many job losses here in a short order. Oh my God.
Oh, it's happening.
Did you read the stat I sent you for outgoing graduates in computer science
I did, yes. That doesn't surprise me at all.
and programming computer science? If you have a degree in, what did I say? What was it? Art history. You have a greater chance of getting employed now.
I don't doubt that at all. I think that what I was getting at somewhat in my sarcastic roll of bullshit was that a lot of trade. I can't see AI replacing the plumber anytime
Until they get those robots up and running, then we're all fucked.
Yeah, but the idea of a robot coming in and fixing my broken washing machine, I'm going to have to let it in the door. It's going to have to fly down the stairs. It's going to have to lift the washing machine, lay it on its side, disconnect all of the cables, turn off the water, open it. That's a lot of robot right there. That's a whole lot of robot. And it's a whole lot of me trusting a
Sure,
company.
that's probably 40 years away, but that'll come too.
Maybe not. I mean, I think that the trades is a huge opportunity.
Yeah. Why do you think I kind of put my eggs in two baskets at this point?
Yeah.
When I started working for you, I could go on Indeed and there would be thousands of copywriting and copy editing jobs. They are all gone. There's none of them left. That entire industry has collapsed.
There's a whole swath of the economy that's going to have to retool one way or the other.
Yeah, the whole advertising, all of it.
Oh yeah.
But I think that there is an opportunity for companies like Trollord Games because our stuff is well made, well designed. You know, it's with the Smythe sewing and all that stuff. I think that there's a huge opportunity for people to make money by making more real things. Talking about plastic this, plastic that. Well, we get away from that. Learn how to. I'm not saying anyone should do this, but the possibility opens up for people to go into woodworking, leatherworking, all kinds of stuff where you're making, you're working for yourself, making stuff and selling it. I think there's an opportunity for that.
All I have to say is if you own a stock photo company, sell everything now.
And at the end of the day, and because I'm an optimist, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's coming. There's nothing. It's here.
See,
it's here.
That's my whole point with the whole thing.
That's right, Greg Rage. I want to say this. So Greg Rage just said, but I want my Rosie the Robot made. So Davis, you reminded me. So Davis was making fun of me on Twitter yesterday because I want to be a Luddite, but I'm not because I'm always crap. But we had one of those, what do they call Roombas? We had the Roomba.
Yeah.
That piece of crap never worked. It got jammed on everything. It got stuck under crap. It could never, it was just pissed me off constantly. Much easier to sweep than get up every 10 minutes and move that fucking Roomba. So this morning, it's been sitting in a cabinet for 15 years untouched. It went in the dumpster today. You reminded me of it, so I threw it in the dumpster.
You put googly eyes on it, and it's like a pet rock that scoots around.
Yeah, you probably could have sold it on eBay for $1,000 to a collector. I'm a Roomba collector.
Yeah, it's very possible. I don't know.
I don't know. It's the inevitability of it. I think it's something that everyone's just going to have to deal with.
You have
because
to.
it's not going away.
And I don't want to sound like that guy, and I don't, because it's terrible that people are losing their jobs, and they are. I mean, Microsoft just let 3,000 people go last week, I think. And like someone said, programmers are they're done. I mean, but you've got to
Yeah, but those cocksuckers on the top are still paying themselves the same amount.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. So, I mean, you've got to adjust. I mean, you got to do something.
Can I ask a question?
Grace, you have your finger up, and it's not the one that Davis usually flashes in my direction.
Stop. So I have a press back on you sort of question.
Sure.
Why is plastic it starts with us, just don't use it solution, and AI isn't?
So for me, I'm kind of the same way. I don't use AI unless I don't know I'm using it. I'm probably using some AI and I don't know that I'm doing it. I guess that's not true. I've asked Grok a few questions. But so I will use, so it's the same thing my grandmother would say, all things in moderation. I don't think that we should get rid of plastic. I think plastic has an extremely valuable role in society now. I think that using plastic for bumpers on cars is absolutely horrible. I think that using plastic in water bottles is absolutely horrible. But I don't begrudge any company doing what they do. I just don't buy their crap unless I have to. I bought my truck and I'm pretty sure the bumper's plastic, right? So I think all things in moderation, and AI is going to be...
No, your bumper's not plastic.
You don't think it is? It may not be.
No, I think you probably got...
just in under the...
Yeah.
Aren't they like, it's not like most of the
not
cars.
like now. Now they're plastic.
Yeah, it's just this big wraparound $6,000 piece of plastic. It's just annoying as shit. But when it used to be a metal bumper across the front of it. So I think all things in moderation, and I think AI.
You might be right.
You can talk to Kathy about it. She uses AI in her medical practice, and it's very helpful for patient care. So I think that there's places that AI certainly will have a role. And when it comes to a company and how they're running their company, like Microsoft, now, would I run Microsoft differently? I absolutely would run Microsoft differently than it's being done. Yeah. Maybe retrain those 3,000 people, blah, 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 as opposed to just firing them or whatever. There's other opportunities, but I think that it's easy to get confused in the debate of these oligarchic people, like whoever owns whatever giant, who's the black, whatever them. What is the giant company that owns BlackRock? That guy. I mean, these guys are not. It's like we were talking earlier. They're not good capitalists. They're just whatever the hell. They're just people that are just taking shit. Whatever.
Oh, he's a vampire.
Yeah, it's just people taking shit. People have been taking shit from people for millennia, and it's the same thing he's doing. But we, on our end of it, we have to do the best we can to not participate. Sometimes you have to. You don't have any choice, right? You got to do it. But I think with AI, it's inevitability because every company that sets the tone for this stuff is using it. Now, does that mean Trollord Games has to use it? No, absolutely. We are using it a little bit. Davis is poking around with it in advertising. Are you going to see it in our books? No, you're not going to see it on our books. I absolutely do not like how AI prints. I don't like how it looks. I don't think it has much soul to it. It's cool. I'm running a video right now. What is it? Visions of Tomorrow, that retro future crap that I like, that I like running. And it's all AI generated. It's cool. It's relaxing in my head, whatever. But I don't think if you take that and you put it in a book for what we're doing, I don't think it looks cool. I think it looks bad. So you won't see it in that regard. So I think really, Grace, to answer your question, all things in moderation. I think that, and it would be nice. It does answer it. I mean, because you can use AI. You can use plastic. You don't have to give up everything that might have some modicum of bad to it, right?
Hey, Orc Skull rated in with 20 people. Welcome
thanks,
aboard.
Orc Skull.
Let's talk about anything else.
Did that answer your question there, Grace? Did that answer your question?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think I understand. Yeah.
But well, yeah. I mean, ultimately, like with plastic, like there are certain things that aggravate me. Anyway, I don't want to go into them because I won't shut up.
Get into it. We can get into it.
I think like the enemy are the mega corporations that are putting AI, plastic, insert X harmful thing here into everything that consumers touch, and not the consumers just kind of trying to like figure out how to do business.
Although those lithium miners, they have real great job security. The artists. No, we get to live in a bright future where art is handled by machines and manual labor is done by people.
Thank God I have more time to do my laundry and
No, Grace, you don't have time to do. No, someone else will be doing your laundry for you.
No one can afford that.
So not yet. But have you seen the laundry robots?
No.
Yeah, no, they have laundry robots that do laundry. We'll take it in and out of the washer and dryer, take it out, test it.
It's called a washing machine, bro.
No, and they fold it for you, and they put it in the basket, and then, So, yeah, laundry's out of the question. There's cooking ones. They'll get that down here pretty soon.
This is
Uh,
why I said it earlier and I'll say it again because Grace, you're 100% right. These giant mega corporations who have there's no oversight over them. Our
Yeah.
government certainly hasn't for 40 years paid any
And-
attention to it.
and not even getting close.
and not even getting close. Whether it's both sides of the cap, nobody comes out of this plane, and these mega corporations do it. What we need is to resurrect President Taft and bring him back on deck.
Can we get like a Mecha Taft where he's got like a Borg eye implant?
Yeah,
Yes.
Now we're talking.
He's like exuding fog.
Wait, is he using AI to do that? I'm not. Is it
No,
plastic?
it's his brain.
A plastic AI. Oh no. Oh god.
What are the?
Orc
Everybody should
Skull,
go-
thank you for the raid. My friend.
Everybody should go back and reread iRobot. I did that recently, and it's weirdly relevant.
Is it really?
It's
I
extremely
read it.
weirdly relevant.
Yeah.
It's
There's
a series of short stories about the evolution of robotics.
It's just interesting to see how this has developed over the years. Of course, I'm old enough now to see how things, like what happens, and to develop some like irritating, like
See-
whatever. But like, so for art, so when I was a kid, say for example, 99% of the art was drawn by hand, right? You know, you had the sketchers, then the inkers, and stuff like that.
Yep. I know
Okay.
where you're going.
Yeah, and then and that continues on up through I think it was the 90s,
but
maybe.
The difference is someone using Photoshop to draw is still getting paid.
Yeah, but when
Okay.
at what point? is
Okay,
art
wait.
not
I
doing
want
work
to.
here?
I will push back on this just for a second because I've been following this AI art thing. I have some really weird opinions about it. There are AI artists who are getting paid and paid well. Okay, and I know really well, and now I know a few who actually start with the pencil drawing. They're actually artists who start with the pencil drawing, paint it up themselves, then slip it into an AI program to help enhance, and then move it forward. So that the transition between the hand drawn to the final product, okay, is a combination of like hand drawn, hand painted, moved to Photoshop, from Photoshop to an AI program, and then put out. Okay.
Great.
So I see it, and and this one guy put out how long it took him to do it. 36 hours to complete his process, okay, for one painting. So it's a week's worth of work essentially to create that end product. So it's not like, and this is where there's an inevitability to this that I think that everyone has to, it's going to happen because there's already artists out there doing it.
Here's the thing.
Now,
What I've seen is that, no offense, but older people are pretty bullish on this because they're like, hey, this is great. Look at how amazing this is. For someone my age, for someone Grace's age, who have to do this for the next 40 fucking years, you have no idea how bad it's going to get.
No, we've been through it. We've been through it too. Okay, we're old enough to look at something and say we have to deal with this shit for the next 40 fucking years.
Yeah.
Okay, so something that you guys take for granted, for example, the internet, access to the internet and World Wide Web, right? So my first thoughts, I was really excited about when the internet first started, and then I was like, okay, I know you do not know what the wild fucking west of the early internet was.
Crazy.
And I remember one particular clip that I saw, and it said, I don't want to deal with this shit the rest of my life. And it went off. That's when I went total Luddite, cut off the internet, went back to the old fucking phone, got rid of that big cell phone that I had, got rid of everything. I was like, I'm out. This is not part of my life. And now here I am.
Mm-hmm.
Grace, what do you got?
I think that there's a difference in ethics between AI as a digital tool and AI generated content.
It's a content generation machine, yeah.
Well, there's where, and I don't know. I mean, there's nothing. I don't know what to say about it.
I think it's two different beasts. Legally, it's
It
two
is,
different
it
beasts.
is.
The legal precedent for AI generated content is insane.
Yeah.
That whole string of I don't know.
It is. And you take, for example, so there's a mapper. I don't know if anyone, I'm sure barely a number of you, he works for Wizards now, or does maps for Wizards, Dyson Logos, right? So I ran into Dyson Logos's maps a long time ago, and we even bought quite a few of them, or several of them. And he did that one cube map, that I made a dungeon for and everything. But his mapping style is beautiful, and he had a particular style that was unique to him, right? So Dyson had like this thing, and all those mapping programs out there, right? Dungeon mapping programs with their auto-generated like backgrounds and stuff like that. One of them, I don't know how long ago. It's been a while now, but this is well after Dyson had been publishing.
The Real Epi just subscribed for 5 years.
Let's go,
This
dude.
is 5-year subscription.
One of the first on the channel.
Nice. But Dyson's style has now been copied on one of those dungeon mapping programs. And I'm like, this is where I'm like, damn, I mean, he'll never see a penny of that. And everyone can go in and copy his style now for his homebrew things. But anyway, I see. Yeah, no, there's the point.
Theft was not invented with the advent of AI, for sure.
No, it was not. And
it was weirdly legalized with it, though.
Yeah.
I think that's partially because people haven't challenged it, and I know that Meta just got sued and lost in court. I think that if enough challenges come forward, we may see that pushed back. We may not. It's hard to say because, as I said, we don't have President Taft at the moment, who I looked it up, and he broke up 70 corporations. So,
what is this Taft kicker? What did you read recently? What history book did you read?
Oh, Taft is an American.
Here's my thing with President Taft. Everybody only thinks about him getting stuck in the bathtub, which is the saddest. He literally, next to George Washington, was probably the greatest president we've ever had, because he literally helped Americans at all levels by breaking these corporations up, helping labor, helping people, helping capitalism, helping all of these things. And all people do is remember about this ridiculous moment that probably never actually happened, because
that's
it's
what I would
funny.
want to be remembered for too.
Yeah. And I've just known this because I do every lot of history.
Taft was the one who broke up Texaco. Okay.
He broke up Standard Oil Company.
Okay, yeah, that owned like 80 to 90% of the oil in America, right? Now, can you imagine that if we had one oil company, anyone knows who? So we live in I love this word, techno-feudalism. We live in a techno-feudal society.
That makes me want to fucking kill myself.
Okay,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Kudos for just a cool word. That.
Oh, I know.
word
Isn't it badass? I
is
love the
cool.
word. I love the word techno-feudalism. Okay, so, and to explain how this works, okay, in a way that I think is easily understandable, is that I have a phone service up here, Swiftco, whatever the hell it's called, right? This phone company was given this domain in the 1930s. Okay, this is their domain. They're the only ones allowed to operate here. All right. So I was telling Grace earlier, 3 years ago, I didn't have internet. I had a copper line phone.
You had a corporate phone?
Yeah, the old cord that was set in the 1990s or whatever, phone line, a normal phone line for my internet, right? So it was constantly going out. There were high times, low times. You could get online, you couldn't get online, and I was constantly off and on the internet. Very aggravating, right? For a company that's mostly internet. But anyway, so this area belongs to that company. Can't remember what its name is. Anyway, and I tried to get AT&T to put a line into my house. And they're like, no, we can't put a line into your house because we don't have rights to work in this domain. It belongs to this company as designated by the government. Now, so AT&T ran a line right up to my property line because apparently my property line is right where their AT&T's rights end and this company's rights begin. And this company's just never sold its rights to this land. So that's sort of like it's a feudal estate, and they can charge whatever the hell they want to. Right? So the phone bill up here can be fairly expensive compared to other places.
What would you do? What would you do if you went into the woods and in a swamp you found a Sasquatch oh, drowning? Would you help it? In muck?
Now we're asking the real questions.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to get near it.
I'd help.
Yeah.
I don't. That would be a quite. That's interesting.
I
Have
try
you
to
ever
catch a
tri-
vibe first from it. I try to vibe check it out, do
It's
a
going.
wisdom check.
It's like half. It's just got one arm out.
Yeah,
On its face.
I'd procure some rope from my adventurer's backpack that I have pre-packed by the
Yeah,
trolls
good,
themselves, and then I
good.
would hoist him out. Yeah, easy as pie.
I'd be scared he'd be violent.
Nah.
Would you take a bunch of pictures first?
Not
Yeah.
Bigfoot. You've seen the film. He's just walking around.
Have you ever
It
have you
might
ever
slip
tried
in
to
mud.
res-
You don't know.
Have you ever tried to rescue a dog that's been stuck in a trap?
Yeah, they're violent. Yeah,
Very violent.
yeah. I bet you Bigfoot would be the same way. He'd be like, ah.
Nah, come on.
I gotta go with Grace on him. I've seen the Security film or whatever it is. He's just walking, man. He's
You just be chill.
Okay, fine. It's a chimpanzee.
I would call the taxidermist.
That's We're going to town.
Yeah. I'm gonna prove this shit.
I would
Can you
prefer
imagine-
to project my human intuition onto wild entities and wild animals and assume that they would see me and understand that I'm
Yes.
trying to help. The sun's getting real low there, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, I have a connection with this animal. Oh,
This isn't like you.
no. Stop.
Hey, there's an underrated thing in most settings is taxidermist. Can you imagine like a taxidermist in a normal fantasy setting that have so many animals that they would like?
You're
Hey,
so
Davis.
right.
Davis,
What?
you know, it's funny that you should say that very thing about taxidermy because if you go to the equipment section in a little book called The Adventurer's Backpack, it gives you the prices for various furs.
Yeah, I wrote an adventure that had, I think it was something weird, something stuffed on a wall. But yeah,
It's
it's actually
It's
wild.
got
You
pelts
should-
and skins.
You should
Bear,
play a
beaver,
game.
caribou, coyote, elk, fox, mountain goat, ivar, leopard, snow leopard, giant lynx, otter,
Dude!
owlbear, raccoon, seal, walrus, winter wolf.
Wait.
We need to have an adventure where you are an adventuring party that's being hired by a monster taxidermist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, I was
There
saying
you
like
go.
exact thought. A whole adventure party. Your
Yeah.
whole idea is go find these exotic animals and then bring them back to this guy who can do the taxidermy.
And I want the taxidermist to be so scary. Such a scary individual.
Oh yeah.
A sketchy, freaky,
Yeah.
dangerous fucking person who does
See-
this in his spare time.
I think it strays from the taxidermy thing, but I think it'd be more crazy if it was like a menagerie and he's like a collector of like exotic animals and you got to bring that shit to him alive.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because they're like, fetch me a kraken. And you're like,
Oh.
Yeah.
I
Here's
don't have one for my aquarium.
I do have I have an adventure I've never finished called, coincidentally enough, and on this subject, The Dark Menagerie, about a llama who collects
Like a
things.
spiritual llama or an animal llama?
Right? The lamia.
Llama?
the-
Oh, okay. A monster. Gotcha.
Yeah, the monster. Yeah, she collects things, right?
Yeah.
Or she collects people, living things, and puts them
Yeah.
in these cages, puts them in these towers or whatever. And what she particularly is keen on is collecting lawful good,
So you
That's great.
right? But she has a whole lot. So what happens is, so the idea behind the adventure is that she uses her charm ability to get one like lawful good character to come and be part of her menagerie, and the characters have to go rescue him.
Mhm.
enjoy.
Menagerie is just full of the craziest animals that you can imagine.
That's like that reminds me of two different things. There's an episode of the old Superman cartoon where
Hey, hold on. Let me interrupt you, Chuck.
Yeah.
Chuck, you with us?
Hmm?
I need you to log off. I'm going to log off too and leave the stream to them. All right?
Yep, thanks.
the old Superman cartoon had a premise like that, and then also there's an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation where the guy has like a bunch of like weird devices and things, and he like captures data, and he keeps him. He's like, "You're gonna sit in this chair for all eternity, and I'm gonna come by and look at you sometimes." He said, "Well, I'm a person, and I don't want to do
I
that."
remember that one. Yeah.
But The Most Toys, I think, is the name of that episode.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
And the first Star Trek episode was called The Menagerie.
Was it?
That's what Manfred says.
I didn't. What's it? What's it about?
Kivas Fajo. I don't know. I've only seen the one with the probe that floats around.
Yeah.
And I've seen the arena and the cage. Those are the episodes I've seen.
Really?
Yeah, I've not seen a lot of TOS.
Huh. We grew up on those. Those are really. Some of them are really good.
Oh, that is the cage, isn't it? That's where he gets mauled, right?
I'd have to look and see. I can't remember.
Yeah, with Pike. Pike gets mauled in that episode. doesn't
Yeah,
he?
Pike. Yeah, Pike, the original captain of the Enterprise.
The cage took clips from the Menagerie. Oh, interesting.
Because wasn't Pike like originally cast to play Captain Kirk and they changed or something?
I don't know. I just know he
I
had a
can't
weird,
remember.
freaky wheelchair, and he got melted by delta rays.
Huh?
Yeah.
What a way to go.
Well, he's alive. He's disabled, like pretty severely. He's got like weird blue skin, and
Yeah,
So-
you would think that like
by
in
the
Star-
23rd century they would have that shit together. Yeah.
Yeah, by the 23rd century, we're not going to be dying.
No. Well, that's kind of like what Bones lived to be like 140.
Yeah,
So like, there's a little bit of that. 140.
yeah,
So like, there's a little bit of that.
yeah. They're going to have the regeneration. They're going to have that thing figured out.
Jeffrey
Which
Hunter
is-
didn't want to make this.
Which is going to be a problem if they
Oh, the
actually
stream
have
went down.
figured that out. Huh?
Oh, it's back up. The stream went down for a second. That was really weird.
It went down? It shows
Yeah, it just shut
uninterrupted
off
on
and then
my
turned
end.
back on. Weird.
Did you just get hit with ads?
I'm not even on.
No, it said the stream is offline, and then it kicked back on.
Weird.
Did that happen to anybody else, or is my internet dying?
I don't know. I don't watch it.
It shows fine on my end.
I'm.
It's the 5:30 stream now. Yeah, we just.
That's a.
Oh! It changed. It switched over. Okay.
But not actually. I didn't do anything. I didn't
Not
make
actually.
any changes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So just
Oh
vibes.
no! I don't have no idea what's.
You
You could add that into a character class, the vibe check.
Yes.
I have my vibes as primary attributes, so
The cool check too. You can do it all.
Yeah.
dropped and came back. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So other people are backing me up on that.
So maybe my internet is dying. It's probably fine. Oops.
It's probably fine.
Surely.
What's the
it's
worst that
fine.
could happen?
What's the worst that could happen?
It's gonna be fine.
It's gonna be fine.
Everything will be fine.
Jeez, we're almost at 40,000.
Dude.
It's the backpack. It's the fish on that thing.
Yeah.
Wow, I could use some fish.
Ooh, yeah. Damn.
I got a bag of tuna. I could go get a bag of tuna.
I think I got a can, but it's in oil, which I didn't know when I bought it.
Yeah. I don't do the oil thing. I can't do
No,
that.
it's nasty.
Wait,
Yeah,
what's in what? Huh?
You
Tuna
can
in
get
oil.
canned tuna. You can get it in oil or water.
Oh.
I accidentally bought it with oil. Yeah.
Ugh.
Which is, I mean, you don't have to put anything in it, but I usually eat tuna straight anyway.
Yeah,
Mm.
I like tuna. Yeah.
Because it's super lean.
Yeah.
But with the oil in it, it's just like, plus you can't drain it down the sink. Sometimes I like to give the water to the cat. I'm not giving the cat oil to drink.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah. You'd have.
She comes around, she's like, "Oh, you got some tuna." I'm like, "You can't have this."
Yeah, his cholesterol
greasy.
would go through the roof.
Yeah.
Poor cat.
Yeah, Lucille Ball contributed pretty extensively to the original Star Trek.
Lucille Ball did?
Yeah. I think did she have a producer role? She did some writing or something. I don't
Quick
recall
question.
what, but it
Are you
was.
guys gonna be here for like
yeah.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm gonna just take my dog
I
out.
got nothing on it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
I don't want to. I'm running the stream, so I don't want to just like be gone. But
Right.
I just have to take trouble out really quick. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, it did restart because we put out a post on the Discord. That's weird. Anyway, let's
Now
argue about something. Something fun, not something that is going to make me want to die.
Nothing that you have to look, the hellscape that you have to look forward to for the
Yeah,
40,
exactly.
50 years of your life.
Exactly.
No, Jeremy, it's going to be worse than that. Because, wait, you're 29, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got minimally 50 years ahead of you, more or less, 40, whatever, okay? But I'm going to guess that in 10 years, they're going to have the technology to extend your lifespan by at least 10 or 15 more years, right? So now you've got 65 years ahead of you.
Sure, but I'm going to have to fucking pay $700,000 for it.
Did you see that episode of Black Mirror?
No, that shit's too real. I can't watch that.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no, Black Mirror is sort of interesting. So the producer, director, whatever, during COVID decided to take it down. He wouldn't do any shows because, it was too real. But they just had that episode of Black Mirror. For those of you out there who have not watched the episodes of Black Mirror, go watch some episodes of Black Mirror. There are a few that are not worth watching.
And then go watch Star Trek, the original series.
And Star Trek, the original series, some of them are really, really good.
Just for the full spectrum of optimism in science fiction.
Yeah, no. So in this episode of Black Mirror, they have the lady who's terminally ill or something like that. Well, they can.
Oh, you told me about this.
Yeah. They can and she has to pay the subscription every month, and then they up the prescription, turn her into an advertising thing.
Within 20 years, I guarantee you, they will be putting ads in dreams, and you will have to pay a premium subscription monthly to not get ads in your dreams. I guarantee you.
The key, and this is one of those keys. This is something that I try to impress upon everyone who even gives two shits, is to keep your world as private as possible. So if people just put too much out on the internet.
Yeah, they do.
And I think there was this time where I don't know. We were always brought up privacy's like a key thing.
Davis, we got a question here. I don't know the answer. Maybe you do.
I know the answer to every question.
It's about the campaign. Does the all digital PDF only pledge level include 4 titles, as in the picture, or only 2 as per the written description? So that's.
You would have to ask Steve. He'll be back on in a minute. Just catalog that question so Steve can address it. If there's a disparity between the two,
that's a problem. They never asked me to proofread this stuff, and there's always a million things that are.
Oh no, these things are so difficult to put together.
Sure, but.
Yeah, no, I know.
How do other companies have this problem? I feel like it's just us. Maybe it's not. I don't see what.
No, it's
what
not.
They see.
It's virtually everyone who runs Run comes up with this type of crap. Though most of them don't share it.
Fajita Doctor, I'm saving your question for when Stephen comes back. So we'll get that figured out and we'll get that corrected. Thank you for pointing that out. Seriously. Will the classes in the Adventures backpack be rebalanced? Yes and no. We collected a lot of commentary from the community, and some of us went through it as well and identified some problem areas, and we've kind of reworded some things, clarified some language to kind of bring it in a little bit. But I haven't seen the final manuscript. I don't know that it's been stamped approved yet, but it's something that we're making an effort to do. But it's entirely possible that, because it's true with everything, there may be one that kind of outshines the rest, and then compared to the PHB, it may really kind of shine. CNC is not a game that's overly obsessed with balance. Most of that is mitigated by the XP charts. Like, if you got a really powerful character, it'll take them longer to level up. But it should be better.
It should be better, and I wouldn't. My suggestion on balance is there should be a certain amount of balance to it, but don't get overly obsessed with the balance, because a lot of things will balance out over time. Like at one point, one class will shine, because another one won't, and then it goes back and forth.
It's like the assassin at first level. He gets everything
Yeah,
at first level.
yeah.
But, you know, everything else kind of catches up with him over time.
Yeah, yeah. So what you get is this balancing over time and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And if you find something particularly unbalanced in your game, or you want to balance it more in your game, add XP to the overpowered class, whichever.
Yeah, that'll slow him down.
Yeah, that'll slow it down. So it'll even things out that way.
Yeah, and you can always, you know, modification is you know, the spice of life, right? So tweak it to your heart's content. It will be better though. Yeah, and you can always, you know, modification is right. Tweak it to easy stuff.
There was for literally everything when
All
we
the
were-
classes.
Yeah, all
See,
the
and
classes.
you know, Steven had none of that. He just went by vibes.
Yeah.
Writing the
But that gets really difficult to manage, you know, because you get basically
the
down to
stream went down.
yeah,
Oh, it's back up again. What the fuck?
you get into that World of Warcraft problem where you're like damage per second, you know, and all
Yeah.
kinds of, you know, your DPS.
Yeah.
What's your DPS? What's your
Optimization, yeah.
Yeah, optimization, and then making sure that everyone has the same DPS, you know, and it's like, nah, well, you can't really do that, and it becomes really tricky when you have those abilities where you're like, you're upping everyone else's DPS and not
Right.
your own. What's the valuation of that?
Yeah.
And
So we got another question from Odd One Man, who's trying to keep us on topic. Good on him. Is to tell us what we're promoting and some cool stuff why we have to get it. We're here today plugging the Adventurer's Backpack, which is an expansion for our Castles and Crusades fantasy role-playing game. So if you like character options, this is a book that more than doubles the amount of available classes to you with some really unique and flavorful stuff. It's not the usual subjects. It gets off into some weird territory, and it's also got really, really great optional rules, expansions, and the backpack system. So it's a bunch of pre-assembled kits of equipment, so you can equip your character right away, very quickly get into playing. So you can circumvent what I think is probably one of the most friction-intensive parts of character creation.
oh, buying equipment.
Buying equipment and keeping track of weight stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So the backpacks, which the whole expansion was based on the backpacks. That was the
Yeah.
idea, and we've expanded it from there to add 14 classes. But the backpacks allow you to get your character created really, really quick, and even once it's created, when you go back to town, you can just say, "I buy, you know, the
Yeah.
equipment backpack," and you're restocked right away without having to go through an equipment list and pick what you
Yeah.
want. And spells. There's a lot more spells. I don't know
Yes. Well, think of it as our Unearthed Arcana.
Yes.
Pusheen Delimits asks, "Can I ask a niche rule for y'all about D&D?" Well, we do Castles and Crusades here, but we know our D&D too. So go ahead and fire away.
Maybe.
Maybe. It's been a while. It's been a long while, actually. Oh, we just hit 39,000. That's real big. We're less than 1,000 away from 40K.
Yes. Oh, and there's the backpack, the actual physical backpack.
You get a physical backpack.
Yes.
Gorgeous canvas bag.
Yes, and it's waxed canvas, large enough to hold all your books. And that canvas bag will last you your lifetime. It's all made in America, Duluth, Iowa.
Oh,
Where's-
Duluth is in Minnesota.
Same place.
They're pretty different.
It's up north somewhere.
Yeah.
It gets hot in the summer and cold in the winter.
What's your question, Pusheen? Did you make a tiny book with the pre-done PC? I've never seen one of the tiny books. I hear about them all the time, though.
Wait, what do you mean a tiny book?
The little bitty books that you guys did.
Oh. Okay, okay. Steve loves those things. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I put that on the burner. We'll ask him. Okay. I don't think he wants to do them again. I wouldn't be opposed to doing them. I think that.
No, I understand what he's saying. He's saying that
Okay.
we should have a little book of pre-made characters, which we kind of have already. It's what are those?
NPC Almanac.
NPC Almanac, which has to be reforged, and I'm not looking forward to that.
Oh shit. Well, that should just go on last year's list because.
You gave all of those fuckers so many magic items, and half of them don't exist anymore.
That's my brother's fault.
Yeah.
Uh,
NPC Register and NPC Almanac, or Sketches,
yeah.
Sketches and
Yeah.
Register.
yeah, that has a lot of pre-made PCs in it, or not player characters.
NPCs, yeah.
NPCs. But
Why? Okay. Why register and sketches? What the hell does that mean?
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull them out. So here's sketches. Okay. So NPC sketches has every single class. Okay. Made out, and I have so here with storylines. Let me find one. Author Farthing. What was the one? What was your favorite one? The one in here?
The aphid. I think it was an assassin.
The aphid was an assassin. Monstrous NPCs. Let me go through there. I say towards the end, 218. Okay, this is 300 pages. So let's take a look at the Scald. Where does it start?
Does it have Almanac characters in there? Or does it have
yes,
ABP stuff in there? Cool.
So here's a Seeker. Okay, so there, can you see that? Is that okay? So the Seeker, I have a whole class written up. All right. So this one, Joelle the Farang, it takes her from roughly first or second level, and then it writes up her background, her history, her personality, and then what happens to her as she goes from second level to fifth level, and then what happens from 5th to 10th, and from 10th to 12th, so that you can bring her in at any level range and have her history and background for her. But most importantly, you have all her stats for all of those levels and her personality, what she's up to, what her motivations are. And then for each class, this is all 28 classes, I have shorts, So here, what is it? Hyath Abin Swaherd, he's a first level Scald. So we'll take them these little short descriptions, motivations, personality, what they're doing, all the way up to 10th level, and I have it for each of the classes.
For Magnus, hell yeah, thank you.
And then I have towards the front of this book, and this is just in the sketches. These are complete write-ups.
Yeah. So, but my question is, where is sketches and register coming from? What do those names mean?
Oh, sketches is okay. A register, it's like an Excel sheet, right?
Okay.
So, think of a bank register.
Yeah.
And you're tracking numbers. So the where is it? What is it called? Sketches and what else?
Register.
Yeah, the register is more like an Excel sheet of NPCs. Okay, so it's like this, right? Just rows and rows of NPCs. Every character class, barmaids, whatever, you just throw it in here. All of them have their own individual names. All of them have their all hit points, armor class, everything, as well as their personality type and their motivations, all in basically an Excel sheet. Thousands and thousands.
The NPC Almanac.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then sketches, again, hundreds, and I got monstrous NPCs, bandits, all kinds of crazy crap in here. Wow. I forgot I wrote this much.
Oh, what the fuck?
Some of these are really good.
Yeah, they are. They're great. course they are.
But
You
this-
wrote them.
Yeah, this is. I think this is the thing. Other than the PHP, this would be the thing I'm most proud of, is the sketches, sketches and almanac. Now it started out as just a 32-page book, like the old.
As it so often does.
Yeah. It was supposed to be like, I think it originally conceived it was 32 pages. Then we bumped it up to 120, and then by
Then it
the time
became 2 fucking books.
then it became 2 fucking books, and then
Tale as old as time.
yeah, the
My problem is I can't bring myself to write. Like my prose and my design is too lean. And I'll be like, I've said everything I want to say. I'm done with this subject. That's only 40 pages.
Well, no, there's something to be said for that, because I sit there and I read stuff. I'm like, no, does that really need to be said? No, it really doesn't, because there's something that like especially for game masters is like, you know, if you're running your own home campaign or something like that, you have your own world and you're buying a dungeon. You don't need extraneous stuff. You just need the basic information, and then. If you've played some of those games where there's like some of the dungeons where there's tons of details, tons and tons and tons of details, trying to memorize that crap, you know,
forget it. Well,
or then you're just stuck in a book reading it all the time.
Yeah, well, with that kind of stuff, I think you just pluck out what speaks to you and engage with that, and kind of ignore the rest.
Yeah. The cool thing is, sometimes though those little details can make a huge difference in a game, because players latch on to them.
Yeah.
So if B1, okay, I need someone out there has to be an expert in some of these old modules. In B1, in the bottom right-hand corner of the upper level, there is a room. It's the bedroom of what's his name's mistress, I think. And there's a letter in the drawer.
Okay.
To that room.
Yeah.
And I remember I ended up when my players went into that and got that letter or something, there's something in there. And it turned into a whole mini campaign based on just one like throwaway description of what was in a room.
Have you gotten a chance to read Into the Dark?
Into the Unknown?
Into the Dark. No, Into the Dark is our starter kit scenario.
Yeah, I've read it at one time. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in there.
No. That's Drums in the Dark. That's a different.
Drums in the Dark. Okay.
No, Into the Dark is very heavily inspired by B1 and B2, and I just crammed as much like open-ended stuff in there as possible. Like you can find a sword that's like got the spirit of someone in it. That's like, oh, we got to go slay this demon. It doesn't say what the demon is or where it is, but hey, you want to turn that into an adventure? You can go do that. You can find the body of a knight who's got like a letter from the king written on it. It's like, you're doing this quest, and if you do it, return to me, and I will give you a plot of land and all this stuff that you were promised, and lots of that.
That type of stuff is really cool. I think that type of stuff is really cool to throw into adventures. Yeah, but other than that, I'm sort of a minimalist, except that sometimes the minimalism doesn't work to convey what's in the room. So I don't know. There has to be a.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There has to be enough to draw you in.
Yeah, enough to draw you in and paint the picture, you know, but not so much as to get you lost in the details. It's like the difference. What are the columns? There's like the Doric and the classical and whatever. And by the time you get to the end of the column, it's like, it's so decorated. It's a Baroque decoration. And you're just sitting there staring at the column for hours trying to figure out where does this decoration end? Where does it get the Pantheon? They're simple, straight up columns.
Man, we're on track to 40K right now. That's crazy. ABP 40K.
Let's go. We're really close.
We are really close.
Damn. Like
tell your friends.
Away.
Tell your mom. Get a copy for your dog. I don't care.
Tell your boss. Tell
your boss.
Tell your landlord.
Oh, yeah.
Write your congressperson. Be like, hey, did you hear about this thing? They'll be like, oh, that's really cool.
I want someone to call their congressman's office and suggest that they do this, and we will send you a free copy of NPC Alphabet.
You gotta record it though. You gotta record it.
Record. If you can do a recording of you calling that office and saying, "Look, there's this backer kit campaign. We will
need to
send you an
support
NPC Almanac
Oh,
NPC sketches for free."
But only if it's not a two-party state, because otherwise you're committing a crime.
Really?
There's for recording phone conversations. There's one party, two party states.
Right. I forgot about that. Yeah. Can't you Oh, that's right. But that
You can
only
record
applies.
your words, but not theirs.
Yeah. So if you go to them though in person, you can record it.
Probably, yeah.
Maybe.
In public. I mean, if you went into their home, maybe not. But
Dude, I think that everything that any public official says should be open book as long as they're on the clock, in the office and on the clock.
Yeah, it sure should.
yeah.
It really sure should.
Yeah. But anyway, that's just me.
Somebody's stomping around. What the hell?
Do
That's
we
so
have
windy,
a
though.
plan for the rest of the evening?
Sure.
Sure, we are gonna stay on until everyone falls asleep at the thing.
Let's
We're gonna have to
go.
We're gonna have to do something though,
Yeah.
or I'll be coming up with all kinds
Ooh,
of.
we're coming up on 5 minutes left on the backer train, so if you're thinking about it,
Yeah. Don't.
I think
don't.
I
If
think
the
we turn
backer
this off
train
when
ends,
it's out. Yeah.
we immediately close the stream. Yeah.
Oh, when the backer train ends.
When
Yeah.
the backer train ends, I get killed. So
Mid sentence, you take Jeremy out back.
yeah. I got a lot of work to do, so that'll be pretty damaging to the company.
Oh yeah, I have got absolutely. I was set aside the whole day. I totally forgot about this thing. So I had set
Yeah.
aside the whole day to get like majorly through one of my projects, and now I'm completely off.
Yeah. I was gonna
'Cause
prepare
my-
for Scrapped tonight, and boy howdy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you
Thank
have
you,
that.
Thieves Guild Games. That's very nice. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Are you gonna?
No,
Have you
not
canceled
tonight.
that already?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna pick
Oh,
it back up next week. It's a skill issue on my end. I'm a little skeege, a little skeeby.
Can you explain the title to me?
Scrapped.
Yeah. What is the
I'd be
spark
happy
for
to.
that? Yeah.
So, when I was writing this campaign, I was really, really interested in the idea of like rejected characters.
hmm
And so the players, they have like a loose knowledge of like their backstory and a little bit of like NPCs and stuff from like the campaigns that they were like written to be a part of. Like they know where they're from, and they wake up in a realm that's not that, and it's explained to them that they have been scrapped. They are ideas that were not used, and they've been kind of discarded, and they're never going to see the world that they were written for. Those NPCs don't exist. They don't exist. They're just
So they're
ideas.
characters that never got played.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
And the realm that they've been pulled into is called Draft, and it's a
Oh,
place
that's
full of
really
people
small.
like this.
Yeah.
And as long as they are in this like little pocket realm called Draft, they're not in like the pool of ideas up above. There's like a place called the Ether, referred to as the Ether, where like ideas live.
Yeah.
And as long as an idea is kind of in the ether, it can kind of be plucked by thinking humans on Earth at any time. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, maybe it'll take 100 years, maybe it'll happen tomorrow. There's no time. It's kind of like a purgatory state in the ether. But so we have like some characters that are trying to get back there and leave Draft and go back to the ether. There are others that are afraid of that and just want to exist in any capacity, that are happy in Draft.
God, that's great.
Thanks.
I love that. That's a really fun idea. It's really
Yeah.
novel too.
Yeah,
No
that's
pun intended. Um,
I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a
that's
a good
super
one.
inventive. I love that.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Man,
no.
shucks. I've been thinking about it for a long time before.
Dude,
I
I
think
have
you
never heard
mentioned
of
that premise before
anything
at
like
some
that
point, but-
before.
Really?
Never heard anything. Yeah, no.
Oh, man. Thanks.
The closest I can come to is the Island of Misfit Toys. You
It's a
know.
little
Yeah.
bit that.
That's
Yeah.
how I explained it to my mom.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
Island of Misfit
oh,
Toys and like
prompt theory. Like, are you a prompt? You know, are you just a
Yeah.
prompt? Are you really for real?
Well, it's
You
like
know,
it's this interesting thing because if you find out that you are not real and the people around you aren't real, how do you treat them? What do you do? Like, how do you move
Yeah.
through the world? And we're kind of exploring that already. I think.
yeah, that's really like psychologically rich.
yes.
It's a little bit.
Thanks.
Island of Misfit Toys and the Matrix, kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, that's so. That's exactly the two
Yeah.
things. That's funny.
Yeah,
But-
that's a really.
And where and when can they catch this fine program?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. It's not
Yeah.
not this Tuesday, but every other Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
So that'll
7
be 2
p.m.
weeks
Central.
from now, then. If it's every other,
It's every Tuesday,
Okay,
just not this one because
Gotcha.
I'm
all
sleepy.
the other Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's Tuesday. Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we kind of got a thing going on right now.
Thanks for the kind words. I'm happy that you guys asked about it. It's
Uh,
fun. It's a lot of fun.
Because we're here, Death's Angel. Oh no, that's like you got really great ideas. The Hound class that you sent me was really cool too.
Dude,
I
thanks.
really want to put that in Crusader 29.
I want to fix it up the way that
yeah.
you sent me some
I
really
sent you
great
some
feedback
notes,
for
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm excited to dive into it. I just haven't
kind of like a
yet.
hunter, pursuer, not quite bounty hunter, but similar idea space kind
Yeah.
of character. Yeah,
Like a bounty hunter monk. A little
yeah,
bit.
yeah. It's all about like capture.
Yeah.
Hey, Grace, where are you and Nick on that Book of Encounters?
It's done.
It's done. Yeah,
Or we
haven't
have
seen-
the role players vault.
isn't that it?
Oh, we have. I know what you're referring to. The Pacifist's Guide to Aird.
Yes, yeah.
That's a great title.
Thanks.
No, it is. Explain it for the audience real quick
Yeah,
because it's a really, again, this is a great idea.
Thank you. I'm gonna pull up my document here. So the writing group that we were kind of all doing this with has kind of like ceased, and so now it's really just kind of Nick and I on this.
Mhm.
But when I was GMing 5e, I realized that I didn't have any ideas for encounters that weren't like combat based.
Violent. Yeah.
So it's going to be a big list of encounters that are not explicitly combat. They could be anything else. Traps, puzzles, NPCs, hostile or friendly. And they're all separated by environment. So you can go through and just
Yeah.
whatever landscape your players are in, that's the chapter you can go to.
I wrote a whole thing on different types of encounters for the starter kit that got cut, so I could
Yeah.
probably send that to you to look at.
That'd be awesome.
Um,
I'd love to
yeah.
throw it in this.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. Characters come upon a tree that's been chopped down and it's across the road.
Hmm.
You got nothing for it. Believe me, I mean, it's just some like random dude chopped down a tree and left, right? So, but the players would sit there and they'd be like, "Oh, it's an ambush. Oh, wait, there's something going on here." You know, so you would turn
Just
into
put
this
a dead
crazy-
guy somewhere. Just put a
Yeah.
body somewhere.
Yeah.
It could be 6 weeks old.
Yeah.
Died of a heart attack, but they're oh my gosh, what's going on?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick his
Oh
body.
yeah, no, there's a. I did that one time. I had a coach driver die of a heart attack. And that's that's how the adventure started. They're like between these two towns in this rural
Yeah.
area, and the coach driver just like dies of a heart attack, right?
Yeah.
And then they have to like manage to get out. But they never believed he died of a heart attack. He was poisoned.
Yeah,
he
it
was
was a
killed.
demon. Yeah.
Foul play.
Yeah, I know. It's like no one ever believed it. I was like, that's
I think ethical problems are really great, like
Yeah.
role play encounters too, because like issues that don't have an obvious solution or have multiple potential solutions, especially if you can split the party, where they're like, we should do this, no, we should do this, like that's like drama coming out of a can, like that's
Yes.
Yeah.
perfect.
One that I have that's a little bit moral stuff in this
Yeah.
is there's a huge crocodile. So this is for like a swamp environment.
Okay,
There's
okay.
a huge crocodile that swims back and forth across the water, terrifying travelers and passerby. The crocodile is actually a young druid, a teenager named Joven. Joven doesn't mean to cause any actual harm. He just likes causing
Mm.
trouble and like pranking people. If confronted, Joven will flee by any means available to him to get back to the safety of his tribe, who are unaware of his antics. So,
Mm.
He's got like a scroll of polymorph or something that he's using.
yeah.
Yeah. That's good. I like that.
It's like that Vitali guy who went to the Philippines.
Who?
Oh, he was one of those internet pranksters.
Oh
And,
my god.
I don't know.
Wait, I know this guy. He's facing like 25 years or something like
Wow.
that in the Philippines prison.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him laughing anymore.
It's not a place you want to be, if I had to guess.
No, and I don't like those pranksters, and they're
Internet
and
pranks are the lowest form of
Yeah,
it's
and
so
they're not even-
stupid.
they're not even really pranks. You know?
No, it's just being an asshole and a jerk and a nuisance in public.
Yeah, like the guy who went to Korea. What's his name?
Oh.
Same thing happened to him. He's arrested too.
Yeah. I can't remember his name.
All those IRL streamers, they call them.
Yeah,
Johnny Somali.
Yeah, that
Johnny
was a bastard.
Somali. Yeah, Johnny Somali. And then
What
there
weird
was
confluence. I never expected something that I follow independently of all this to come up. That's weird.
Internet
I like
pranks.
Oh,
that.
yeah,
yeah.
no,
Like
yeah.
no, I don't follow internet pranks, but I follow internet morons.
Yeah.
One of my pet projects is studying all these like bugs moving around on a log. I
Yeah.
follow them all.
It's so infuriating.
And yeah, Vitali has to be at the top of that list.
He's such a jerk.
Yeah, no,
Such
and
a
then
just
I,
total
yeah, no,
asshole.
and then there was who was the
There's a
The
guy who was
girl who-
walking into people's houses,
Oh,
Like in New
yeah, I
York.
remember that. Yeah, he kept doing it. Kept
just
doing it,
trying
kept doing
people's
it.
doorknobs, and if it
Yeah.
was unlocked, just walking inside.
That's a good way to get shot.
I think that's exactly what happened. I think he was shot.
I thought he was doing
Really?
it somewhere that had like really strict gun laws, but maybe not. I don't remember.
I thought it was New York. Or something like that.
Well, they shot that squirrel, so
Oh my God! What was that? That poor squirrel.
the
Oh.
the EPA I think came in. There
Someone
was like
shot
a home.
squirrel?
There was like a New York homestead, and they had a squirrel. They had it illegally. It was like a rescue that they kept as a pet, and it had like that squirrel had a really big social media presence, and they came in and because they were doing something and they wound up killing the squirrel. I don't know if it was like euthanasia or what, but I think it was because they're like, you have this squirrel illegally, we gotta take care of it. It's a wild animal. I could have all of the details wrong on that, but its name was Peanut the squirrel, and it got killed by the It became a bit of a martyr. It was interesting to see.
Yeah.
We ride at dawn for
Peanut,
the squirrel. Peanut the squirrel.
Harambe, you know, all of them. Hey,
On one man, we do not make books in A4 size. A4 size is slightly larger than 8.5 by 11. I think it's because of that weird metric system thing that some strange countries use, but ours are 8.5 by 11.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
that's the book block is 8.5 by 11. The book itself is slightly larger. Do what?
Okay. Urgent. We got a question earlier. Someone said, does the all digital PDF only pledge level include 4 titles, as in the picture, or only 2, as per the written description?
Let me, Chuck. You with us?
Mm-hmm.
So the all digital PDF only. Apparently, there's a discrepancy between the image and the description. We want to know, are they getting all 4 or just 2?
Oh yeah, good point. Let me go back and fix that. Good catch.
They get all 4, correct?
They get all. Okay. So.
Yeah.
What was your name?
Mm-hmm.
What was your name?
can't remember.
I don't recall.
I'm sure they are still out there. We are fixing to roll over 40,000.
Oh, for Christ's sakes! I'm gonna have to make a new one. God.
And
Well, you know what it is? I didn't see the picture. I didn't have pictures for them. We just did text and it just ran out of my head.
Oh yeah, we're $8 away from 40.
So Chuck, I think Chuck needs a beer.
Malaki, yes, it is, but it's completely, it's pared down. All third edition stuff is removed from it. Jeremy created different familiars for each
It's
class.
basically rewritten almost completely.
Yeah, so because there's so much material from third edition that carried over into Mystical Companions, the Book of Familiars, and all of that was.
Yeah. Fajita Doctor, the answer is you get all 4. I found his name.
But tell him to wait just a second.
You just wait, because we're fixing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna. That pledge is cut off for right now. I'll fix it in a second.
So, per a backer's suggestion, Chuck and I had a quick confab on the stretch rewards and the next stretch reward. Now, this is a major expansion, so it's going to be a jump from our typical what we've been doing every 5. Just so people have reference, the elf, dwarf, gnome, halfling, those are already written. They're just in a different book, so they just need to be cleaned up, and ported over and whatnot. But we're going to do at 50,000. If we hit 50,000, we are going to do the land and titles and a new starting gold system. So we're going to do that domain system for your character classes, building domains, and bringing that stuff to you from the character's perspective, from the player's perspective, not from the CK's perspective. So that's a huge chunk, and that's why you're seeing a jump there. But that will be the next stretch reward.
Now that's quite a bit of work.
That's what we get paid for.
Okay.
That is our job.
Yeah, I know. You're just typically pretty averse to like novel stuff for stretch.
Well,
rewards.
it's not going to be 90 pages of content.
Okay.
I've got a decent idea. We'll put it together, and we've got the rest of them out of that. Chuck's going to. He had some fantastic ideas, expanding a lot of equipment in there, cleaning up the bandages and healing system. There's a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff coming our way. It's going to take us a little while to get that up, probably in the morning, before that is loaded up.
Man, we are $8 away from 40,000. I can't.
The new
I can't
the
take
new
it.
tier is up for the all digital.
So the all digital tier has been corrected. Go out and grab your all digitals.
Yeah. And remember that if no one backs and keeps this backer train going, we have 6 minutes left. We're going to abruptly stop the stream.
True. I don't know
No preamble.
Abruptly.
That's
Hard
right.
smash cut to nothing. Hot nothing.
All right. Oh, check over here. It's like we've got I've been trying to check the comments in the community section. We might have a new one now. Let me see. Yes, we do. There are a couple questions over in the community section. Do we want to answer them live, or do you just want to go back later and answer them?
Either way.
You're gonna have to put comments there anyway.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
We could address them here, I guess, if you want to.
That'd be up to you guys. I'm going to dive back into my work.
So the first one is, if we have the first edition, the first printing of the Adventurer's Backpack, what is different in this version, or should we keep the first edition? So it's going to be quite a bit of differences. We did a book several years ago called Expanding Classes, and in that book, there's multi-classing, dual classing, and class and a half. That book is no longer in print. We did a limited release for the Reforged Kickstarter, but we're not going to return this thing. All of that content, which is about 60 pages, I think, is going to be put into the Adventurer's Backpack. Also, in the earlier version of the Adventurer's Backpack, you have 14 classes, 13 of which only go to 13th level. All of those are now expanded to 24th level. So you have that new content as well.
That's pretty huge.
Do what?
That's huge on its own.
It's absolutely, it's gigantic. Now, the other stuff that you're going to see that's largely the same is going to be the section on war dogs, and guard dogs, the section on spells and counter spells. Those are going to be the same. The rune mark rules will go in there. We've already unlocked the Rune Lore Reforged rule book, so that we're going to have a separate book coming out with all of the Rune Lore stuff in it, even the stuff that hasn't been in publication for the past 10 years or so. So there will be quite a lot of differences between the first printing and second printing. This is probably, aside from the Book of Familiars / Mystical Companions / Adventurer's Backpack, this is probably the most changes we've ever done in a single title from one print to the second, would be my guess. Because it's a lot.
Yeah, I would assume Mystical, like the Book of whatever, the animal book, takes it pretty handily at this point, but.
That one probably is the most, but it's changed titles. This one's
it's a different book, yeah.
It's a different book, essentially. So I'm going to answer this guy's question real quick
Yeah.
online.
Yeah.
I forgot to pay my electricity bill. God damn.
Oh,
If Davis has an abrupt cut, we know why.
oh, I gotta pay my shit.
Yeah, no,
Suddenly
it's,
everyone-
it's the first of the month. I just
It's-
realized,
damn
oh
it.
shit,
Ah.
that's the bills to pay.
I was like, hey, I got some money in the bank. I'm feeling pretty good. No, I don't. No, I do not.
Money in the bank in this
Yeah.
economy.
trying to save up money.
One
But it
day,
makes it inordinately difficult.
Yay! Unprecedented times. So much fun.
Great.
what's the curse? May you live in interesting times.
Ugh!
Yeah.
Don't put that evil.
Hey,
on
I
us,
want
Dave.
to. Does anyone in this chat, have you all ever bought retreaded tires?
Yes.
Years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
God.
I don't think is that a thing anymore. 'Cause that's the only way
No.
to be able to afford tires. No, is it pay like $8 for a retreaded tire? Oh, well, because I have not.
No, I'm pretty sure there's laws against that now at this point.
I think the only
Yes,
place.
never again. About every 6 months, Greg. That's about as long as those tires would last me.
Yeah, I think that you can only buy them in India now. I see those retreading vehicles or retreading videos from India, and I'm like, damn, they're really going all out on this. I mean, they do a good job. It looks like.
See, you guys are kind of lucky though, because you only got to buy one set of tires, really. We gotta have snows. We gotta store those fuckers.
Oh yeah,
That
that's
is
true.
true.
I have to pay
You don't use
monthly to
chains up there?
keep tires that I use half the year.
Do you not use chains up there?
No, it wouldn't be. It would be very damaging to the road.
I don't know. When I had my Explorer, I got now they were freaking expensive as shit.
You also had a
Uh,
4-wheel drive.
Yeah, I also had a 4-wheel drive,
Yeah.
but also I got all weather tires, and they were not.
They're not snow tires. There's a big difference.
No, but they were useful. I mean, I was out in Colorado, Montana, and stuff like that during the winter,
Sure.
so I was in like 4 or 5 foot, sometimes
Yeah.
deep snow, and they worked well. But those tires cost a shit ton, and I had 4-wheel drive, so that
Yeah.
helps a lot. So, but no, I couldn't imagine like the tires I have on the thing now. If I got in snow, I would just be like,
You're spinning and spinning and spinning.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. There's no way they wouldn't grab anything.
Hey, we're over 40,000.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's huge. Wow.
Huge. Damn,
Wow.
we leapt over 40,000.
Yeah, we did.
Jeez. Thank you all. God damn.
Yeah, we appreciate the sport.
That's okay. No, it's good.
It's making
Y'all are
me
okay.
want to do racial classes, a few racial classes, just like add them to like straight
They're
up
already
racial
done.
class. But more. Like you have like the
Half
elf.
orc and half elf are the only ones that are missing, I think.
Yeah, but I think we could make like 2 different types of elves, maybe, or 2 different types of.
Like high elves and wood elves.
Yeah. I don't know why elves get so many branches.
They don't need them.
No, I know they don't. I know they don't, but it's
I think
just
they're
something.
fun.
Yeah.
But it's something about the elf specifically that can like, oh, I want to be I want to be a blue elf. I want to be
Yeah,
a
I know.
green elf.
What
I
do you
want to
think
be a
it
gold
is?
elf. I have no idea. Maybe it's something aspirational because it's like
Yeah.
because an
I
elf
think
is supposed to be a better person, but like the high elf might not be the better you that you want to be, and so the wood elf, maybe.
I think that's. Yeah, I think it's a combination of aspirational and that. What is it? When you project and projection,
Yeah.
you can
Mhm.
project yourself onto an elf, or your desires onto an elf, because
Mhm.
Because the
We've-
dwarf is not an idealized human. The elf
Right.
is an idealized human.
Yeah.
it's become an ideal.
It has become, yes. It
Yes.
used to be a weird creature that lived in the woods and would eat you.
Mhm.
Yeah, it used to be not so good.
Yeah.
Tolkien changed all that, I think.
Yeah.
No,
So- I mean, I'm guessing that's the genesis of that change was Tolkien.
maybe. I mean, the Hobbit elves are more fairy tale elves. and the Lord of the Rings elves are much more like Norse myth, right? Like grim characters.
Yeah, but
the Broken Sword came out the same year, within the same month, and it had elves of that flavor too. So I think they're both pulling from the same well for like serious elves.
yeah.
Mhm.
Now what that is,
Well,
Paul Anderson was really big into.
I think the difference, Jeremy, in the Paul Anderson elves is they're almost ethereal. They're kind of these creatures, godlike creatures almost.
Yeah.
But Tolkien's really aren't. And when you read the Lord of the Rings, now when you read the Silmarillion, it's different.
They're like that, yeah.
Yeah, but when you read the Lord of the Rings, and especially the Hobbit, Elrond is just this happy guy in a house.
Yeah, I was saying in The Hobbit, they're like fairy tale elves.
So I think that Tolkien probably propelled that forward.
Oh, I mean, sure. I'm not going to argue that the Broken Sword had a bigger cultural impact than the Lord of the Rings.
You also got things like from the 80s. What was that Elf Quest? Ridiculously popular comic book for the 80s and 90s. So
I
I
can't
think,
believe those goofy-looking characters had a
dude,
strong
that
impact.
stuff was crazy
Dude,
popular.
I loved ElfQuest.
I did
I have
too.
all those comic books. I loved ElfQuest.
But
And
it's
there's
funny you
so-
should say that, Davis, because in the Player's Guide that aired, which we have sort of gutted this book and spread it throughout several other books, including the Adventures Back then, there's a huge amount of information on 5 different types of elves. There you go.
How come there's not 16 different kinds of halfling? Like, why?
But there was an attempt to, because you remember, like, I don't know if Jeremy, if you're familiar with this, but
Probably. What is it?
there's like the so you had the halflings, and sometimes in the 80s or 90s you started to get like I can't remember the names of all the
Yes,
different types.
Harfoots, stouts, tall fellows.
Yeah. Bigfoots, smellyfoots, whatever. You just had like a dozen different types of halflings, but it never took off. I mean, very few people ever really cared to play like my
They don't
idea.
have the heroic. They don't have the heroic about them.
Well, they're not.
No, they're-
they're not as aesthetically different. Like they all
And-
look kind of the same.
But they're
Like a
not
drow
heroic.
looks very different than a high elf.
There's nothing heroic about. Bilbo doesn't slay the dragon. He jabbers.
Bilbo is a hero, sir.
Sure he is.
I will not stand for this.
But he doesn't pull a sword out and slay the dragon. He just jabbers with him for a while.
Yeah,
Bilbo just bumbles his way to the end.
Bilbo killed a whole lot more people than most characters.
Bilbo caused the near extermination. Bilbo is actually
I will
the
not stand for Bilbo slander.
is-
Excuse me, sir. He had the wisdom to spare the creature Gollum's life, which resulted in the ring being destroyed.
and the complete extermination of the orc people.
Oh, I see where you go. Okay. I thought you were
I
going a
stand
different
for the
route with
orcs.
that. Okay.
I stand for the trees. I stand for the orcs.
My name is Mork, and I speak for the orcs.
Good old Bilbo.
Yes, Bilbo is the everyman hero,
Mhm.
There
He's
you
a
go.
reluctant hero.
That's what he is.
the reluctant hero. But yeah, I think the elves. And now, what people have done with elves is just taking them to the nth degree. So
Well, I think at this point, everything is starting to become an elf.
Yeah.
In terms of like look and attitude.
what did you tell me yesterday, Kim, when I sent you that site, that artist?
That was so funny.
And I was like, look at this art, blah blah blah, and he went through it, and he came back and he
Bro.
said,
The art was awesome, but they had, I can't remember what the creatures are called, but it had like the Minotaur X. And it was an elf with 2 cow horns. And then it was literally, it was an
literally,
elf
that's all it
with
was. It was,
different hats. Or, it was really funny.
it was the same elf with like different costumes on, basically. It was an elf cosplaying monsters.
I'm gonna coin a term. It's called eldrification, which is where everything slowly starts to look more like an elf over time. If you look at a lot of modern gaming books, everything looks very, very pretty, and it's posing for like a Vogue magazine,
Yes.
even if
Yeah.
it would be traditionally monstrous.
Oh yeah, no, there is that. There is
Yeah.
that. But we've seen that in everything, like vampires, mummy,
Yeah, well, yeah.
everything.
Mummies.
Yeah.
We gotta do
No.
mummies.
I don't think there's been a sexy mummy. Maybe there
Yet.
has.
Oh,
That's
this
Twitter
yes, there
talk.
has.
No, there
Right.
was in
Yeah.
in, but that wasn't. She wasn't the mummy though. She was like, I don't know.
Oh,
There are no-
yeah, in
there are no
Brendan
characters-
Fraser's movie. What was Brendan Fraser's movie?
The mummy.
The Mummy. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
But no character in bandages in successful media has been portrayed as attractive while moldering and covered in bandages.
Let me just Google sexy.
You're
mummy
gonna
really
find
quick.
it.
Yeah, I'm actually getting Grace. I'm doing that right now. I'm googling sexy
That's-
mummy.
We're gonna
That's
get
why
put
I
on the
added
same
the cop-
list
That is
online.
why I added the caveat of successful media.
All right, we'll see what I come up with.
It's just
The
Halloween
Mummy in the Tom
costumes. This
Cruise
is
movie was
boring.
kind of hot.
I didn't watch that trash. Are you kidding? I don't know. Maybe it was good.
I didn't see it.
What's like a sexy creature from the Black Lagoon?
Yeah, I don't think that creature. Well, unless you're a fish, I guess maybe that creature sexy.
Well, they made The Shape of Water, and that's about a
Yeah.
woman falling in love with the creature.
It's true.
There you go.
So
There's Nosferatu.
that's a movie about a lady who really wants to. who's
Is
Is a
very conflicted about
vampire?
her feelings for a rotting corpse.
Is it just a dead person?
He's a vampire, but he's like rotting. He's like really monstrous in it. He's gross.
Then
kinda neat.
is he, in that sense, a mummy?
He's not been mummified. I can't
okay.
accept it.
Okay, yeah.
And
If
he
he hasn't been
himself is not
mummified.
sexy. He is a gross, bloated corpse.
Ew.
He's like full of worms and stuff.
Ew.
Yeah, he's gross.
What?
He's really gross. And
Ew.
he brings a plague of rats with him.
No.
Yeah.
It's way worse than crabs.
Yeah.
Okay.
All vampires are gross. That's a great movie. I recommend it. Bring your grandma to see it. She'll never speak to you again.
Yay.
You're talking about the remake, the one they just did?
Yeah.
I have not seen it yet. I need to watch it.
It's a lot of the stuff from the Werner Herzog one is really kind of toned down. It's way more about the characters than the spectacle of him coming in and like destroying the town. Like the famous shots of like the procession of all those guys carrying coffins and this town full of rats. Like there's way less of that. It's much more. It's by Robert Eggers, who made The Lighthouse and The Witch, which are two of my favorite films ever.
Love The Witch. I
So-
have not seen The Lighthouse.
The Lighthouse is great. It's a story
Is it a
about
horror film? That's Willem Dafoe, right?
it's Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson, and it's a story about the struggles of repressed homosexuality.
Oh, there you go.
That's cool.
Yeah. So it's not a horror movie. It's
It
just
becomes a horror film.
got it.
It kind of defies classification. It's like an old sea tale.
It's an actual movie.
I
That's telling
love
us.
the
It's
concept
gorgeous,
of like
yeah.
love in horror.
Yeah.
I think that those two things together are so delicious. Even though I don't like horror
Yeah.
media and I don't watch it. It just
Yeah,
it's
it's-
like peanut butter and jelly. It makes so much sense to have like a really great love story inside of like a horror novel.
Well, I wouldn't call The Lighthouse a love story.
Well,
They
yeah,
try to
but-
kill each other at the end, but
Love theme. That's it could still be.
it's like it
Depends.
feels like a Poe novel where like it's
Yeah.
two guys on this lonely island losing their minds in this old lighthouse.
I'm losing
becoming
my mind right
paranoid.
now. This
Aw.
baby.
There's a Cthulhu flair to The Lighthouse, yeah, very very briefly, but yeah, it's there.
He's just a baby.
He doesn't know what I'm doing in here. It's past 5, so he's like, "What's going on? Why are
What
we
the
fighting?
heck?
What the hell are you doing, man?
What's he
Come on.
doing?
We're supposed to be fighting at this point." So I need to.
Okay, outside the mummy, I can't find anything. I seem to
No, because nobody wants to fuck a mummy.
Speak for yourself.
Are there sexy trolls? I bet there are sexy trolls.
yes, there are sexy
Of
trolls.
course, there are sexy
Yeah.
trolls.
Okay, so that's an untouched. That's a fairly untouched.
Gross.
Outside the movie, the movie.
Gross. That is the grossest pair
Oh,
of words
God,
I've
damn
seen in a long time.
What
Holy
happened? I missed it. What was that?
I'll just let this one go. I'll move on to a different topic.
Check the comments. There's two words paired together that just is like poison
Wait,
on
wait.
the brain.
That's
Wait,
the
no, no,
funniest
no.
Twitch comment I've ever seen.
No, No. So this plays perfectly into the joke because I was an archaeologist. You know, we dig dead things, mummies.
Yeah.
We dig them.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
I see it now. Yeah. All right.
Anyway,
Oh my gosh.
Anyway.
Anyway.
What about like
Okay.
a serpent man or something weird?
yeah, I think everything's been tried. I don't know. Maybe that's a thing now. I don't know.
What about the oh, I lost it. Sexy skeleton? I bet that how could that even be?
I don't know. Kent and I, when we were looking at that thing, it was like a sexy zombie, and I was like,
That's gross. That's so gross.
I was like,
That's Jeremy.
that's
That's
pretty
subjective,
attractive
is what it is.
I
It's
don't want a fucking
subjective.
corpse.
Subjective.
It's a
There are people in the world who may
modular.
enjoy that.
Yeah, it's a modular partner.
Oh,
You can take certain
got it.
parts off.
that's sick. Is there a sexy Frankenstein monster? I bet there is.
Oh, there has to be.
That's
a
the
sexy-
original Frankenstein.
Madeline
monster, depending on who
Kahn.
you ask.
Wait,
What have
was
we
it
come
Madeline?
to, Stephen?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Madeline Kahn, straight up. She was not a mummy, a Frankenstein monster. Bride of Frankenstein. Yeah, that's funny.
Did you guys know that for the German releases of basically every Japanese giant monster movie, they put the name Frankenstein in the title for no reason?
And where?
Basically every giant monster movie from Japan, when it was localized to for German audiences, they just decided that, oh, these are monsters that Frankenstein has made. So it's like there's one where it's a Toho film. I think it's one where King Kong fights a robot King Kong called Mechanicon. But in the German localization, they say that actually it's Frankenstein's monster inside of a robot gorilla suit.
Oh, really?
Nothing in the film to indicate this, but
Oh,
they do that constantly with those. They did constantly with those movies.
That's really funny.
And yeah, King Kong versus Godzilla originally started as Frankenstein versus Godzilla, but then it became Frankenstein Conquers the World, where
Because it's just a
Oh,
German name, so they're like, this will
interesting.
appeal to the German.
yes, this will appeal to our audience. Yeah, and then Frankenstein Conquers the World is where he fights. It's just a guy with like a makeup appliance fighting a guy in a rubber suit. What did he fight in that? Was it Gorosaurus? No, Gorosaurus is in the King Kong movie. But then there's a sequel to that called War of the Gargantuas, where two cells from the Frankenstein monster, one goes into the earth and one goes into the sea, and they become the red Gargantua and the green Gargantua, and one is gentle and the other is violent, and they have a fight.
What are you droning on about?
I don't.
I'm going to call
It's
HR.
like, hey, it's like you get me lost on a subject, and everyone's like, what? Ask Jeremy about beetles or monsters, and it was like, what?
Monsters are cool!
What the heck is he going on about?
Monsters are cool. The bigger they are, the cooler they are. That's
Yeah.
just the math. I don't make the rules.
Yeah.
That's the math.
It says right there in the book on
All right, come on, you can do it. Let's go. Come on, you started. You
in
gotta finish it.
the how to do fantasy, in the fantasy guidebook that every author reads, that we
Okay.
all read, all tabletop
Oh, yeah.
gamers read, we all read it.
Yeah.
It was required reading in order to do games. How to do fantasy good. It says big monster equals better. It's
That's
the
right.
math.
True,
It's the
it's true.
official
It's the
math.
math.
It's even in our upcoming book, Engineering Monsters. It will be subtitled "Bigger is Better."
And it's required reading for all gamers, and you have
like
to read it.
Right.
I like
Those are
Manfred's
the
comment
rules.
here. Frankenstein was a monster. His creation was not. Read the book.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
he just wanted to learn words and then get a girlfriend.
Yeah.
That's all they wanted was a girlfriend.
That's all he wanted. He wanted, but then he's like, "No, I cannot create any Eve for my Adam. I will doom the world with a race of evil." And he throws some iceberg. Something happens in the cold. I don't know.
Iceberg, the Titanic.
No,
goes down.
there is an iceberg. There is an iceberg at the end.
And then the plane hit the towers, and it was all
Right,
down.
Oh my god! And the Pentagon
All
blew up.
chaos followed. Oh, Jesus.
Shin Godzilla? What?
That's a great movie. I love that movie. Steven, you would like that movie.
What movie is that?
Shin Godzilla. It's from 2016. It's a Japanese film, obviously, that takes a very like documentary approach to like, okay, Godzilla shows up in the real world today. What happens? And it follows all these like government officials in like rooms, like desperately trying to like organize, like, okay, we'll do this and then we'll do this, and like all their plans are failing. It's a movie about how red tape sucks.
I would love that for sure.
Because they're like, well, we have to organize a committee first before we address the Godzilla problem. Let's get all of our desks lined up in this room, and then we'll call everyone, and they'll come in, and we'll discuss the Godzilla problem. Meanwhile, it's killing everyone.
Oh yeah, I have not seen this. Holy crap!
It's great. I love that movie.
That seems very like Chenoltian.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a great way to describe it. I think it was made in reaction to the nuclear disaster, the meltdown that happened after the typhoon or whatever.
Fukushima.
When that melted down, there was like a really, really slow and inefficient government response, and so this movie is like directly commenting on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really
Godzilla's
love
always
absurdist
something.
commentary from movies on like relevant recent political.
See, but it's played super straight. It doesn't like you could just watch it as pure entertainment.
Yeah. I think that's really, really artful.
Yeah.
When media does that.
Yeah.
And maybe absurdist is the wrong word, but like, you know, like abstract.
heightened.
Yeah. Like it's an odd premise.
Mhm.
I might watch that because that goes back to the roots. It's like you saw Godzilla 1, right?
-1. Yeah.
-1, yeah. So it goes back to the roots of what Godzilla is about.
Yeah. Well, he's in all the really excellent Godzilla movies. He is something. In -1, he is survivor's guilt. In the original, it's the trauma of nuclear fallout.
Right.
In some of the other ones, he is pollution, or you know.
What role does he play in a techno-feudal society?
He doesn't need to. He's cool.
He's plastic. He's the plastic spoon in your brain.
He emits,
In a techno-feudal society, Godzilla could become the hero because he comes in and destroys everything.
The force of primeval strength.
He's
sometimes
he's the
nature.
will of the serfs coming up to destroy their feudal overlords.
And then he's gonna rip Mechagodzilla's head off, and we'll all cheer. And he
Yes.
fights a robot version of himself, and he wins. So it's
Yes,
perfect.
an AI version of Godzilla, and he just obliterates him. Oh yeah.
Do we have an adventure module against just a big monster?
No, I want to write one so bad.
Let's do
You have
it.
no idea.
Let's do that.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I had an idea that like, if it went really schlocky, you could do like, all right, all the players get into a giant robot, and they all control parts of the robot, and then they have to fight the giant monster. But I don't know how I would do that in a way that's mechanically satisfying and not irritating as hell.
I don't think it would be that hard. You'd probably have like a fixed initiative
CNC
Yeah.
all kaiju. Okay,
and just
you guys,
moving the stuff one thing at a time.
we could go.
But
Okay,
it would have to be quick, but it would also, because you'd have to interface with it differently so that it feels like you're operating something that's
Yeah.
taking the action.
okay, you guys got to run with this.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys have an assignment now. This is an official assignment from TLG. We're gonna call it K and K. Okay,
K and
it's
K.
kaiju and something. We'll just have to come up with another K thing. So you make the mecha.
As long as you don't add a third, that's fine.
Yeah. Oh shit. This is fun.
What's a word that starts with K?
My
Kaiju
middle
and
name, Kent. There you go. Just call it Kaiju Kent.
Call it Kaiju Knights.
There you go.
Oh, kaiju knights. Yes.
You're a giant robot medieval knight.
But you're limited to 32 pages for the rules.
Oh, damn it.
32 pages of rules?
That's pretty good. That's a lot, actually.
A bunch
Yeah,
of
no,
horse
that's
shit.
actually a lot. That's a
Yeah.
lot.
we'll have the intern do it.
It'd be 32 pages total, probably.
Shit, I gotta email the guy.
Just tomorrow morning, the intern wakes up and it's like, okay, you have a module due next week.
That is the worst when you're like, oh, I need this complicated thing from scratch
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
14 days. You're like,
Dude, I think that would be badass to do like a kaiju at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's a kaiju?
It's
A monster.
A giant monster.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the Japanese for giant monster. I think it's Japanese.
Okay.
So-
Yeah.
Kaiju and kobolds. Small versus tall.
Kobolds. I had an idea about
Call
kobolds.
it Destroy All Monsters. That's a movie though, so you can't really.
Sure you can.
We need a kobold class. Did you do a kobold class, Jeremy?
No, I did a kobold race. I didn't do any
Oh.
classes except for I did a dragon class because I had to. Because what does a 24th level kobold look like? I don't know. I've never seen one.
He looks like an elf.
Yeah, it looks like an elf.
Sexy little elf.
Ooh, Destroy All Monsters now. Damn, that's great.
Let's go.
That's great.
Let's
The
go.
what?
You call it DAMN, DAMN, and it's Destroy All Monsters now.
Ooh, that's a great title.
I can picture that as its own kind of like mini,
Like a little
maybe
line.
1-page
Yeah.
tabletop game, like
Yeah.
with a little
Yeah.
book of its own. I'm picturing like a kind of punk rock kind of art style.
Yeah. Well, the question would be, are you playing people or are you playing monsters? Because those are very different experiences.
I think you have to be playing people.
I'd want to play the monsters though. Like,
Isn't there a game where you get to play a monster?
there's several games where you get to play monsters.
What if
Mostly
it's
board
like
games,
a
but-
teams game that's GM-less, where you have like half of your players being people and the other half is monsters who see the people as monsters, and they are opposing task forces
Okay.
that are sent to like clear out their respective areas.
Yeah. So the people are going. The monsters are going mainland because
Yeah.
it's okay. This is always the plot.
Yeah.
For the '70s ones, it's always
Oh,
the aliens have come, and they're using their device to control Earth's monsters. That's always what it is. And
Yeah.
eventually the device fails, and then the monsters fight the aliens and save the day. But in this, the aliens are sending the monsters out of Monsterland, because it's always got some stupid name like that, the island that they live on. And the people are like, oh no, the transmitter that's controlling the monsters is on Monsterland. We have to get there.
Yeah.
And so they go, and they're crossing sides. Yeah.
I'm picturing it not unlike Lancer, where I don't know much about Lancer, but it's about like completing mission
Lancer.
objectives. It's like big mech tabletop game.
Okay.
And it's
Oh,
about you have like 3 stages of like combat, and the objectives are a little bit different. Like control a certain area by having more of your units than
Right.
the opposition's units, or like shit like that.
Yeah.
Keep a minimum of like, or a maximum of 3 enemies in the area in 3 rounds to win, like stuff like that.
Yeah. That's getting into the territory of like a strategy game, but I think
Yeah.
I would love to play that. That sounds awesome.
You should check out Lancer,
Yeah.
because it is a role-playing game, but it has
Okay.
those kind of like elements.
Tactical elements.
Yeah. I'm picturing
cool.
something similar for this hypothetical thing that will have the intern right.
Yeah, we'll have the internet. No, I would want to write that. That's
Yeah. This
This
sounds
is
cool.
my like stupid, one of my many stupid obsessions is giant monster movies.
And even if it's
Yeah,
just a
but-
short little thing, like it doesn't have to be like multiple different adventures. Just you're
No, no,
humans,
no.
you go to the island and get the transmitter. You're monsters, you go to the
Let's just-
mainland and destroy as many
Yeah.
buildings as possible.
Let's just re-release Free Fire Zone, but instead of a war, it's 2 monsters fighting,
Yes.
and then you roll on the random death, and you just got irradiated, or your skin melted off, or
Yeah.
you get caught in an atomic blast.
Oh, you could do that.
Now
Yeah.
we're talking.
I want to play monsters. Though. There's certain things you need to do to make it feel, because you want it to feel big and heavy,
Yeah.
like in like the not mechanically slow, but feel like weighty.
Yeah.
There's certain ways you could do that. I think really big damage pools would be one.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, I punch. It's 10d6, and you roll them out and you count them all up, and you feel through the interacting with the game, you feel the weight of something really
Yeah.
big.
Yeah. I want the damage to be explicitly spelled out. No, like, okay, I attack, I hit, next turn. Like,
Yeah.
the building, like,
The destruction should be incidental.
yeah.
Like you moving through an environment should leave a wake of ruin behind you. You don't even have
Yeah.
to focus on it.
And you should
Like,
be
you could.
incentivized to do that
Yeah.
as well.
Yes.
So there'd be like maybe you gain like mutation points or something if you or destruction points, and that gives you like your breath weapon is enhanced if you know.
What if
something like
you
that.
what if you have to achieve a certain level of destruction before you can use your
That's
power?
awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. I
That would
love
be kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, there was an old SPI game called The Creature That Ate Sheboygan, which is kind of
That would actually be a great like a board game type
Yeah.
thing. where you
There are
set
several
up-
board games with that premise, more or less.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
set up little toy cities and you get to
Yeah,
come
just
through
destroy
and
them. Yeah.
destroy them. And
There's one that
And
I
then
saw
be-
recently that was like made of Play-Doh. Like it gives you
Oh,
Play-Doh.
that'd be great.
And you can like squish it as you.
That's
do
great.
stuff.
I love it.
that would be so fun to have a completely interactive game like that.
Yeah.
Where you can use your fist and actually literally squish stuff. I'm walking this way. Your monster's imprint's the size of your fist.
You can go crazy with the monsters too. Like, well, okay. So would you build your monster, or I mean, assuming you would, because like that'd
Yeah,
be the most
I
fun.
think
But
so.
you'd have to give them a big menu of like weird, like
Yeah.
deformations and powers. Like
Yeah.
I want to be a 3-headed turtle that has laser beams and missile launchers in its kneecaps. Like, go nuts with it.
What I'm picturing is like you have kind of like how you have a list of races in like one of our
Yeah.
books. There's a list of loose types of giant
Yeah.
monsters, and then there's a list.
Reptilian, humanoid, insectoid,
Exactly.
mechanical. Yeah,
And then there are similar to how there's like 4 different types of spells:
yeah,
divine, arcane, etc., nature. I don't know whatever the 4th one is. Like 4 different types of powers,
yeah.
and
Oh,
like
you know what?
each monster can have like pick 2 from the blank list and
Yeah.
pick 1 from the blank list.
You know what would be cool is if you rolled him up like you rolled it like you're generating a mutant in Gamma World, where you have like this huge menu of weird stuff, and you can either pick or roll, and it's just like every time it's this weird original thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't played Gamma World, but I like the sound of that.
Gamma World is a game all about randomization. You don't know what you're playing when you start.
That's
Right.
cool.
Yeah. You randomize the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's-
That sounds fun.
There's a little. It talks about what if I generated something too weird and I can't play it. Oh, that creature dies and you roll up a new one. You know.
Yeah. There's nothing that can't really be played. You can
Yeah.
attempt to play it.
Yeah, unless there's like, you get the mutation can only breathe air, and then also get the mutation can only breathe water or something. It's like wow.
Oh yeah.
Or can only breathe air, fully aquatic, and you're like, I only got flippers.
Shit.
Oh, that's yeah,
Manfred
that'd
says,
be-
yeah,
you know, the cool Amazing Adventures Gamma World.
yeah. I know.
Yeah.
Chuck and I want to do it so goddamn bad.
Well, what's the other
Yep.
type of? You have gamma radiation. What's the other type of radiation? There's like,
Divine.
Alpha, beta,
just call
Delta.
it beta world.
beta world, delta world.
Yeah.
But gamma is the most powerful. That's why it's noteworthy.
Y'all can speak for yourself and go to Sigma World.
Sigma World, what's up? That's a different kind of game, unfortunately. That's a game where you have to make saving throws to avoid interacting with women.
Don't need women for anything.
You have a pride score, and it just like drains over time if you're in the presence of a woman.
Like,
I want a Sigma class. So
you refill it by going on the internet and complaining.
Yeah. If you can have like a specialized companion that's like your yes man on your
It's your,
podcast.
yeah. Oh no, it's your internet it's your internet daddy
Yeah.
who tells you how to live your life. You're like,
That's your
"Yes, thank you."
patron.
Yeah. It's your patron, and he keeps
Alpha
telling you
Dom
how-
on TikTok.
He's like He's like, hey man, you gotta go out there. You gotta show these ladies who's boss. And you go out there, and it doesn't work. Every time it fails. And
If
you're like,
she
what am I doing
says
wrong?
no, you don't have to listen. Let's get into it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, what did that guy say? You do not have to accept her rejection.
Oh yeah, yeah, no,
That's-
yeah.
And meanwhile,
That's
he's the
crazy.
ugliest person to ever walk the earth.
Hey, you know, there's something to say for confidence, but yeah.
Oh man. I learned that sometimes there's nothing to say for confidence.
Yeah.
Once every once in a while, the stars align.
Every blue moon.
This... Oh, that's a backpack emoji. I thought that was like box of fries. My fat ass was like, what? Oh, you got McDonald's fries on there.
Oh yeah, it does look like fries.
What are you looking at?
On the title, it for the stream, it shows a little backpack emoji.
Oh, okay.
Have we reached 200k? And if so, what are the extended stretch goals? We have reached almost 42k.
That's crazy.
Pretty insane. I think we're gonna hit 500 for not 500.
500. Okay, I was like, that's pretty.
I think we're
I
gonna
don't know
hit
about
50.
that, but
Take
Yeah, we'll
take
hit
off a
50.
zero. Maybe we'll hit
Yeah.
500.
I think Metamorphosis Alpha does have pretty much all you need to play Gamma World.
yeah. Except for that awesome blank map that came with the original Gamma World. You remember that?
No, I don't.
It was a hex map of North America that was almost entirely
Oh,
blank. It was
yeah,
so
right.
cool.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. That's funny.
Really hard.
I'd completely forgotten about that.
Those are really hard to come by because every kid scribbled it in.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that was the whole point.
Yeah, that was the point. Yeah.
No one back then ever thought, or well, we didn't think about collecting any of that kind of crap.
No.
I
Gamma World.
still don't think about collecting.
Have you guys read Hyro's Journey? I know Chuck has.
Never heard of it.
You'd love it.
It has a really, really obvious and profound influence on both Metamorphosis Alpha and Gamma World, and by extension Fallout. It's what's his name? What's the author's name? Do you remember, Chuck?
That
Sterling Lanier is his name. He wasn't
Sorry.
much of a writer, but he was the guy who got Dune published, so he's noteworthy for that.
Mm.
But he wrote, it was supposed to be a trilogy, but he only wrote the first two. So it's incomplete, but it's still great. Books about a post-apocalyptic, irradiated North America that is very, very wacky and gonzo. It follows a Canadian Catholic priest who's also Native American in this weird, distorted version of the future, because like their understanding of this stuff is super different. And so he has like latent psychic ability. He's a psionicist. He's got psychic powers. He's like divining every morning to like figure out, okay, what am I going to do? And he's going all the way from Canada, all the way down through Lake Michigan, through Chicago, through the ruins of Chicago, down to somewhere in I think it's in the Rust Belt. I don't remember where. But he's like on this quest ordained by his priesthood to find a computer. And there's all these like mutants that he meets along the way. A lot of like, he rides a moose, so that's pretty cool. His companion is a psychic bear, which is also pretty great.
I'm on board.
They
on
fight,
board.
They fight. What are the cult called, Chuck? What are the bad guys called?
that-
They're cult. What's the cult? They're the
unclean.
unclean. It's a cult of like identical looking guys who are like, irradiation is the pathway to the future of humanity.
Which of course there would be guys like that.
Yeah. And so they're like trying to use old tech to make the situation worse, basically.
Yeah.
And then there's like a faction called the Eleveners who are like, they're like, God created an 11th commandment, which is to protect the earth. And so they're like kind of a druid faction, and
That's
it's great
cool.
stuff. It's really weird. It's really, 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 really weird. And that had an extreme influence on Gamma World, and Fallout pulled from Gamma World. So there's a little, it's kind of diluted each time, but
Mhm.
I think a post-apocalyptic thing that pulls from that well
Yeah.
would be great.
A post-apocalyptic druid clan faction.
Yeah,
is so compelling to me.
there's a scene where they're in Lake Michigan, or they're in Chicago basically, but it's all flooded. It's like a floodplain, and there's giant fish and monsters in it and stuff. And they start getting chased by a cult of like a group of the unclean they have these minions called hairy howlers, which are mutated hyper intelligent howler monkeys that are hunting them through the ruins of Chicago. And they're on a raft with like a pole moving through the streets of Chicago. And they have an 11er with them. And he's like got the long beard. He's like an old priest type. And he summons 2 giant fish to come and eat these guys. It's great.
That's awesome.
It's fabulous. I love it.
And I don't know if Jeremy told you or not, but the unclean the whole time they dress like dark wizards.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, cows. Yeah. They all have shaved head. They put devices on their heads too.
And they shave their hair off.
They shave their heads off, and they put these weird devices on their head that almost look like a Louis Tully thing from Ghostbusters to amplify their psychic powers. So they send out. It's like to increase the range of their mental ability. Mm-hmm. And the way that it describes psionics is like radio frequency. Like you can adjust the channel of your brain and intercept other frequencies and like contact people and like fuck with them. It's nuts. I love it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
We have a question about ship time again.
So the plan is to have this book at the printers by the middle of July, by July 15th or something, and given 4 or 5 weeks for printing, shipping, and all that business. We should have it back in August. We hope that we are shipping by late August, by the time it is on trucks headed y'all's way.
Oh, Stephen, can you send me some pictures for the ABP that have not been seen by the general public?
Yep.
I still got to make that post.
Not much. Grace.
Okay. Cool.
I'm not inclined. All right, let me get these.
Blaze said circle of monkey.
Yeah.
Jeremy, that's your name. I forgot your name, Jeremy.
Thanks, buddy.
Don't feel bad. I forget my children's names all the time.
That's the only walk-on I ever had in a D&D game. I forgot my friend's name. And we were good friends. We'd known each other for years. And Louis Lartigue, that was his name.
I remember Louis.
Yeah, and I looked at him and I said, "What's your name?"
You have just described my actual deepest fear. I don't ever call people by their names, only rarely.
Yeah.
Because I'm afraid that I'll like suddenly forget their name and say the wrong one.
Yes. No, and I'm so bad about asking names.
Yeah.
Like if I can't remember, I'm just too embarrassed to ask.
Yeah.
You know,
like I know you told me. I know it's been too long now. Like the time.
But
to
I
ask
have
you
been
was a month
told.
ago.
Yeah, I have been told that you have to do this. Like, so I have a problem with like name, face, whatever.
Yeah.
Putting it together, and so this guy told me, he said, what you do when you meet someone, you shake their hand and you introduce yourself. And when they introduce themselves, you say their name out loud back to them. And then when
That'll never work. Oh.
Yeah, and then he said, what that'll imprint, that it starts to imprint it. And when you exit the conversation to say bye, you say their name again, and if you don't know it, that's the best perfect time to ask it again in your name again, and then it starts to imprint. He said that's the best way to handle that type of situation.
That's smart.
So not carrying around a bunch of labels and a Sharpie and write their name on it and stick it to them.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, these are great. Look at that.
We are going to wind this stream down here very, very soon. We've broken 41,000. This is absolutely crazy. We're still on a backer train.
This has been amazing.
Looks like 5 minutes left in this one, but it is what, 7 o'clock on the East Coast, and I know Grace and Jeremy have been at it for quite a while, and it's Chuck too. I forget Chuck's on the East Coast.
I got another hour of work.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You clock in a little bit later than everybody.
Yeah.
But you also have a lot of work to do. So,
I've been working on it this whole time.
I'm sure that you have.
We've been in the concept phase. We're
Yeah, that's what it is. That's
coming up
I've
with
been,
our
I've been editing
one-page
this Haunted
campaign.
Islands the whole time, sir.
All right, so we'll give this a few more minutes.
Okay.
If you have any more questions about the
We'll talk
Adventurers
through it.
Backpack, throw them here in the chat. We'll do our best to answer them. We just rolled over 42,000. Chuck and I have laid out the next round of stretch rewards. We will get those up probably in the morning. Chuck, I'm guessing, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, have any questions? Throw up here. If not,
What-
we'll.
What's Jeremy's adventure about? Manfred wants to know.
That's about
Ooh,
40 pages.
Manfred, I'll give it to you in one word: Moria.
No, it's more than that.
Ah, it's more than Moria.
It's more than that. It's not as big as that. It was a tournament scenario that was. It's like an old dwarf mine with like a Wild West backdrop. It's been lost for a long time. You're going in there for treasures, and I pulled a lot from Temple of Elemental Evil with the design, not the elemental theming, but like the whole politicking your way through monster factions. So it's definitely a thinking scenario. You can go in guns blazes, but you will not go very far.
That's
It's
cool.
it's extraordinarily violent, or extraordinarily dangerous, and just packed to the brim with some pretty nasty stuff. But you're in this old silver town, like old silver mine town, and you find an epitaph of an old dwarf lord out in the wilderness, and it tells you the directions to this long forgotten. They call it a keep. It's actually a mine, and it's got its whole history. And there's a relic there that whoever wields it is effectively the leader of Adel's line, which is a family or a clan of dwarves. So if you get that, you get all of that power associated with it, and you own the mine. And there's a bunch of monsters in there that may or may not know about it, who've moved in since the keep fell. And there may or may not be a dragon at the bottom. So
You
pretty
didn't hear it
standard
from
fare,
us.
but it's big. So
That sounds cool.
yeah.
All right, let's wind this thing down.
Alrighty.
Everybody.
Good King, yes. The add-on core books that you see in the backer kit are reforged.
Yes, indeed.
We're gonna toss a raid to Critical Fail DM. They're doing some roleplay on Red Dead Redemption.
Ooh.
This is by and far my favorite actual play channel ever on the internet, and I'm
Nice.
always excited to see that they're live. So we're gonna go. We're gonna say hi. We're gonna say something nice about their stream if you have a moment to spare to do so. And we are gonna eat and write and sleep and sleep,
All right.
and I'm gonna sleep.
Yeah, I got absolutely nothing done today.
Yeah. Hey, we got $42,000 done. That's pretty good.
Yeah, no, that's
True.
true. Yeah.
That is
Like,
true.
but like I said, Kent called me. What was it? 9 o'clock. He said we have a stream, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Set aside
Ironically, I told Grace
Yeah.
and Chuck yesterday. I said, I doubt Davis knows we have a crowdfunding tomorrow.
I didn't know. I had no idea.
But we
I
are
had
gonna
no
go.
clue.
Thank you all so much for the incredible support today. I think I can speak for all of us when I say it blew us away.
Nice.
Yes.
Amazing. Yeah, it's
Literally
great.
Thank you all.
insane. Thank you. And we're gonna be bringing the energy for the rest of this summer of Siege.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the summer of siege is
The summer
on.
of
Now
Siege.
all we have to do is that's not gonna happen.
Can we get some art of a troll on a
We're about to be
floaty
out.
thing in a pool?
8, 7, 6,
Oh.
5. Any final words? 3, 2,
Help!
1.
They're keeping